Chapter 740. That was a guard from the Feng family. The ones who came out to carry out this mission were not ordinary guards. They were all carefully selected elites. Being able to kill him with one shot was enough to prove this young man's ability. However, this alone was not enough to shock everyone present. The murderous aura and wolf-like nature emitted from the young man's body was faintly familiar to everyone, but only the Dong family had thought of Xianyuancheng. Go. The Dong family head and the others all gave the order. The other 5 guards drew their swords and rushed towards Gu Jiao. Everyone watched the fight between the young man and the guards intently. The young man knew that he did not have the advantage in numbers. He had to conserve his strength to the greatest extent, so every move he made hit the opponent's vital points, not giving the opponent a chance to make a comeback. "Who do you think of?" the Dong family had asked. A name flashed through everyone's mind at the same time: Xianyuancheng. Xianyuancheng went to war with his father when he was 10 years old. At the age of 12, he achieved military merits. He was the bravest young man on the battlefield, the Blood Wolf. If he met a god, he would kill a god. If he met a devil, he would kill a devil. Even if he could not kill the other party, he would ruthlessly bite off a piece of flesh from the other party. Therefore, even if they defeated Xianyuancheng's enemy, they were not willing to fight with Xianyuancheng again. The price was too high. Feng Laosen asked, "Who is this young man?" The Dong family head said with a complicated expression, "I've never seen him before. I don't know him." When the last guard fell, the battle was over. It was much faster than expected. This young man did not look like an expert, but why was every move so deadly? Feng Laosen narrowed his eyes and jumped. "I'll fight you." His weapon was a long sword, similar to the red tasseled spear in Gu Jiao's hand. It was heavier, but not as heavy as Xianyuan Li's red tasseled spear. He chopped down with his sword. Gu Jiao blocked with her spear with both hands. Her arms were slightly numb. Feng Huai, the Feng family patriarch's legitimate son, was the third in the family and was known as Third Brother Feng. He was skilled in the saber and possessed boundless strength. Feng Laosen looked at Gu Jiao, who caught his saber, and unexpectedly sneered. "Brat, to be able to catch my saber, your strength is not small. Let's see if you have the ability to withstand my second attack." He only used 30% of his strength in the first strike. When the second slash came down, Gu Jiao's feet sank half a foot into the ground. If he continued fighting like this, he would sooner or later run out of energy. Gu Jiao decided to turn defense into offense. When Brother Feng's third blade came, Gu Jiao didn't meet it head-on. Instead, she used her spear to jump up, and with a flip, she jumped over Brother Feng's head. The moment she landed on the ground, she pulled out the red tasseled spear from the ground. She turned around and swept it across Feng Laosan's waist, which he didn't have time to protect in time. Feng Laosan was shocked. "You?" He looked at his wound in disbelief, and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was holding the red tasseled spear and panting slightly.
"Brat,
you just used the Xianyuan family's spear technique."
"What?"
Lord Chen was shocked. Dong family head had already seen through the trick. This brat used a normal spear technique to deal with the guards. Since Brother Feng was more difficult to deal with, she changed her spear technique. That move just now was the 4th style of the Xianyuan 7 styles. It was a perfect move to turn defense into offense. It was not easy to use the Xianyuan family's spear technique. First, one had to completely channel their internal energy into their dantian. Without using any internal energy, they had to rely on the body's endurance and explosive power to use it. This spear technique was created by Xianyuan Li. To be honest, he didn't understand why Xianyuan Li created this spear technique. Everyone in the Xianyuan family had internal energy. Wouldn't it be better for him to create a spear technique that could also be used with internal energy? As a result, the experts of the Xian family couldn't steal it even if they wanted to. His thoughts wandered. How did this brat obtain this spear technique? How did he learn it with his amazing willpower and physique? Other than Xianyuan Li and Xianyuancheng, only the tempered body monks of the Shaolin Temple could withstand this kind of force. This brat was a Shaolin monk? No, even a monk couldn't learn it. The two techniques were contradictory. The head of the Dong family had a headache. He was suddenly very curious about this brat and wanted to know his origin. After Feng Laosen was injured, he began to use his full strength. His attacks were faster and faster, so Gu Jiao couldn't dodge. Feng Laosen kicked Gu Jiao's shoulder. Gu Jiao was forced to retreat several feet. Her feet drew a long ditch on the ground until she stabbed the red-tasseled spear deep into the ground. When she stopped, she was only half a foot away from little Jing Kong. Jiao Jiao? Little Jing Kong felt her breath, but little Jing Kong remembered Gu Jiao's words. He couldn't turn back. Gu Jiao stared at Feng Laosen in front of her. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and said softly, "Count the stars." Okay. Little Jing Kong sat cross-legged on the cloak and looked at the vast starry sky. 1, 2, 3. His childish voice was the peace she wanted to protect. Gu Jiao straightened up and walked toward Feng Laosen with the red-tasseled spear in her hand. Feng Laosen was confused. What was going on? After being kicked by him, she could still stand up and walk toward him. Very well, if you want to die, then don't blame me for being rude. Feng Laosen raised his long knife and slashed toward Gu Jiao's neck. Gu Jiao, who should have been beheaded, disappeared. Feng Laosen was shocked. Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear was still on the ground, but where was she? In the next second, Gu Jiao appeared behind Feng Laosen. Feng Laosen felt a chill run down his spine and realized something. Just as he was about to turn around, Gu Jiao grabbed the hair on the back of his head. Gu Jiao grabbed him with one hand and held the dagger with the other, cutting his throat. This was not the Xian Yuan family's spear technique, but a killing move from her previous life. She had not used it for a long time, but fortunately, she remembered it. Feng Laosen fell to the ground with a dumbfounded expression. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Gu Jiao's violent nature was stirred up, but she did not lose control for the time being. She held the bloody dagger and looked at the remaining 4 people indifferently. There was no ruthlessness in her eyes, nor was there a trace of satisfaction or joy from defeating her opponent. She was very calm. But this was the most terrifying thing. Brat, you just killed a big shot, okay? You just cut a bag of cabbages. Gu Jiao raised the dagger. I'm tired of fighting. All of you come at me together. On the other side, Mu Qingchen and a bodyguard also entered the forest. The bodyguard looked up and said, "Young master, look, that eagle is flying so high." Mu Qingchen raised his eyes and looked around. He had been watching that eagle for a long time, and it had been hovering in a certain direction. Mu Qingchen looked away and said, "Don't worry about that eagle. Finding the person is more important." The bodyguard replied, "Yes, young master." After walking for a while, the bodyguard said in a low voice, "It's already dark. If we can't find the young princess, I'm afraid she's going to be in trouble." Mu Qingchen frowned and did not say anything. He did not want to see this happen, but he had to admit that the longer they waited, the less likely the young princess would be to survive. They entered the forest from another direction and did not see the peddler's corpse. Therefore, they did not know that the young princess had been found and taken away. The bodyguard asked again, "Young master, why didn't you let young Master Muchuan come with you?" Mu Qingchen said, "It's useless even if he comes. He was still a child." While they were talking, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the dome. The gerfalcon hovering above the forest suddenly swooped down as if it had found its prey. Then, a series of shrill screams came from the depths of the forest. "Ah," the bodyguard said vigilantly. "Young master, someone is here." Mu Qingchen looked at the map in his hand under the moonlight and said, "It's in the direction of the stream. Let's go and have a look." Their horses could not go any further because the road was too bad. Riding a horse was not as fast as lightness skill. At this moment, they were both walking. They rushed over with lightness skill. There was a scuffle going on by the stream. The masters and pillars of the aristocratic families present were all martial artists. Otherwise, how could they enter the forest in person? Only Master Yang was watching the battle alone. He was the oldest person present, more than 50 years old. He even relied on the bodyguard to climb up and down the tree. Master Dong caught Gu Jiao's spear. He turned his head and gritted his teeth. That's enough, old Yang. Stop pretending. If you continue to pretend to be weak, none of us will be able to leave. Among these people, old Yang, who pretended to be weak, was the best at martial arts. Master Dong, Master Chen, and Master Du could only fight to a draw with Gu Jiao when they joined forces. Gu Jiao was too difficult to deal with. This was out of everyone's expectations. However, old Yang had not watched the battle for so long for nothing. He had been observing Gu Jiao's martial arts, trying to find Gu Jiao's flaws. This young man did have flaws, but those 3 flaws were even more. No wonder he was beaten so badly. He jumped out and said, "Okay, I'll help you." After Master Yang joined the battle, Gu Jiao obviously felt the pressure. This little old man, who had no sense of presence, was a real master. While they were fighting, several bodyguards came out from the other side of the forest. They were very smart. They did not participate in the battle between the masters. Instead, they went straight to the stream to catch little Jing Kong and the young commandery princess. The main reason was that it was dark. Their clothes were the same, their hair was the same, and their faces were dirty. They could not tell who was the young commandery princess, so they had to catch both of them. Gu Jiao shouted, "Little Nine!" Little Nine swooped down and pecked the eyes of the bodyguard who was leading the battle. The scream that Mu Qingchen and the bodyguards heard came from his mouth. At this moment, Little Nine was no longer an ordinary gerfalcon. It was Gu Jiao's war eagle. Little Nine had also started its own battle. One of the bodyguards pretended to be injured and fell into the stream, but in fact, he was eyeing the 2 little people by the stream. Little Jing Kong looked at the bodyguard who was crawling towards him. Well, Jiao Jiao only said that he was not allowed to look back, but he did not say that he was not allowed to move. The bodyguard rushed towards little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong jumped up and stretched out his little iron hand. Monkey steals peach. The bodyguard knelt on the ground and was in so much pain. Mu Qingchen, who had rushed to the scene and witnessed the scene, tightened his legs and took a deep breath. Gu Jiao was not any better. She staggered and almost fell. Monkey steals peach? Where did he learn such dirty martial arts? Don't tell her that it was taught by that little chicken monkey. Her innocent little Jing Kong was led astray just like that. When she returned to Zhao country, she would beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him up. Gu Jiao misunderstood. This move was not taught by Marquis Xianping, but by the strongest little bad friend, Su Tsong, who was the head of the 3 scumbags in the Imperial College. Chapter 741. The battle between Gu Jiao and Dong family head and the others was very fierce. With the addition of Yang family head, the other side's fighting strength had indeed increased a lot, but Gu Jiao was definitely a tough bone. She fought as if she didn't care about her life, but Dong family head and the others couldn't do the same. On one hand, they didn't want to be injured, but on the other hand, they wanted to easily kill Gu Jiao. As a result, the more they fought, the more chaotic they became. In the end, except for Yang family head, the other 3 were all injured. Dong family head was an old fox. He always shouted the fiercest and hit the furthest, letting his companions take the damage, so his injuries were the lightest. Chun family head's injuries were the most serious. His right leg and left abdomen were bleeding nonstop, and he fell unconscious on the ground. Gu Jiao's physical strength was also very exhausted. If the 2 sides continued to fight, it would only be a situation where both sides were injured, and because of that surnamed Yang, Gu Jiao glanced at Yang family head. This person was too unfathomable. The book pavilion had the least information about him. If she hadn't fought with him today, who would have thought that he was a hidden master? Dong family had said to Yang family head, his physical strength is almost exhausted. Old Yang, old Du, and I will hold him back. You look for an opportunity and kill him in one move. Yang family had looked at Gu Jiao with a malicious gaze, okay? Dong family head and Du Darren exchanged glances and tacitly came to Gu Jiao's 2 sides, launching a pincer attack on Gu Jiao. Yang family head looked at the battle without blinking, waiting for Gu Jiao to show a flaw. When Dong family had restrained Gu Jiao's lower body and Du Darren blocked Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear, Yang family had narrowed his eyes. The youth's physical strength decreased, and his speed slowed down. This speed was nothing to an ordinary master, but in front of his realm, it was a great flaw. Now is the time. Patriarch Yang raised his hand and sent an iron palm towards Gu Jiao's back. Almost at the same time, a masked man in white appeared in a flash and stood in front of Gu Jiao and the others. His palm met the Yang family's patriarch's attack. When the time was up, Dong family head and Du Darren's restraint reached its limit. Gu Jiao forced the two of them back with a single spear strike. She looked back. The white-robed man leaped up and flew towards her. He grabbed her slender waist and brought her up into the air. "It's me," he whispered. Gu Jiao looked towards a stream, but she didn't see little Jing Kong and little Commandery Princess. He said, "Up ahead." Gu Jiao did not resist anymore. Just when Mu Qingchen thought that Gu Jiao was going to be taken away by him, Gu Jiao suddenly turned around and threw a dagger at him. "Are you all okay? Be careful." Patriarch Dong shouted. The dagger was aimed at Patriarch Yang. Patriarch Yang dodged sideways, but the angle Gu Jiao chose was very tricky. Even if he dodged, the one behind him could not. Patriarch Du was stabbed by the dagger, and his whole body was sent flying by the terrible force. He hit the big tree behind him and fell heavily to the ground. Patriarch Dong hurried over and held his shoulder. "Old Du." Gu Jiao's action was beyond everyone's expectation. Like Mu Qingchen, they thought that Gu Jiao had left, but they did not expect her to do such a thing. What kind of stubbornness was this? There were 11 of them when they came, and 6 of them were guards. Now, more than half of them were dead. Feng Laosan was dead. Old Du and Old Chen were not sure if they were still alive. Patriarch Dong was also slightly injured. Patriarch Dong said, "Old Yang, you're so powerful. You're fine." "Fine?" Patriarch Yang looked in the direction where the young man and the masked man in white went. He silently clenched his right hand, and a drop of blood slipped from his sleeve. Mu Qingchen took Gu Jiao to the place where they agreed to meet with the guards. Gu Jiao saw the horse tied under the tree. A round little head poked out from behind the big tree. "Jiao?" The vigilance in Gu Jiao's eyes completely disappeared. Little Jing Kong trotted over. Gu Jiao took his little hand. "Are you scared?"
No.
Little Jing Kong shook his head, looked at Mu Qingchen and said, "It's Brother Qingchen." Little Jing Kong thought that Gu Jiao could not recognize Mu Qingchen, who was masked. "Yes, I know." Gu Jiao touched his little head and said to Mu Qingchen, "Thank you." Mu Qingchen thought that Gu Jiao was referring to him saving her, so he said calmly, "You're welcome." The guards came out from behind the big tree with a sleeping little princess in their arms. Just now, Mu Qingchen asked the guards to take little Jing Kong away, but he was almost attacked by little Jing Kong. Mu Qingchen had no choice but to show up. Only when little Jing Kong saw that it was him did he let down his guard. Gu Jiao sat down against the big tree. Little Jing Kong walked over and nestled in her arms. Mu Qingchen carried the sleeping little princess over, paused for a moment, and sat down on the other side of little Jing Kong. He looked at the two of them strangely and said, "You haven't seen each other many times. Why are you so close?" Little Jing Kong could pretend that it was the first time he and Gu Jiao met each other in the boxing field. But in this dangerous forest, he could not hide his dependence on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said calmly, "Because I'm born with affinity." Mu Qingchen was speechless. Mu Qingchen thought that little princess only met once and recognized Gu Jiao as her teacher. It could only be attributed to Gu Jiao's affinity with children. Gu Jiao leaned against the big tree with little Jing Kong in her arms and asked, "Are you hungry?" Little Jing Kong hesitated for a moment and nodded honestly. "I'm hungry." Gu Jiao asked, "How long have you been hungry?" Little Jing Kong thought for a moment and said, "One day." Gu Jiao never let Jing Kong go hungry, and neither did Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao did not bring any food with her, but there were a few glucose bars in the first aid kit. Gu Jiao opened the small box. took out a piece, and handed it to him. Little Jing Kong did not eat it, but fed it to Gu Jiao first. "Lulang, eat it." "I'm not hungry," Gu Jiao said. He told Light Shui the same thing, but he was actually very hungry, so Jiao Jiao must be hungry too. Little Jing Kong insisted on feeding Gu Jiao first. After Gu Jiao ate a piece, he happily took a piece of candy and put it into his mouth. Mu Qingchen frowned inexplicably. Why didn't he ask Brother Qingchen to eat it too? No way. There was only so little candy. He only ate one piece, and the rest must be given to Jiao Jiao. "Go and pick some fruits." Mu Qingchen ordered the guard. Yes. The guard went to pick some fruits nearby. Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao distantly, "This place is very secluded, and no one will come here for the time being. We'll leave after you recover some strength." Gu Jiao did not care much about his deliberate alienation, okay? Mu Qingchen frowned. Little Nine fluttered its wings and landed on the branch above Gu Jiao's head. Mu Qingchen looked up at Little Nine, paused, and asked, "This eagle is yours?" Gu Jiao said, "Sort of." What did she mean by sort of? Forget it. It was unnecessary to ask about this with their current relationship. Mu Qingchen was not surprised that Gu Jiao came out to look for someone. Gu Jiao was the little princess's teacher, and it was reasonable for her to help when the little princess was missing. But he didn't understand how he managed to get into a fight with those people. Mu Qingchen took off the veil on his face and told Gu Jiao the doubts in his heart. Little Jing Kong was lying comfortably in Gu Jiao's arms with the candy in his mouth, enjoying Gu Jiao's embrace and breath. He felt so happy at this moment that he even swayed his little feet and hummed a little tune. Gu Jiao looked at him with amusement. Mu Qingchen thought that Gu Jiao did not hear him, so he was going to ask again. Gu Jiao said, "They want to take the little princess away, and I don't want to hand her over." Mu Qingchen frowned. "You." Gu Jiao said lightly, "Yes, I want to take the credit." Who doesn't want such a big credit? Mu Qingchen was angry when he heard this. "You are really this kind of person." There was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Mu Qingchen looked away angrily. He did not know why he was angry, but he felt like there was a ball of fire in his heart. "It's not like that." Little Jing Kong raised his little head from Gu Jiao's arms and said seriously, "They are bad people. They all want to take the Light Shui, and no one wants to give in. They even caused the Light Shui to fall. They don't care if the Light Shui hurts or not, they just want to take her away." Mu Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Gu Jiao and opened his mouth. "You?" Gu Jiao looked away. Mu Qingchen was speechless. Gu Jiao was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She did not care if people misunderstood her, and she never defended herself. However, little Jing Kong cared. Jiao Jiao was the best Jiao Jiao in the world. He did not want anyone to misunderstand her. Little Jing Kong said to Mu Qingchen, "Brother Qingchen, they started it. They wanted to hurt Lulang, and they also wanted to take the Light Shui and me. If they took us away, they would not give us anything to eat." Mu Qingchen was here to look for the young princess with sincerity. Judging others by their own standards, he assumed that the others were the same as him. However, after listening to little Jing Kong's description, it was clear that this was not the case. The one who wanted to take the credit was not Xiao Lulang, but the aristocratic families. However, couldn't this brat explain it to him nicely? Would he rather be misunderstood than to explain himself? Was he so insignificant in his heart? He did not care about his misunderstanding at all, did he? Mu Qingchen's face was frighteningly dark. Little Jing Kong scratched his little head with both hands. Brother Qingchen seemed to be angrier, because he did not explain himself clearly. The guard came back with a pile of fruits. "I've tasted it. It's not poisonous. It's sweet and sour, and it's quite delicious." Gu Jiao took a big and red fruit, wiped it with a handkerchief, and handed it to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong sat up straight in Gu Jiao's arms, held the big fruit with both hands, and took a bite. Little Jing Kong was so sour that he almost made an emoji. Gu Jiao. "Oh, I forgot that Jing Kong just ate candy." Little Jing Kong moved his little butt and continued to eat the sour fruit. He took a bite and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him curiously. You're not sour anymore? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and tilted his head. He turned into a romantic prince in a second. Because you're my candy. Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen. After eating 7 or 8 fruits, little Jing Kong burped and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. The night was quiet, and the night wind was blowing. Gu Jiao ate another piece of glucose and waited for her strength to recover. Mu Qingchen could not help but ask, "Do you know who those guys are?" Gu Jiao, "Yes, I do." Mu Qingchen was slightly surprised. "You know?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, I saw their portraits in the library of the State Preceptor Palace." Mu Qingchen was stunned for a moment before he remembered this. He said, "I heard that His Majesty summoned you to treat the former crown princess. How's the treatment going?" Gu Jiao, "Fortunately, the operation was successful. She's awake now." Mu Qingchen sighed. "You're really amazing." Gu Jiao said calmly, "It's just an operation. I'm talking about what happened just now." Mu Qingchen raised his hand and waved away the mosquitoes biting the young princess. "Since you know who they are, how dare you treat them so cruelly? Aren't you afraid of their revenge?" Gu Jiao, "Is it useful to be afraid?" Mu Qingchen choked. Yes, it was useless to be afraid. However, ordinary people would not have such courage. Even if they knew that it was useless to be afraid, they still could not do anything. This was normal. Mu Qingchen suddenly felt that he had underestimated his classmates' courage and boldness. Even as the legitimate son of the Su family, he could not openly challenge the 5 great aristocratic families. Otherwise, he would not have covered his face just now. Gu Jiao stood up with little Jing Kong in her arms after she recovered some strength. "Okay, can we go now?" Mu Qingchen reminded her. "The forest may not be very peaceful tonight. Are you sure you don't want to rest for a while?" "I can't rest anymore," Gu Jiao said and signaled to the south of the forest with her eyes. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked in that direction. He saw Qi Xian, who was wearing a silver robe, strolling in the night. Qi Xian looked at Mu Qingchen happily and greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Qingchen, long time no see."
How are you?
Mu Qingchen asked warily. "Qi Xian, what are you going to do?" Qi Xian smiled and said, "Kill people and save people." When he said this, his eyes paused for a moment on Gu Jiao and the young princess. His meaning was obvious. The one he wanted to kill was Gu Jiao, and the one he wanted to take away was the young princess. "In your dreams." Mu Qingchen stepped forward and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Qi Xian patted his palm with the folding fan. "I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Mu and Su families. This has nothing to do with young Master Qingchen. Young Master Qingchen, hand over the young princess and Xiao Luling, and I won't stop you from leaving." Mu Qingchen said coldly, "You have a big appetite." Qi Xian pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Ah, it seems that my appetite is indeed a little too big. How about this? I'll let you take the young commandery princess away. I won't fight with you for this credit for the time being. You can leave Xiao Luling behind." Mu Qingchen handed the young princess in his arms to the guard beside him and said to him and Gu Jiao, "You two go first." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "You are no match for him." Qi Xian was a master of the Tang sect and had more than 10 years of internal energy than Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen said in a low voice, "I will hold him back. As long as you escape, he won't dare to kill me. Otherwise, once the news of Mu Qingchen's death spread, the Han family would not be able to protect Qi Xian." With Qi Xian's hearing, he heard every word. He laughed until he was convulsing. After laughing enough, he looked at Mu Qingchen sympathetically. "Young Master Qingchen, why do I have to do this? Do you know who he is? Listen to me. He is not worth it." Mu Qingchen said, "Cut the crap." Qi Xian stopped laughing. "He killed Nan Gongli." Mu Qingchen's pupils shrank. Qi Xian raised his eyebrows. "You really don't know." As he said, he looked at Gu Jiao, who was beside Mu Qingchen. "He is a spy from the Zhao kingdom. He is the one who killed Nan Gongli. He approached you just to use you. Don't be fooled by him." I know that the big families are secretly competing with each other, but General Nangong is a famous general of the Yen Kingdom. Shouldn't we work together to fight the enemy now that he was killed by a spy from a lower country? Mu Qingchen clenched the long sword in his hand. Of course, the national enmity came first. The guard looked at his young master worriedly. Young master won't whoosh. Qi Xian made a move. But it was not aimed at Gu Jiao, but at Mu Qingchen. He wanted to defeat Mu Qingchen with one move and make him lose all his resistance. However, his hand did not touch Mu Qingchen at all. Mu Qingchen was pushed away by Gu Jiao in time. Qi Xian smiled in surprise. Boy, you have been watching. Take this. He waved his folding fan, and a row of hidden weapons with cold internal force flew toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong and stepped on a big tree. She somersaulted to avoid the attack, and the hidden weapons were nailed into the tree. The tree withered rapidly. The hidden weapons were poisonous. Mu Qingchen pulled out his sword and stabbed at Qi Xian. Qi Xian waved his fan to block it, and a hidden weapon shot out from his fingertip. Mu Qingchen blocked it with his sword. The force was so great that the hidden weapon and the sword actually made sparks in the night. Mu Qingchen's eyes darkened. Qi Xian was too powerful. They were no match for him. Mu Qingchen gritted his teeth. When he raised his long sword again, a white hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. Let me, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen frowned slightly. I know you are powerful, but you are no match for him. He has some scruples when fighting with me, but he won't be polite to you. It's not certain who will be rude. Gu Jiao handed little Jing Kong to Mu Qingchen, grabbed the red-tasseled spear, and walked forward calmly. I'll fight with you. Qi Xian smiled. Oh? Gu Jiao said, but I have a condition. Qi Xian said, go ahead. Gu Jiao said, you have to give me 3 moves. Qi Xian said with amusement, no problem. I can give you 30 moves, let alone 3. That's not necessary. Gu Jiao said generously, I'll count to 3, and we'll start. I'll prepare some hidden weapons. You're not allowed to launch a sneak attack. Okay. 1. Gu Jiao stabbed his thigh with her spear. Qi Xian. Chapter 742. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. The night was dark. In the purple bamboo forest of the State Preceptor Hall, a small bamboo house was lit by a weak oil lamp. The State Preceptor sat on a cushion. Master, Yuhi just opened the curtain to report the progress of finding the young princess to the State Preceptor. Senior Yi Qing still hasn't found anything, so he didn't know if he should send more people. When the words reached his lips, he saw the State Preceptor sitting motionless in front of the small table. His voice suddenly swallowed. There were 3 teacups on the table. One in front of the State Preceptor, one in the seat next to the State Preceptor, and one in front of the State Preceptor. Is Master waiting for a friend? Master doesn't have any friends. He entered the State Preceptor Hall for 10 years and never saw his master close to anyone. Oh, except for the chess game with old Mr. Meng. But the friendship between his master and old Mr. Meng was limited to chess. The position of the teacups was also very strange. Why was there someone sitting next to his master? Shouldn't it all be on the opposite side? This wasn't the first time he saw this scene. He always didn't understand what his master was doing. He privately asked Senior Yi Qing, but Senior Yi Qing just told him not to ask too much and not to disturb his master at this time. He carefully put down the curtain and silently left. Thinking of the scene of his master sitting there, who knows if he was waiting or reminiscing, Yuhi's expression paused. Master has 2 very important friends. Yuhi thought. In the forest, Qi Xian was stabbed with a face full of confusion. What happened to the 1, 2, 3? Did you eat 2, 3, 3? Young people don't talk about martial ethics. Qi Xian lived for more than 30 years and really never saw such a sinister and cunning person. What kind of dirty tricks are not as ruthless as this? Qi Xian was so shocked that even his instincts were slowed down for a second. He stared at Gu Jiao in a daze. Gu Jiao looked at him innocently and turned the red-tasseled spear in his thigh. Fuck. Qi Xian was in so much pain that all the hair on his body stood up and his facial features almost escaped from his face. You stab is enough. You still turn. You think you're stirring meat. Qi Xian finally regained his senses. He sent a palm strike towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had already predicted this move of his. She kicked his palm and borrowed the force of his attack to send herself flying. The red tasseled spear was also pulled out. Blood spurted out from Qi Xian's thigh. He had never seen such an infuriating person. Qi Xian gritted his teeth and sealed the major acupoint on his leg, sealing the spurting blood. He quickly tore off a piece of his clothes and wrapped it around his wound. His series of movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was obvious that he had suffered many injuries when he practiced martial arts in the past. No one was born an expert. Although talent was important, if one didn't train hard, it would be impossible to reach a realm that ordinary people couldn't touch. Gu Jiao steadied herself 10 steps away from Qi Xian. The red tasseled spear was truly a good item. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could be used to fight openly and covertly. If necessary, it could be used for a sneak attack. Gu Jiao looked at Qi Xian provocatively. Didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves? Why did you go back on your words? Qi Xian angrily said, You said you'd only start when you counted to 3. Gu Jiao said, I didn't say I'd count with my mouth. I counted to 3 in my heart. Qi Xian's mouth twitched. Qi Xian decided not to waste any more words with Gu Jiao. Otherwise, he would die from anger before the fight even started. Qi Xian directly attacked. However, as soon as Qi Xian raised his hand, he sensed that something was wrong. What was going on? Why couldn't his arm exert any strength? Qi Xian glared at Gu Jiao fiercely.
Brat.
What did you do to me? Nothing. I just smeared something on the tip of the spear. Gu Jiao had already noticed that there was someone in the forest. Her intuition told her that it was a very powerful expert, so she did something to the tip of the spear. She did it very secretly. Even Mu Qingchen and the guards beside her thought that she was just cleaning the spear. Qi Xian felt the internal force in his body. It was terrible. He could barely feel it. What is it? Gu Jiao said, Neurotoxin. Qi Xian was puzzled. What kind of toxin? Gu Jiao shrugged. Forget it, if you don't understand. Damn it. He was a member of the Tang sect. There was actually a poison in the world that he had never heard of. Gu Jiao did not give Qi Xian a chance to breathe. She held the red tasseled spear and rushed toward Qi Xian. I'll take your life when you're sick. There was not much neurotoxin. She had to seize the opportunity. However, just as Gu Jiao approached Qi Xian, a man of sacrifice from the Han family rushed out from the forest. The man of sacrifice blocked the spear for Qi Xian. Mu Qingchen handed little Jing Kong to the guard beside him. The guard held one in each hand and looked at his master in confusion. Leave him to me. Mu Qingchen forced the man of sacrifice to take a few steps back. Gu Jiao attacked Qi Xian again. Qi Xian grabbed Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear. He used all his internal force to snatch the spear and threw it into the depths of the forest. The red tasseled spear was not heavy, so he could still throw it. If it was Xian Yuan Li's magical weapon, he would not be able to pick it up. As expected of Qi Xian from the Tang sect, he could still fight in this state. Gu Jiao clenched her fist and punched Qi Xian's face. Qi Xian's head was tilted and a tooth flew out. Gu Jiao raised her leg and kicked him into the sky. She leaped onto a tree branch, and when Qi Xian fell from the sky, she flew up and stomped down on Qi Xian's dantian. Qi Xian accelerated and fell to the ground, creating a large crater on the spot. Gu Jiao grabbed the tree branch with one hand and landed beside the hole. Gu Jiao raised her leg again and mercilessly stomped on Qi Xian's head. Unexpectedly, a bony hand grabbed her leg. Under the dust, Qi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. It's time to end this. Gu Jiao instantly felt Qi Xian's majestic and vast inner strength. It only numbed him for a short while. Gu Jiao tried to pull her leg back. She could not. Qi Xian was full of murderous intent. He said word by word. I said it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Gu Jiao's ankle and twisted it. You broke Han Ye's hamstring. Fine, I'll break one of your legs first as interest. With a loud bang, Qi Xian was blasted flying by a strand of sword qi that was like a graceful swan. He stood on the tree branch and steadied himself. This familiar sword energy was. He took a closer look. Under the moonlight, Gu Chongqing held a cold sword and stood in front of Gu Jiao like a cold-faced demon. What a powerful sword energy! Qi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Chongqing. He then looked at the 100-foot-long gully on the ground caused by the sword energy. He clenched his fists. Why was it this person again? He was the one who broke Han Ye's hamstring last time. Damn it! He still had poison in his body and was injured by that brat's sneak attack. He snorted coldly. I'll let you go today. The next time I see you, it'll be the day you die. He used his qinggong to leave. Gu Chongqing did not chase him. His sister was more important than the enemy. Gu Chongqing turned around and asked Gu Jiao, "Are you hurt?"
No.
Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Chongqing was still worried. He handed the sword to Gu Jiao and let Gu Jiao hold it. He knelt down on one knee and held up his sister's leg. He pinched it to make sure it was not swollen or cracked. Only then did he feel relieved. On the other side, Mu Qingchen also finished his battle. He was not used to killing people, so he knocked the men of sacrifice out. He walked over. Gu Jiao raised her dirty hand and wiped Gu Chongqing's face. His sister's face was covered in dirt. Well, he would not wash his face today. Mu Qingchen looked at the two of them and asked about Gu Jiao's condition. Are you okay? I'm fine, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Chongqing. He is. I don't know him. He's from the same hometown. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing said in unison. He's from the same hometown. I don't know him. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing said in unison again. Mu Qingchen was speechless. Do I look gullible? Mu Qingchen snorted. Don't say it if you don't want to. I don't have to know.
Oh.
Gu Jiao did not say anything. Mu Qingchen was speechless. Gu Chongqing's arrival made Gu Jiao feel much more relaxed. They encountered several groups of men of sacrifice and guards, but they were all taken care of by Gu Chongqing alone. Gu Chongqing fought, fed his sister, and hugged little Jing Kong. Throughout the whole process, Gu Jiao ate, and ate. Gu Jiao finished the last piece of dried meat and burped. We are almost out of the forest. There shouldn't be any masters who can fight, right? Mu Qingchen pondered for a moment. There is one who may be more troublesome than Qi Xian. Gu Jiao asked, Who is it? Mu Qingchen said solemnly, Taoist Qingfeng from the Feng family. He is a real martial arts genius. He is only 26 years old, but his inner strength is much stronger than Qi Xian's. If we encounter him, we can only wait to be beaten up. Somewhere in the forest, Feng Wuxiu squatted on the ground and drew circles. He looked hopeless. Brother, are you sure you are in the right place? Taoist Qingfeng nodded.
Yes.
But we have already walked around 7 times. Feng Wuxiu looked up and pointed at an old locust tree. I will leave a mark here every time I come here. There are already 7 marks now. Taoist Qingfeng stood in the air under the moonlight. He looked like a celestial being. His slender fingers pinched a hand-drawn sheepskin map. He studied the map carefully and said confidently, This is how I walked. I've been to this forest before and even walked out. Feng Wuxiu asked, How long did it take you to walk out last time? Not long. Taoist Qingfeng said, A month. Feng Wuxiu was speechless. Feng Wuxiu clenched his fists. He was so angry that his teeth almost broke. He stood up and roared like a lion. That's the reason why you only came home after 3 years. Chapter 743. Gu Jiao and the others finally walked out of the forest at dawn. Only then did they realize that they were in the opposite direction from where they came in. Mu Qingchen looked ahead and said, The official road is after crossing the ridge in front of us. Keep going south and you'll see a courier station. If there was a courier station, there would be carriages and horses. The horse that Gu Jiao brought out from the state preceptor hall was so tired that Gu Jiao didn't ride it anymore. Mu Qingchen's bodyguard led the horse. Gu Chongqing carried little Jing Kong while Mu Qingchen carried the young princess. They continued on their way. However, when they were crossing the ridge, a small incident occurred. The young Canton princess suddenly had difficulty breathing. Not long after, her face turned pale and her lips turned black. "Let me take a look." Gu Jiao walked over and leaned over to listen to the young princess's heartbeat and breathing. Mu Qingchen's breath stopped when he saw her suddenly approaching. He looked at the young princess in his arms and then looked at Gu Jiao's face. He couldn't help but cough. "How is she?" "It seems that she has an asthma attack." Gu Jiao took off the first aid kit from her waist and took out a bottle of asthma aerosol. "Young princess." The young princess opened her eyes and looked at Gu Jiao sadly. Gu Jiao carried her over and found a place to sit down. She shook the aerosol and pulled out the cork. "Breathe out the air first and hold it in your mouth. Breathe in when I tell you to. Don't spit it out after you wash." The young princess nodded weakly. It was said that chronic illness made the doctor. The young princess who suffered from asthma had been taking medicine since she was a child. She was more cooperative in treatment than other children. "Breathe out," Gu Jiao said. After the young princess breathed out, Gu Jiao put the nozzle into her mouth and pressed the switch of the aerosol. "Breathe in. I'll hit you 10 times before you exhale." The young commandery princess held the spit in her mouth obediently. Although she felt uncomfortable holding it, she could only look at Gu Jiao.
10 done, Gu Jiao said.
The young princess heaved a long sigh. "Are you feeling better?" Gu Jiao asked her. The young commandery princess took a few deep breaths. Phew. Not feeling any discomfort. The young princess opened her eyes wide in surprise. Did she recover so quickly? The imperial physicians regularly treated the young princess. In addition, Yan Shanjun and the monarch had taken good care of her these past few years, so her asthma rarely flared up. Gu Jiao suspected that the young princess had inhaled some allergens in the forest, which caused her to have an acute attack. "What kind of medicine is this? It's so effective." In the past, it would take a long time for the young princess to recover from her relapse. The imperial physician said that she would not recover every time. Therefore, prevention was the most important thing, and they tried their best not to let her relapse. Gu Jiao asked, "This is a special medicine for asthma?" Mu Qingchen asked confusedly, "You still have this medicine with you? Shouldn't a martial artist carry gold sore ointment, hemostatic ointment, and detoxification pills? Didn't you tell me that the young princess has asthma?" Since Mu Qingchen told her, she had prepared a bottle of asthma aerosol in the first aid kit. Mu Qingchen took a deep look at Gu Jiao and suddenly fell silent. "Go and get some water," Mu Qingchen said to the guard.
Yes.
There was a stream on the road they just walked on. It might be the stream they saw in the depths of the forest. It kept winding to the nearby area. Mu Qingchen wanted to carry the young princess over. The young princess clung to Gu Jiao's neck tightly and did not want to let go. "I want teacher to carry me. Your body is hard. Teacher's body is soft. Like." Gu Jiao covered her little mouth and said to Mu Qingchen, "Let me carry you. Little girl, don't go too far by rubbing my chest." Young master. The guard came back in a hurry. Mu Qingchen saw that the guard did not get any water and knew that something had happened. "What's wrong?" Mu Qingchen asked. The guard said, "I want to get some water. On the way, I met people from our family and the Mu family." The Su family and the Mu family. Gu Chongqing did not have a good impression of the 10 great families. He was ready to kill one of them if 2 came. Mu Qingchen looked at the back of the forest and frowned. It seemed that he was struggling in his heart. Finally, he said to Gu Jiao, "You go first. Don't walk on the ridge. It's too wide and easy to be found. You can take a detour and go out from the other side of the forest. Or I can take them back first. You can come out later." It was not easy to make him say such words. In his heart, he did not believe that the Mu family and the Su family would take the young princess away. But he did not know why, but he felt that it was right to let them leave first. Maybe he already had a guess in his heart that he did not want to face. Then we'll go. Gu Jiao turned around with the young princess in her arms. Goodbye, Mu Qingchen. The young princess waved her hand obediently. Goodbye, Mu Qingchen. Gu Chongqing followed her, with little Jing Kong in his arms. They walked a few steps to the east and entered the forest. When they were far away, they could still hear the conversation there. Qingchen, why are you here? Have you found any clues? No, second uncle. But I heard that the young princess has gone back.
What?
Gone back. Yes. I met an injured guard just now. I don't know which family he belongs to. He said that he saw someone take the young princess out of the forest and walk in the direction of the ridge. The young princess is safe.
She's fine.
Then we came here in vain. I don't know if it's too late to go after them now. Mu Qingchen looked at his second uncle with disappointment in his eyes. The young princess lay in Gu Jiao's arms for a while and fell asleep again. Gu Jiao looked at the little girl in her arms and said, I didn't expect that the disappearance of a little girl would cause all kinds of monsters to come out. Gu Chongqing said, the top 10 aristocratic families are not on good terms. This day will come sooner or later. In the past, everyone was jealous of the Xianyuan family and wanted to get rid of them. But when the Xianyuan family really died, they all wanted to be the next Xianyuan family. Gu Jiao asked, by the way, why are you here? Gu Chongqing said, Xiaoheng told me. He had planned to go out of the city to see Gu Yan, but Xiaoheng caught up with him when he reached the gate of the inner city. Gu Jiao asked, did you tell him that you were going out of the city?
Gu Chongqing said, no.
He guessed it himself. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. My husband is so smart. Gu Chongqing's face darkened. The forest was against the mountain, and the light was not very good. The two walked very carefully. Gu Jiao asked again, by the way, is everything going well with the crown prince? Gu Chongqing said, it's going well. Gu Jiao said, he's so trusting of the people sent by the underground martial arts arenas? Gu Chongqing explained, he gave me a kind of poison. I have to take the antidote once a month or I'll die. Gu Jiao looked at him. You drank it? Yes. Gu Chongqing nodded and looked at Gu Jiao. I think you can cure it. Gu Jiao said, I don't think I can cure it. Gu Chongqing was speechless. Gu Jiao's ears twitched. She turned her head and looked into the depths of the forest. There seems to be some movement over there. Gu Chongqing looked over. I heard it too. Should we go and take a look? Gu Jiao thought for a while. Let's go and take a look. Gu Chongqing carried little Jing Kong with one hand and wrapped his other hand around Gu Jiao's waist. He used his qinggong to bring her over. The two hid behind a big tree with the child in their arms. About 100 steps away, a young man in a Taoist robe was fighting with two masked men in black. In the middle of their fight, there was a handsome young man. It's Feng Wuxiu and Taoist Qingfeng, Gu Jiao whispered. You know them? Gu Chongqing asked in a low voice. Gu Jiao nodded. I've seen Taoist Qingfeng in the Grand Preceptor Hall. I've seen Feng Wuxiu's portrait in the library. Why is Feng Wuxiu younger than in the portrait? Feng Wuxiu was 23 years old, but he looked less than 20 years old in the portrait. Now that she saw the real person, he looked 3 years younger. Feng Wuxiu's age was not a lie. He was just naturally young. Taoist Qingfeng and the two men in black were fighting fiercely. The men in black were not much weaker than Qi Xian. The two of them together were equivalent to Qi Xian 2.0. Gu Jiao sighed. The Yan Kingdom is really full of masters. Who do you think will win? That Taoist priest, Gu Chongqing answered without hesitation. The two men in black used their killer moves. Taoist Qingfeng held back. In order to prevent his inner energy from affecting Feng Wuxiu, he split each move into two. One move was used to defend against the enemy, and the other was used to remove his inner energy from a certain part of his body. It was the first time Gu Chongqing saw such a fighting style. It was an eye-opener for him. Gu Jiao watched intently. It seems that Mu Qingchen was right. Luckily, we didn't meet this Taoist priest from the Feng family. The fight is almost over. Let's go. They were only halfway through the fight, but Gu Chongqing could already tell how long it would take for Taoist Qingfeng to defeat the two men in black. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing returned to the State Preceptor Hall at noon. The two children had woken up and had eaten at the relay station. However, their bodies and faces were still dirty, and they looked a little miserable. Gu Jiao could not check their injuries at night. When she got on the carriage, she found that they had different degrees of bruises and abrasions. They were all bruises and abrasions from the road. Xiaoheng had been waiting at the entrance of the State Preceptor Hall for a long time. Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao got off the carriage with the children in their arms. Xiaoheng quickly walked over and looked at the two little fellows who were in a terrible state. His eyes turned cold. He looked at Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing. "Are you okay?" "We're fine." This time, she and Gu Chongqing were really fine. Only the two little ones had suffered a lot. "Let me do it." Xiaoheng reached out and took little Jingkong from Gu Chongqing's arms. For the first time, little Jingkong did not protest. Although his face was ugly, his body was very honest. He lay in Xiaoheng's arms obediently and breathed in Xiaoheng's scent. He came to the family when he was 3.5 years old. 2 years had passed. He not only relied on Gu Jiao deeply, but also relied on Xiaoheng from the bottom of his heart. It was just like a child who loved his mother the most, but he would not abandon his father. Xiaoheng looked down at the little boy lying in his arms. "Are you scared?" He was too weak to be a demon.
"No."
Little Jing Kong snorted and said, "I'm just tired." He could still argue with him, so it should not be a big problem. Xiaoheng laughed. "Okay, you're tired. I'll let you rest today. I don't do homework." "Okay. And I want to eat candy." "Okay." Little Jing Kong rolled his grape-like big eyes. It was rare for his bad brother-in-law to be so reasonable. He decided to ask for a small benefit for himself. Xiaoheng saw through his little brother. He pinched his little face and said, "Don't overdo it. Otherwise you'll confiscate the ones in front of you." Little Jing Kong's face darkened in a second. He was indeed a bad brother-in-law. Xiaoheng suppressed the smile on his face and said to Gu Jiao, "I'll take Jing Kong to take a bath first. If someone asks, I'll say that he saved my aunt. I have to let him stay in the State Preceptor Palace for a few days." This was a good reason. "I have a question. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Shouldn't he call her aunt?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng smiled gently and said, "His Majesty's surname is Shangguan. According to the custom of the Great Yan Dynasty, people with the same surname should be called aunt." Gu Jiao suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. Then I'll send little princess back to the palace first." Xiaoheng looked at little princess who was holding Gu Jiao's neck and said, "No, the monarch is on his way." Speak of the devil. The monarch heard that little princess was sent back to the palace, but she was nowhere to be seen. So he wanted to go to the State Preceptor Palace to ask about the situation. When he learned that little princess was in the Qilin Hall, he rushed there without hesitation. "Your Majesty, please slow down." Zhang Dequan almost couldn't catch up with him. "Your Majesty, you're so old. Do you think you're still young? Aren't you afraid of falling?" Light Shui. Before the monarch arrived, his voice came first. Little princess raised her little head from Gu Jiao's arms and looked at the door. The moment the monarch rushed in, little princess cried, "Oh, Uncle, Your Majesty, there's a bad guy who wants to catch me." It was inconvenient for Gu Chongqing to show up, so he left after sending Gu Jiao. They were in the room next to Shangguan Yan's. Other than little princess, there were only Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng, and little Jingkong in the room. The monarch looked at the two wretched children and was instantly enraged. Gu Jiao didn't mind adding oil to the fire. This morning, little princess had an asthma attack. Her condition is very critical. The monarch looked at little princess who was crying and gasping for breath. Little princess sobbed and nodded. "I can't breathe, it's so uncomfortable." The monarch asked with heartache, "Are you still unable to breathe?" Little princess sobbed and shook her head. "I can't breathe now, my teacher gave me medicine." The monarch asked Zhang Dequan to take the two children next door to eat something. Then, he looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression and asked in a deep voice, "You were the one who found the young princess?" Gu Jiao said bluntly, "Yes." The monarch asked suspiciously, "How did you find her?" Are you suspecting me of embezzlement?
Gu Jiao said, I have an eagle.
It found her. The monarch was skeptical. Your eagle can find people? It has been trained.
Gu Jiao said.
That's strange. Gu Jiao said in her heart. I've seen that eagle. Xiaoheng said, the two children have also seen it.
That eagle knows them.
The monarch trusted Shengguanqing very much. He didn't dwell on this, but asked Gu Jiao, where's the person who took little princess?
I didn't see him.
Xiaoheng said first. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, yes, I didn't see him. The two children escaped into the forest from where they were imprisoned. I found them in the forest. I see. The monarch went next door to ask little Jing Kong and little princess. After all, little princess was only 4 years old. The clues she could give were limited. She only remembered that she was caught again and again, but she couldn't remember what those people looked like. Little Jing Kong remembered the appearance of the peddler, the man in black, and the master of the Dong family. But Xiaoheng just told him not to say that he didn't remember, because he didn't see clearly. Zhang Dequan said, Your Majesty, the two children are still young. It's normal that they can't remember clearly after such a big scare. The monarch left the Kailan Hall with a gloomy face. Gu Jiao looked at the monarch's receding figure and asked Xiaoheng, Why didn't you tell Jing Kong and me? Xiaoheng took her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. Because we don't have enough evidence even if we tell them. Maybe the aristocratic families will join hands and accuse us. Gu Jiao asked, so we'll just let it go like this. Xiaoheng combed her hair.
No.
The monarch won't. Little princess has suffered so much this time and almost lost her life. The monarch won't let it go. Those who are scheming behind our backs will soon realize that they have overestimated their abilities. On the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion, the monarch and the state preceptor sat opposite each other and drank tea. The state preceptor poured tea for the monarch and himself. Your Majesty, do you really want to do this? The monarch said seriously, That's right. The state preceptor smiled faintly, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. We agreed at the beginning that the state preceptor hall will not intervene in the affairs of the imperial court, will not participate in the struggle for power, and will not ask about the aristocratic families. The monarch said earnestly, I am not ordering you as the monarch of a country, but as an old friend asking you to help me. The state preceptor stopped drinking tea. Yi Qing. Yi Qing stepped forward and saluted. Disciple is here. The state preceptor asked, What time is it? Yi Qing replied respectfully, It's just past noon. The state preceptor said faintly, Master wants to see the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the little princess. Yi Qing's expression was solemn. Disciple accepts the order. Chapter 744. The Mu Family. Old Master Mu sat on the main seat. All the people who went to do things had returned. It was his second son, Mu Hong, who came to report to him. Father. Mu Hong stood in front of Old Master Mu and reported what happened in the forest truthfully. The families are fighting fiercely. I don't know who sent the young commandery princess back. Humph. Old Master Mu snorted coldly. They all look aloof from worldly affairs, but they are secretly more powerful than anyone else. Mu Hong said, I heard that there were many casualties. The specific situation depends on what the major families say. Old Master Mu frowns and says, I didn't expect so many things to be involved in this. Mu Hong said with shame, it wasn't so troublesome. If that little bastard hadn't escaped with the young commandery princess, we wouldn't have gone all the way to look for them. In the end, we led the people from the major families there. If they had stayed in that house quietly, who would have found out? But things had come to this point. It was useless to say these regretful words. It's all that little bastard's fault. Mu Hong couldn't help but complain. Who would have thought that a 5-year-old little bastard would mess up the Mu family's overall plan? Old Master Mu exhaled deeply. Have you dealt with everything that should be dealt with? Mu Hong said, Father, don't worry. All the evidence has been destroyed. Old Master Mu said again, What about the people who caught the young commandery princess? The young commandery princess has seen their faces. Mu Hong replied, "They are dead. I don't know which family killed them. Dead men tell no tales. No one will find out that it was the Mu family." Old Master Mu said thoughtfully, "The fox of the Dong family seems to know a lot of things." Mu Hong said indifferently, "He's not afraid even if he knows, unless he can show evidence. But the Dong family is not clean. He doesn't have the guts to bite the Mu family." Although the undercurrents between aristocratic families were turbulent, there were some shady dealings that no one would reveal to the surface. If the Han family and Mu family hadn't acted against Consort 1 first, the Mu family wouldn't have thought of using this kind of method to suppress the Han family. Grandpa Mu closes his eyes and sighs. "That's it. Don't mention it again. Tell your men to keep their mouths shut." Mu Hong cupped his hands and bowed. "Yes, father. I understand. What are you doing here?" Mu Tao's shout suddenly came from outside the door. Grandpa Mu frowns warily. Mu Hong turned around and quickly walked to the door. He opened the door and bumped into Mu Chuan, who was shaking outside the door. Mu Chuan looked at Mu Hong in horror. Mu Hong also looked at him in surprise. The two of them had different feelings of shock. Mu Chuan's had a hint of unfamiliarity and fear, as well as a slightly complicated feeling. Mu Hong quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Mu Tao, who was striding forward, and greeted him. "Big brother." Mu Tao grabbed Mu Chuan's wrist and walked out. "Brat, who allowed you to enter your grandfather's courtyard? Didn't you go to school? Why didn't you say hello when you came back?" Mu Chuan's feet were nailed to the ground. "Is it true?" he asked. Mu Tao paused. He looked past Mu Chuan and at Mu Hong, who was inside the door. Mu Hong took a deep breath and asked slowly, "Xiao Chuan, how much did you hear?" Mu Chuan's eyes turned red. "I heard everything." Mu Hong looked at Mu Chuan and said, "Listen to second uncle, and forget what you heard." Mu Chuan shook off his father's hand, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and quickly walked out of the door with red eyes. Mu Tao frowned. "Where are you going?" Mu Chuan choked. "I'm going to tell fourth brother." Mu Tao's face darkened.
"Brat.
Come back here." Mu Hong looked at Mu Tao. "Big brother." Mu Tao nodded knowingly. "I know what to do. I will let Xiao Chuan stay at home for the next 2 days." Mu Tao grabbed Mu Chuan back and locked him in his own courtyard. He let the guards and the Mu family's men of sacrifice take turns to watch him. The Mu family, which was thought to be foolproof, was approached by people from the state preceptor's hall. The leader was Yi Qing, the chief disciple of the state preceptor. Yi Qing was wearing a dark blue robe of the state preceptor's hall. The white edge of the lapel and collar were embroidered with light blue bamboo leaves, which was the symbol of an inner disciple. Yi Qing held a long sword and stood outside the gate of the Mu family with a stern expression. "Under the orders of the state preceptor, I invite family head Mu to the state preceptor's hall." Mu Tao and Mu Hong went out to greet him. Mu Tao was shocked and guilty at this scene, but he still said politely, "My father is not well. I don't know what the state preceptor wants to say. Why don't I go with you?" Yi Qing held his long sword horizontally. "You're not qualified." Mu Tao frowned. "Yi Qing, I'll say it again. Under the orders of the state preceptor, I invite family head Mu to the state preceptor's hall." The Mu family's guard said disdainfully, "Are you inviting or arresting people? Don't you know some etiquette? My master is someone you can take away if you wanna, He was stunned by Yi Qing's internal force. Yi Qing didn't even use his sword. At this time, Yi Qing was no longer the modest and gentle senior brother of the state preceptor's hall. He was an unsheathed sword with a sharp edge. Mu Tao suppressed his anger and asked, "When did your state preceptor's hall start to intervene in our family's affairs?" Yi Qing, no comment. Mu Tao took a deep look at Yi Qing and said to Mu Hong, "Go and inform father." "No need." Old Master Mu walked calmly from the Mu family's residence. Mu Tao and Mu Hong turned around and saluted Old Master Mu. "Father." Old Master Mu stood on the high steps and looked down at Yi Qing. "Since the state preceptor has invited you, this old man will go with you. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow." This old man doesn't believe that your state preceptor's hall can wrong this old man's innocence for no reason. Yi Qing said lightly, I didn't say anything bad or good. Why do you say that? Family head Mu shouldn't be guilty. Old Master Mu snorted coldly. Don't argue with this old man. When this old man worked for the imperial court, you were still reincarnated in some place. Yi Qing sneered. Is that so?
Please.
Mu Tao and Mu Hong said in unison. Father. Old Master Mu gave them a reassuring look. What should be cleaned up has been cleaned up. Even the state preceptor's hall can't find any evidence. Qilin Hall. Little Jing Kong took a bath comfortably in the next room. In order to comfort his injured little heart, he didn't have to bathe himself. He lay in a small bathtub all the time. Aheng, he raised his little arm, revealing his little dimples. I also need to wash here, aheng, and here. He raised his little feet again and scratched them with his toes smugly. The feeling of ordering a bad brother-in-law is too good. I feel that my child has reached the peak. Xiaoheng looked at him with a fake smile. Fine, you can show off. When Jiao Jiao is gone, see how I deal with you. Chapter 745. Xiaoheng took very good care of the little, sick egg, Ghost. He took a bubble bath the whole time, and after washing, he even gave him a full-body massage and applied the baby's prickly heat powder in the small medicine box. Here, and here. Wow, I smell so good. I want to let Jiao Jiao smell me. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. Nonsense, it's clearly me. Gu Jiao was also bathing and could not be seen for the time being. A certain white and tender little wax gourd rolled on the bed and supported his head with one hand. Lying down like a little Buddha, he said with an accent, Aheng, bring me some tea? Xiaoheng, I think you're asking for a beating. Little Jing Kong was crazily testing the edge of death. He did not realize that his bad brother-in-law's gaze was becoming dangerous. After taking a bath, he felt refreshed all over. Not long after, he fell asleep on his back. There was wind today, so it was still cool. Xiaoheng called a disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall and had him look after little Jing Kong. The corridor on the right side of the Qilin Hall was a rather special place. There were no unrelated people living in it. The room closest to the operating room was Shangguan Yan and Gu Jiao's room. He lived next door. The room opposite was empty. Xiaoheng had the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall clean up a room for Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng arrived in front of the room. Just as he was about to knock on the door was opened from the inside. Gu Jiao had just finished bathing and changed into a clean young man's robe. Her long hair was wet and draped over her shoulders and back. There was also a strand of hair that fell on her forehead. The water droplets trembled at the tip of her hair. They were sparkling and translucent, reflecting thousands of rays of light. Her black hair was black and shiny, which made her skin look like jade. Her long eyelashes also had water droplets hanging on them. Her eyes were moist, and her lips were soft and bright red. Xiaoheng's throat moved. Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. Xiaoheng realized that he had lost his composure. He cleared his throat and said, I came to see you. Is it convenient for me to come in? Gu Jiao stepped aside to let Xiaoheng in. Xiaoheng closed the door and went to the table. He poured himself a large cup of herbal tea and gulped it down. Only then did he feel the fire in his heart subside a little. Then he looked at Gu Jiao. It's not like you're drying your hair. Oh, Gu Jiao said indifferently. The weather is hot. It'll dry in a while. She went to the small table by the window and opened the small medicine box. Xiaoheng looked at the ointment she took out and asked, Are you hurt? Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I was just bitten a few times by mosquitoes. The mosquitoes in the forest were too poisonous. She didn't feel anything when she was bitten, but when she took a bath, she found that she had several big bumps. Was Jing Kong bitten by a mosquito? She asked.
He's fine. There are only a few small red spots.
Xiaoheng said as he walked over to her with a cotton towel. Let me see. Where are you bitten? Gu Jiao looked up and pointed to her neck. Here. She rolled up her sleeves and pointed to her wrist. And here, she didn't have any other thoughts. She just wanted to show him the big bumps caused by the mosquito bites. However, an indescribable thought flashed through Xiao Heng's mind. Thinking about it carefully, they hadn't been alone together for a long time. Even if she changed into a young man's robe and spoke in a young voice, as long as she was still her, he couldn't hide the impulse in his heart. You? Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. Xiao Heng lowered his eyes. I'll help you apply the ointment. Okay. Gu Jiao handed him the cotton swab and ointment. Xiao Heng lowered his head, dipped the cotton swab in the ointment, and applied it little by little on the big bumps caused by the mosquito bites. He tried to get rid of all distracting thoughts, but a certain someone didn't give him a chance to calm down. Lord Xiao, your heart is beating so fast. Gu Jiao put her hand on his chest. She had bathed in cold water, so her palm was cold. However, when she touched it, his heart became boiling hot. He grabbed her wrist and sighed helplessly. Gu Jiao, I can't concentrate on applying the ointment if you're like this. Gu Jiao, oh. Xiao Heng let go of her hand and continued to apply the ointment. Gu Jiao stopped and just stared at him. Then Xiao Heng heard the sound of saliva swallowing. Xiao Heng. Applying ointment was a common thing, but in this atmosphere, it became a very private thing. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Xiao Heng took a deep breath and calmly pulled her hand over. He rolled up her sleeves and applied the ointment evenly on each of her wounds. He finished slowly, and the entire process was done with ease and calmness. But the moment he placed the ointment on the table and threw the cotton swab into the basket, he suddenly clasped Gu Jiao's neck with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. He had been so calm earlier, like an old monk in meditation. Gu Jiao thought that he wouldn't do anything. This was too exciting. Gu Jiao's little heart contracted, and then she was swallowed by his domineering strength. He had really grown up. Were all men self-taught in this area? He was too good at it. It wasn't too hot today, and a cool breeze blew into the room. It was quite comfortable. Your Highness Chong-sun, I cut some fruits. Ah, I didn't see anything. He covered his eyes with one hand and quickly turned around while holding the tray with one hand. He planned to leave, but after thinking about it, he still walked in and put the fruits on the table. Then he closed his eyes and walked out. He didn't dare to open his eyes and even bumped into the wall. After he blindly stepped over the threshold. He blindly closed the door for the two of them. You two continue. Gu Jiao couldn't help laughing. Xiao Heng's ears turned slightly red. Gu Jiao looked at him with a faint smile and said, Will Xiao Qing beat you when he comes back? She kissed a man in broad daylight and was caught by a disciple of the State Master Hall. Her 19 years of chastity were really ruined.
Xiao Heng thought for a while.
It was Shengguan Qing who was caught, not him. It was no longer awkward. We'll talk about it when he comes back. He lifted her delicate chin and kissed her again. Little Jing Kong was so tired that he still hadn't woken up at 5 o'clock. Yi Qing, the eldest disciple, took old Master Mu to the 3rd floor of the book pavilion. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to the 2nd floor of the book pavilion to eavesdrop. They leaned against the window and pressed their ears against the wall. Gu Jiao asked, Did you hear anything? Xiao Heng shook his head. No, what about you? Gu Jiao said, Neither did I, it shouldn't be. She saw that they were upstairs, right above her head. Why couldn't they hear anything? Was the book pavilion so soundproof?
Keep a lookout for me, Gu Jiao said to Xiao Heng. She was referring to the 2 disciples of the State Master Hall who were guarding the entrance of the 2nd floor. Okay, Xiao Heng said. Gu Jiao climbed out of the window on the 2nd floor, grabbed the reliefs on the wall, and climbed to the 3rd floor little by little. When she finally climbed to the window on the 3rd floor, she saw a man of sacrifice of the State Master Hall with a very high realm standing in the window and looking at her expressionlessly. Gu Jiao. Hello, Master. Goodbye.
Gu Jiao climbed down quickly. Xiao Heng carried Gu Jiao in. Why are you so fast? Did you see them? After Gu Jiao landed, she clapped her hands, took a long breath, and said, Yes, I saw them. They were quarreling. On the third floor. Old Master Mu said confidently, what evidence does the State Master Hall have to prove that the Mu family did it? We have never offended the State Master Hall. Why should we be slandered like this? The State Master Hall said, the divination has made it very clear that it was your family who did it. Old Master Mu looked up to the sky and laughed. Divination? Ha, what a joke. Does the State Master Hall arrest people based on divination? You don't need evidence. The State Master Hall said calmly, it is the method of the Rearguard Commandery and the Yamen of 3 departments to arrest people based on evidence. The State Master Hall relies on divination. What divination? The old faker must have heard something from somewhere, but he couldn't show any conclusive evidence, so he used divination to cover it up. He thought that the State Master Hall had the courage to arrest him because they had something on the Mu family. In this way, he was not afraid. Old Master Mu sneered. State Master, I don't doubt your ability. It's just that if you put the blame on the Mu family based on divination, I'm afraid that the people in the world will not believe it. The State Master Hall fell into deep thought. The State Master Hall really had no evidence. Grandpa Mu said fearlessly, if you can show me the evidence, I'll give you my life. The State Master Hall said, Yi Qing. Yi Qing said, yes, Master. The State Master Hall said, call the witness. Old Master Mu's face changed. Yi Qing went downstairs in person. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng looked at the direction of the stairs from behind the bookshelf. Not long after, the two of them saw Yi Qing bring a middle-aged man with a fat figure upstairs. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. It's him? Xiaoheng asked, do you know him? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. The State Master Hall looked at Old Master Mu. Master Mu, do you know him? Old Master Mu frowned. No. His name is Pang Hai, the manager of the underground martial arts arena in Chengdu. Manager Pang happened to come to Chengdu. The State Master Hall said slowly, Yi Qing, give me the portrait. Yi Qing took a portrait and handed it to Pang Hai. Do you know this person? The person in the portrait was the peddler who took the young princess. Pang Hai carefully stared at the portrait for a long time. Isn't this Tong 5? I almost didn't recognize him after changing his clothes. He is a master of our underground martial arts arena, but he has been away from the arena for several years. Yi Qing asked again, do you remember which family invited him away? Well, Pang Hai hesitated. Yi Qing said seriously, in front of His Majesty, I advise you not to hide anything. Pang Hai braced himself and said, the Mu family. Like a bolt from the blue, Old Master Mu's whole body froze. Chapter 746. The novel will be updated more quickly. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had been waiting on the second floor of the library until the disciples came to close the door, but they didn't see Patriarch Mu come down. Xiaoheng said, they may work until very late. Let's go first and ask Yuhi later. Gu Jiao responded, okay. The two went out of the library and returned to the Qilin Hall. Little Jing Kong had just woken up and was sitting cross-legged on the bed in a daze. He slept for a long time and became muddle-headed. But as soon as Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold, he came to life in an instant. He jumped out of bed, stepped on his shoes, and ran over, shouting in a very low voice, Jiao Jiao. He couldn't let others hear him. Gu Jiao touched his little head. Did you sleep well in the afternoon? Yes. He nodded. Children are full of energy. Even if they experienced a day and night of running around, they can basically recover after sleeping for a whole day. Huh. Where's the light Shui? He asked. Gu Jiao said, she's with her uncle. When she was in the library, she saw Zhang Dequan carrying the sleeping little commandery princess to the third floor. She should be sleeping next to the king now. The little commandery princess doesn't have the energy of Jing Kong. Gu Jiao estimated that she would sleep until tomorrow morning. Are you hungry? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Little Jing Kong said. Xiaoheng came in, glanced at the little guy, and said, what do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it. Little Jing Kong's face darkened in a second. If you didn't say anything, Jiao Jiao would have made food for me just now. Xiaoheng looked at Jinkong's angry appearance, which made him look like a chubby pufferfish. Xiaoheng curled his lips and said, "All right, Jiao Jiao." Help Jinkong take a look at his teeth. "What's wrong? Do you have a toothache?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Jinkong quickly covered his mouth and mumbled, "It doesn't hurt." Xiaoheng said, "Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Didn't you say that you had a toothache 2 days ago?" I don't have any." He put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Little Jinkong did say that he had a toothache 2 days ago, but that was because he did not want to spoil his brother-in-law's extra homework. Gu Jiao thought that little Jinkong was 5.5 years old. It was indeed the age for him to lose his teeth. It was time to check his oral cavity. "Let me see," Gu Jiao said. Little Jinkong gave his bad brother-in-law a resentful look. He could reject anyone in the world, but not Jiao Jiao. Little Jinkong opened his mouth helplessly. Gu Jiao gently turned his little body to face the light outside the window. Then he took a cotton swab from the small medicine box and checked his baby teeth one by one. "One of your front teeth is loose," Gu Jiao said. "Pay attention to brushing your teeth during this period. Don't eat candy, and don't use your tongue against it." Little Jinkong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could brush his teeth properly and not use his tongue against it, but it was too pitiful to not be able to eat candy. Xiaoheng walked over and patted his little shoulder pretentiously. "You must have loosened your teeth from biting that man's tooth. This is a heroic act. You should be proud. Why do you look so sad?" "That's because of you. Bad brother-in-law did it on purpose. He had no candy to eat." Xiaoheng sighed to Gu Jiao. "I just promised to give him candy." Gu Jiao said sternly, "Don't give it to him." Xiaoheng looked at little Jinkong and raised his eyebrows. "Oh!" Little Jinkong roared in his heart. Ah. Bad brother-in-law is too hateful." The kitchen made porridge and egg noodles with vegetables. Firstly, it was to take care of Shangguan Yan's injury. Secondly, little Jinkong couldn't eat meat. They ate in Shangguan Yan's room. Although it wasn't the first time little Jinkong came to Qilin Hall, he was always late. If Shangguan Yan wasn't asleep, then he was asleep. Now they were officially meeting. Xiaoheng already had a princess mother, and now he had a crown princess mother. Xiaoheng thought little Jinkong would ask, but little Jinkong accepted it very smoothly. Little Jinkong walked out of Bai Shui Alley with his hands behind his back. He said with the same accent as Uncle Zhao, I know. You have a new identity. You're quite familiar with it." "Xiaoheng, you can think of it that way." Gu Jiao also told Shangguan Yan about little Jinkong's origin. He was a little monk adopted from a temple in the countryside of Zhao country. He didn't have parents, only a white-haired master who couldn't move. Gu Jiao put on protective gear for Shangguan Yan and helped her to sit down at the table. On the other side, Xiaoheng held little Jinkong's hand and entered the room. It wasn't the bald, little monk. It was a big cute baby with a small ponytail. He had a small round face, delicate and handsome facial features, big eyes, and long eyelashes. Little Jinkong came to Shangguan Yan like a gentleman and said politely, "Hello, Your Highness, my name is little Jinkong." Shangguan Yan didn't speak. She just stared at little Jinkong. She stretched out her hand and gently touched little Jinkong's face. "Gu Jiao, what's the situation?" "Xiaoheng, I don't know." After the two finished their eye contact, they continued to observe Shangguan Yan's reaction. Little Jinkong was also dumbfounded. Why did this beautiful auntie touch him the moment she came up? Shangguan Yan opened her mouth and asked softly, "What's your name?" "Jinkong." Little Jinkong repeated his name. Shangguan Yan asked again, "How old are you?" Little Jinkong stuck out his small chest and said, 8 years old. Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. "You're 3 years younger? Don't you know you only look for years old? No one would believe this kind of nonsense, okay?" "Jinkong." Gu Jiao looked at little Jinkong. Little Jinkong spread out his hands and said, "Well, I'm 5.5 years old." "Xiaoheng, 6 months is also counted? You..." Shangguan Yan wanted to say something but stopped. She smiled and said, "You're so cute." Little Jing Kong said with a smile, "You're also very beautiful." After the two complimented each other for a while, the family began to eat. Little Jing Kong was too small, so there was no special stool for him in the state preceptor hall. Xiaoheng specially brought a high chair for him. Little Jing Kong sat opposite Shangguan Yan, while Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng sat opposite each other. During the meal, Shangguan Yan glanced at Little Jing Kong from time to time. She seemed to like Little Jing Kong very much. Little Jing Kong felt the kindness from Shangguan Yan and was very happy to get close to her. He also generously shared his vegetarian meatballs with Shangguan Yan. After dinner, he took Gu Jiao to the yard to catch fireflies. Xiaoheng and Shangguan Yan stayed in the room and watched the two playing from the window. Xiaoheng expressed his doubts. "You seem to be very interested in Jing Kong." Shangguan Yan, who was sitting on the official's chair, looked at Little Jing Kong and laughed. She said, "No, it's just that when I saw him, I thought of someone." Xiaoheng paused and asked, "Who?" Shangguan Yan said, "Your uncle." Xiaoheng said, "I have many uncles." Xianyuan Li had 6 sons in total. Shangguan Yan said, "Your youngest uncle. When your grandaunt was pregnant with him, she was old and her body was seriously damaged. Your youngest uncle was much smaller than ordinary children when he was born. He could only walk when he was 2 years old and could only speak when he was 3 years old. He was weak since childhood and was the only one in the Xianyuan family who didn't practice martial arts. He was also the least known to the world. The men of the Xianyuan family were all outstanding in martial arts and had a lot of achievements. Only Little Six always stood behind the door weakly and couldn't do anything. He even fell ill when he went out to bask in the sun. Little Six often laughed that he didn't look like a child of the Xianyuan family. In the entire Xianyuan family, he was the most useless one. He couldn't do anything for the Xianyuan family. He was really ashamed of the Xianyuan family's bloodline. Xiaoheng said, "Jing Kong is as strong as a calf. He could eat, sleep, and do evil. He rarely got sick, and even if he got sick, he would recover faster than ordinary people." "I caught it! I caught it!" Little Jing Kong caught a firefly and ran around the yard excitedly. However, he didn't look at his feet. Extreme joy turned to sorrow, and he fell down with a bang. The sound of him falling to the ground made Shangguan Yan feel pain for him, who knew that in the next second, Little Jing Kong got up and continued to run forward. Oh, it flew away again. "No, I must catch it." Shangguan Yan sighed. "It really doesn't look like it. If Little Six fell like just now, he would die on the spot." Little Jing Kong was sweating profusely. Xiaoheng said to Shangguan Yan, "I'm going to change to a Jiao Jiao." This child was too energetic. If he really played, he could make the whole family collapse. Besides, Gu Jiao didn't rest well last night. Xiaoheng wanted to let Gu Jiao go to bed early. Jing Kong. As soon as Xiaoheng came to the yard, the young princess ran over with her little dress. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Light shui. The two little kids met in the yard. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Why are you here?" The young princess sighed. "They were quarreling and woke me up, so I came to find you." Zhang Dequan came over with a smile and saluted Xiaoheng, His Highness Zhang-sun. Then he turned around and politely bowed to Shangguan Yan behind the windowsill. "Teacher." The young princess greeted Gu Jiao. Then she raised her little head and looked at Xiaoheng, waiting for Xiaoheng to greet her. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little auntie." The young princess nodded with satisfaction and, "Good nephew." Little Jing Kong suddenly whispered to her, "Wow, you're so awesome. You're my bad, his auntie. Then can you order him around?" The young princess was puzzled. "My nephew is so good. Why should I order him around?" "Because I want to order him around. I also want to turn my bad brother-in-law into Little Eight and play with him every day." "Forget it, this plan doesn't seem to work at the moment." Little Jing Kong asked the young princess, "I'm catching fireflies. Do you want to join me?" The young princess played with her fingers, and, "I can't catch them." Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. "It's okay. I'll catch them for you." In the library, except for 2 men of sacrifice from the state preceptor's palace, the emperor asked everyone else to leave, leaving only him, old Master Mu, and the state preceptor. Yi Qing was guarding the aisle. No one knew what the emperor said to old Master Mu. They only knew that old Master Mu was taken away by the people of the rearguard commandery. You can leave, too, the state preceptor said to the men of sacrifice. The 2 of them nodded and left the study. The state preceptor looked at the emperor, who was at his wit's end, and asked, Your Majesty, are you worried that the rearguard commandery can't find evidence that the Mu family ordered Tongwu? Although Pang Hai's testimony could prove that Tongwu was an aide of the Mu family, it couldn't prove that it was the Mu family who ordered it. Maybe Tongwu was bribed by someone else. The emperor snorted. If Wang Su can't even find evidence, he might as well resign. The state preceptor poured a cup of tea for the emperor. Your Majesty, why are you at your wit's end? Are you thinking about how to deal with the Han family? The Han family couldn't escape the crime of dereliction of duty. The emperor didn't speak. The state preceptor said, In fact, Your Majesty has long wanted to take back the Han family's Black Wind cavalry and the Mu family's military power. With all due respect, the young princess's suffering is distressing, but this matter came at the right time. The emperor looked at him. It's rare for you to talk about the imperial court with me. The state preceptor smiled. I don't want to talk about it, but Your Majesty is waiting for me to talk. The emperor stood up and paced in the room for a long time. He came to the window and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, he said, 25 years ago today was the day you divined the divination for the Xianyuan family. The state preceptor's hand that was drinking tea paused. The emperor recalled, You said that the North Star appeared, and the emperor came out of Xianyuan. The state preceptor slowly held the teacup. Your Majesty, the emperor said, I'm thinking that I have already killed everyone in the Xianyuan family. I can sit back and relax, but why do I always feel uneasy in my heart recently? Are the people of the Xianyuan family really dead?
No,
the state preceptor said. The emperor frowned. The state preceptor said indifferently, There is also the crown princess and the emperor's grandson. They also have the blood of the Xianyuan family in their bodies. Your Majesty, if you want to eliminate all future troubles, you should kill them together. The emperor turned around and looked at the state preceptor coldly. Their surname is Shangguan. The state preceptor met his gaze indifferently. Jing Yining is also surnamed Jing. The 2 people's eyes were in a stalemate in the air for a while. The emperor turned around and continued to look at the sky. I don't want to quarrel with you. The state preceptor picked up the teacup. Yi Qing, see the guest out. Yi Qing pushed the door and entered. The only person in the whole Great Yen who dared to ask him to leave was the person in front of him. The emperor frowned and said, You tell my divination again. See if there is still the North Star appearing, and the emperor comes out of Xianyuan. The state preceptor said, No. The emperor said coldly, Are you going to defy the decree? The state preceptor said neither humbly nor overbearingly, Revealing the secrets of heaven will shorten my life. I have already lost 10 years of my life. If I calculate again, I am afraid I will lose my life. What's more, the same divination can't be calculated twice. The emperor flicked his sleeves and left. Where is the little princess? The emperor asked the eunuch outside the library. The eunuch said, Your Majesty, the little princess went to the Qilin Hall. Why go to the Qilin Hall again? The emperor frowned impatiently and strode toward the Qilin Hall. Chapter 747. All the little Jing Kong was playing happily with the little princess when he heard the laughter of the 2 little kids from afar. The little princess wasn't so childish in the palace. She always put on the airs of an elder and acted like an elder. The 2 little kids were chasing the fireflies in the courtyard and didn't notice that someone was coming towards them. Zhang Dequan was the first to notice the monarch. He quickly bowed to him. The monarch raised his hand and signaled him to step aside. Zhang Dequan stepped to the side. The 2 little kids were chasing the fireflies. The little princess was running in front and accidentally bumped into the monarch's thigh. Little Jing Kong didn't stop in time. In order to avoid bumping into the little princess, his little body swayed to the side and bumped into the monarch's other thigh. The monarch had met Little Jing Kong twice before. The first time was when Little Jing Kong and Little Princess stood outside the Qilin Hall and sang something like "You love me, I love you," and so on and so forth. Until now, those sweet words were still echoing in the monarch's mind. As for the appearance, the monarch didn't take a closer look. The second time was at noon. The two little kids were sitting in the Qilin Hall. Their faces were dirty, and he couldn't see their faces clearly. Now that Little Jing Kong was in front of him, he finally had the chance to look at his young and tender face. There was no doubt that he was good-looking. Little Jing Kong's excellent appearance didn't diminish because of his tan. Whether it was his fair and tender appearance in the Xiaobui Kingdom or his current tanned appearance, he was extremely cute. But there was a trace of heroic spirit in his delicate eyes. More importantly, there was no trace of fear in his eyes when facing the monarch of the Yan dynasty. When this child grows up in the future, he would definitely be extraordinary. Uncle! The little princess hugged the monarch's thigh. Little Jing Kong responded with an "oh" and took a step back. He politely greeted the monarch, "Uncle Light Shui, how are you?" The monarch's gaze fell on Little Jing Kong's face. As he looked, he couldn't help but frown. It was a very strange feeling, and even he couldn't tell what it was. "Your Majesty." Xiao Heng walked over from the other side of the old locust tree. "Qing." His Majesty shifted his gaze away from Little Jing Kong's face and looked at Xiao Heng. "Did they disturb your rest?" Xiao Heng was now setting up a weak and sickly persona. He would pass away in half a year. He adjusted his breathing and said weakly, "No, it's too hot. I can't sleep." The monarch looked at him and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, ask the imperial advisor to get you some medicine." Xiao Heng smiled bitterly. Don't waste the herbs. For a dying person, taking medicine was just a psychological comfort. Xiao's black-bellied, Heng had a good grasp of his character setting. The king's gaze was still unconsciously attracted to Little Jing Kong.
He frowned.
This child, Xiao Heng said, Dr. Xiao said that he had just come back from the forest. It's best to observe him in the imperial advisor's palace for a day or two. After making sure that his body and mind are fine, we'll send him back. I've already sent someone to inform his family. After all, he was the child who risked everything to save Shangguan Shui. It was reasonable for him to rest in the imperial advisor's palace for a few days. The monarch looked deeply at Little Jing Kong and didn't say anything more. Light Shui, we should go back to the palace. The young princess reluctantly waved goodbye to them. Goodbye, Jing Kong. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, little nephew. Goodbye, cousin. Shangguan Yen waved at her from behind the window. The monarch looked at Shangguan Yen and frowned. In the end, he didn't say a word. After getting on the carriage, the young princess happily played with the light-colored glass bottle in her hand. The glass was translucent. There were fireflies caught by Little Jing Kong inside. They were flashing like stars in the sky. But the monarch thought of that child. A 5-year-old child actually dared to bite a human trafficker in the middle of the street and calmly brought little Snow out of the place where they were locked up. He even found a hiding place and hid for an entire afternoon. He was hungry and gave all his food to Light Shui. Brave, witty, calm, kind, all the good qualities in the world seemed to be applied to that child. Uncle, can I come to Jing Kong again tomorrow? The young princess interrupted the monarch's thoughts. You're not afraid? The monarch asked her. Afraid of what? The young princess asked him. The monarch said with a smile, Didn't you say this afternoon that you won't go out in the future? You're afraid that you'll meet bad people when you go out. Oh, this I just told Jing Kong. The young princess said, but Jing Kong said that we can't. Grandpa Greystone. The monarch was confused. What Grandpa Greystone? The young princess tried to explain. It's you choked on your food. You can't stop eating because you're afraid of choking in the future. So, I can't stop going out because I'm afraid of meeting bad people. The world is so big, I want to see it. I think you just want to go to the State Preceptor Palace. Also, it's called stopping eating because of choking. The monarch asked, did he really say that? The young princess nodded and said, yes. The monarch sneered, you know a lot. He coaxed her in the afternoon until his throat was dry, but the little girl didn't listen to a word he said.
Why?
Her little friend said something, and she immediately took it as the truth. Zhang Dequan smiled and said, he must have a good family education. It's a good thing that the young princess can make such a friend. The monarch said, little Jing Kong slept too much during the day and didn't feel sleepy at night. He sat on the chair and swung his legs in boredom. Jiao Jiao, I want to eat thousand-layer pastry, the kind without sugar. Thousand-layer pastry was sweet and salty, but usually a little lard would be added to enhance the taste. Only an old shop in Daxing Alley had thousand-layer pastry made with lard. Gu Jiao said, okay, I'll buy it for you. Xiao Heng said, I'll buy it. Little Jing Kong jumped on the ground. I want to go too. Xiao Heng said, no, you don't. Little Jing Kong insisted on going with them. Considering that he had just been frightened, it was normal for him to be clingy. Gu Jiao took him with them. Daxing Alley was not far from the State Preceptor Palace. It was windy tonight and the temperature was cool, so the family decided to walk. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong in the middle. Little Jing Kong jumped up and down excitedly. The inner city of Xingdu was very busy when there was no curfew. It was late now, but the streets were still crowded with pedestrians.
Wow.
It's so beautiful. Their lanterns are made of gold. Can I go and have a look?
No.
That's a brothel.
Wow.
It's so lively. So many people. Can I go in and have a look? That's a gambling den. Then what about this? That's a funeral clothes shop. There are so many children there. I want to go too. That's a place where the poor send their children to the palace to be eunuchs. What's wrong with you, kid? Xiao Heng decisively carried the little guy on his shoulder. Little Jing Kong struggled.
Put me down. Put me down.
Xiao Heng said, no. Little Jing Kong's face turned red. I want to pee. I can't hold it in anymore. Xiao Heng was speechless. Children's pee really came at a whim. Xiao Heng's body shook. Don't pee on me. Then he said to Gu Jiao, I'll take him to the toilet. Then I'll line up. The shop is in the alley ahead. Gu Jiao pointed to the direction for Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng said, okay. I'll find you later. Gu Jiao went to line up in the alley ahead. The business of this dessert shop was very good, and the line was very long. Gu Jiao stood at the end, and the line almost extended to the alley across the street. While she was waiting, she suddenly felt a strong aura flashing over her head. It was so fast that the people around her didn't notice it at all. Gu Jiao didn't take it seriously at first, but the next second, another strong aura flashed over her head. These two people's auras were comparable to Qi Xian's, and seemed to be even stronger. The two people fought in another alley nearby. Gu Jiao could clearly feel the collision of their internal forces. She decided to take a look. It was an alley that sold coffin shops and shrouds. The shops had long been closed, and only the signboards of the shroud shop and the coffin shop fluttered silently in the night wind. Under the moonlight, there was a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. Gu Jiao stood outside the alley and blocked the view with her body. She only stuck her head out to take a peek. It was a Buddhist disciple and a Taoist disciple who were fighting. The Buddhist disciple tapped his toes and somersaulted in the air, landing on the roof at the side, facing Gu Jiao's direction. Gu Jiao took a closer look.
Huh?
A handsome monk? At this moment, the Taoist disciple jumped and hit him with his palm. He turned around and calmly retreated half a foot in Gu Jiao's direction. This time, the Taoist disciple's face was also revealed. Gu Jiao was even more surprised. Taoist Qingfeng? Why were these two people fighting? Was Taoist Qingfeng the Taoist disciple who chased after the handsome monk last time? A handsome monk and a Taoist priest. This was what it meant to be a fight between immortals. It's so eye-catching. Gu Jiao's eyes were wide open. Taoist priest, be reasonable. If I hadn't brought you out of the forest, you might have been trapped there for a year or so. Why don't we write off the grudge between us? In your dreams. Taoist Qingfeng hit the monk's chest with his palm in the air. His robe fluttered in the night wind. His eyes were like jade, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. The monk's figure flashed and dodged his attack. There weren't many people in the world who could avoid Taoist Qingfeng's palm. Under the moonlight, the monk was as beautiful as a demon god. He smiled and caught a falling leaf with his fingertips. He sighed and said, "Alas, I just peeked at you taking a bath once. Why did you hold a grudge for so many years?" Taoist Qingfeng's handsome face flashed with anger, and he unleashed a killing move.
Die.
The monk sneered and waved his arm. The leaf on his fingertips turned into a knife and shot toward Taoist Qingfeng's eyebrows. This was also a killing move. "Are you done peeing?" Xiaoheng looked at little Jing Kong, who came out of the toilet. "Go wash your hands." Little Jing Kong came to the well to wash his hands with a sulky face. Xiaoheng looked at him with amusement. "Who are you trying to show your sulky face to?" Little Jing Kong snorted. "The bad brother-in-law who won't let me eat candy." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "Jiao Jiao won't let you eat candy?" Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "That's because you told Jiao Jiao that my teeth are broken." Xiaoheng said innocently, "Your teeth are broken?" Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and turned his face away. Humph. This was a shop that sold dried meat. Xiaoheng bought some dried meat for Gu Jiao on the way. Then Xiaoheng took little Jing Kong to the shop that sold 1,000-layer pastry. There were many people in the queue. Xiaoheng looked from the front of the line to the end of the line, but he still couldn't find Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong asked seriously, "Did you remember wrongly? Jiao Jiao didn't come here to buy 1,000-layer pastry?" Xiaoheng held a bag of dried meat in one hand and little Jing Kong in the other. He said, "It's here. I didn't remember wrongly." Little Jing Kong thought for a while. "Did Jiao Jiao also go to the toilet? I want to find Jiao Jiao." Xiaoheng said, "Don't run around. Just wait here." Little Jing Kong refused to cooperate. "I don't want to. I want to find Jiao Jiao. If you don't let me find Jiao Jiao, I'll cry. I'll say that you're a human trafficker." He was not afraid of children arguing with him, but he was afraid of children having IQ. This was the little guy's last stubbornness. Who asked him to lose his candy? Xiaoheng was angry and amused. "Okay, I'll take you to find Jiao Jiao." They went around and came back. Xiaoheng held little Jing Kong's hand and walked in a random direction. Gu Jiao went out from the end of the alley, while they went out from the front. In the creepy alley, Taoist Qingfeng and the monk had fought for more than 10 rounds. Gu Jiao hated that she did not have a bag of dried meat with her. She felt sorry for the fierce fighting scene. Although the two were fighting fiercely, their moves were only aimed at each other. They did not destroy a house, a door, a brick, or a tile. This was the cultivation and realm of a master. Those who blasted holes in other people's houses often did not consider the cost of repairing the houses. "I still have something to do. I don't want to fight with you anymore. Let's end it." The monk stood on the roof. His inner strength suddenly surged. His gray monk robe fluttered without wind, as if a sea of qi was rolling. Taoist Qingfeng frowned. What a strong murderous aura. The monk flew up with a strong murderous aura. Like a Buddha who had fallen into the devil's path, he suddenly attacked Taoist Qingfeng's vital point. "Master." A crisp voice tore through the murderous aura in the alley. The monk's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 748. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. The monk had seized the right opportunity to make this move. He had sealed off all of Taoist Qingfeng's escape routes before making this move. It was supposed to be foolproof. But when he heard the word master, all of his true qi was reversed. His body stopped in the air, and he suddenly lost control of his body. He fell from the air and hit the ground with a thud. He fell face first onto the ground. "Brat, do you have to trick me like this?" His posture was unsightly, so he quickly got up. But just as he propped himself up with his arms, Taoist Ching Feng punched him hard in the face. He was sent flying on the spot. Brat, you really tricked me. But it was good that he was sent flying. He could take the opportunity to slip away. The monk didn't come back to fight with Taoist Ching Feng. Instead, he leaped onto a nearby roof and disappeared into the boundless night. The monk used his qinggong to the extreme as if he was in a rush to reincarnate, leaving the eerie and strange alley far behind him. He wanted to run 800 miles in one breath and finally stopped at a deserted street corner. He had never been so tired even when fighting a war. Huff, huff, huff. He leaned against the wall with one arm, supporting his body slightly, and grabbed his clothes with the other hand, fanning himself. I finally got rid of him. This little demon is too scary. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and breathed heavily. Suddenly, a long shadow pulled by the moonlight quietly approached, eerily projecting at his feet. The owner of the shadow raised the devil's hand. A sense of vigilance rose from the bottom of his heart, and he quickly turned around.
Huh? No one?
Master. The little demon jumped out from behind him. His body stiffened again. The little demon walked in front of him, raised his little head, and said cutely, Master, it's really you. The monk wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why can't I get rid of you after running so far? How did you catch up? There was a shortcut in this world. The monk looked at the innocent little Jing Kong, and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was rubbing her chin and looking at him in deep thought. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Little Jing Kong said excitedly, Master, 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 why did you come to Shengdu? Are you here for me? Have you read the letter I wrote to you? Why don't you reply to my letters? Has the abbot returned to the temple? How are Jing Fan, Jing Shan, and Jing Xin? Senior brothers, did you miss me? Little Jing Kong blasted, turning into a little loudspeaker spirit in a second. To tell a joke, all the monks in the temple would not be able to recite scriptures better than him. The monk had a look of despair on his face. If you want me to answer, at least let me interrupt first. Master, Master, let me introduce you to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong could not wait to introduce his master to Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over and stood beside the two of them. She tilted her head and looked at the beautiful monk. She narrowed her eyes and said, So you're the old man with the white beard. The monk was confused. What old man with the white beard? Gu Jiao looked at the little guy beside her. Jing Kong, didn't you say that your master is an old man? Little Jing Kong said seriously, Yes. I'm a little guy, but isn't my master an old man? He said it himself. If you don't do it, do you want me to do it? Little Jing Kong imitated him perfectly. The monk who always found all kinds of excuses to order his disciples to do this, and that in order to slack off, was speechless. Ahem. He cleared his throat and made a Buddhist salute with one hand. Amipa, my Buddhist name is Liaochen. Gu Jiao chuckled. On the other side, Xiaoheng met Taoist Ching Feng. He recognized that this was the young Taoist who saved him on the street last time. However, Xiaoheng did not know his true identity because there was no portrait of Taoist Ching Feng in the library of the State Preceptor Palace. Xiaoheng greeted him.
Taoist.
Taoist Ching Feng looked at Xiaoheng and nodded slightly. Then he turned and walked away. Xiaoheng was speechless. Xiaoheng looked at Taoist Ching Feng's back and said thoughtfully, It seems that he doesn't remember me. He did a good deed and never took it to heart. What a virtuous Taoist. Xiaoheng waited for a while at the entrance of the alley. Gu Jiao led Little Jing Kong to him. Little Jing Kong was jumping up and down even more happily than when he came out. Behind them was the young monk who fought with the young Taoist just now. He was wearing a gray monk's robe. He was tall and handsome and held a string of Buddha beads in his right hand. At this moment, he looked like a merciful monk. When he fought with Taoist Ching Feng just now, he looked like a murderous demon. The three of them stopped in front of Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao said to Little Jing Kong, Introduce him to your brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong nodded. He came between Xiaoheng and Liaochen and stretched out his gentlemanly hand. Brother-in-law, this is my master, Liaochen. Master, This is my brother-in-law, Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao agreed to introduce Xiaoheng's true identity. Gu Jiao used her original voice to talk to Liaochen just now. Now that there were many people on the street, she changed her voice to that of a teenager. Xiaoheng was mentally prepared. He greeted politely, Master Liaochen. Liaochen made a proper Buddhist salute. Benefactor Xiao. The intersection was not a good place to talk. Coincidentally, there was a stall selling dumplings nearby. Little Jing Kong looked at the stall and drooled. They decided to go and have a seat. A bowl of dumpling wrappers, Gu Jiao said to the stall owner. The stall owner was stunned. This was the first time he met someone who wanted to eat dumpling wrappers. Gu Jiao said, use water.
The stall owner said, okay.
Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng were not hungry. Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen. Master Liaochen, what kind of filling do you want to eat? Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao strangely. No matter what kind of filling a dumpling, there was meat in it. It was not a glutinous rice ball. Liaochen chuckled. Cabbage and pork filling? Gu Jiao said to the stall owner, a bowl of cabbage and pork dumplings, a big bowl. The stall owner looked at the monk in front of him and was even more confused. They sat down at a small square table. Little Jing Kong wanted to sit next to Gu Jiao, so the two of them sat on one side. Xiaoheng and Liaochen each sat on one side, facing each other. The stall owner boiled a bowl of dumpling wrappers with water and brought it over. Gu Jiao dripped more than half of the soup, leaving less than a third. She mixed it with vegetable oil, vinegar, and some pickles and handed it to Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Liaochen smiled and said, Benefactor Gu, you take good care of Jing Kong. It was the kind of kindness that came from the heart. No wonder he did not return the little guy. Gu Jiao said lightly, it's okay. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Did this monk offend Jiao Jiao? Xiaoheng thought carefully. Jiao Jiao was willing to let Jing Kong introduce their real identities, which meant that they were on the same side. Maybe they had offended Jiao Jiao in some small way. Xiaoheng continued politely. By the way, Master Liaochen, do you have any grudges or misunderstandings with the Taoist just now? Liaochen narrowed his eyes and smiled. You mean Qing Feng? Qing Feng? Xiaoheng felt that this name was familiar. Gu Jiao said, he is Taoist Qing Feng of the Feng family, Feng Wuxiu's brother. With that said, Xiaoheng had an impression. It's that 26-year-old martial arts prodigy, the young expert who defeated Han Yi. Han Yi was known as the best master among his peers, but that was only because Taoist Qing Feng did not leave the mountain. Plus, the Han family was used to bragging, so even Han Yi himself believed it. He really thought he was the best. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, that's him. Why do you seem to care about him? With Xiaoheng's temperament, he would not care about the personal affairs of someone he met for the first time, even if one of them was a master from Jing Kong. Xiaoheng said, we met once. Once I fell down on the street and almost got hit by a carriage. It was that Taoist who saved me. Really? Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. She had never heard Xiaoheng mention this before. Xiaoheng nodded to Gu Jiao. He didn't leave his name, and I didn't have anything to do, so I didn't mention it. I just want to say hello to him, but he didn't seem to remember me. Maybe he forgot. Liaochen laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiao asked curiously. He didn't forget your husband. He didn't remember him at all. Liaochen smiled gently, his charming peach blossom eyes curving into beautiful arcs. That Taoist, he's face blind. Brother. Around the corner, Feng Wuxiu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw his brother. He hurried forward and asked his brother, Brother, was that man the stinky monk from back then? Yes, it was him, Taoist Qing Feng said. Feng Wuxiu said angrily, that guy still dares to come to Shing City. Isn't he afraid that the Feng family will tear him apart? Taoist Qing Feng did not speak. Thinking of something, Feng Wuxiu asked again, Brother, did you get the thing back? The thing? Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen. Are you saying that you stole something from Taoist Qing Feng? First of all, I didn't steal anything from him. Liaochen spread his hands. It's not his. Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao. Liaochen sighed. All right, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Master, here are your dumplings. The owner brought a bowl of steaming dumplings over and placed it on the table. Liao-chen picked up his chopsticks and put one into his mouth. He smiled with satisfaction. It tastes good. It's nothing special. It's just a book. The Letter of Credence of the Yen Kingdom. It all started a few years ago when Taoist Qingfeng went to the Grand Preceptor Hall to borrow a book. Before Taoist Qingfeng became a monk, he was a student of Canaan Academy. Because of his outstanding talent in martial arts and spells, he attracted the attention of the Grand Preceptor. But because the Grand Preceptor Hall never accepted disciples from aristocratic families, they did not become master and disciple. Later, Taoist Qingfeng became a Taoist priest. The Grand Preceptor still liked him very much and even made an exception to lend him one of the letters of credence of the Yen Kingdom. He was carrying the letter when Liao-chen bumped into him. While he was bathing in the stream at the foot of the mountain, Liao-chen secretly took the letter. It would have been fine if he had just stolen something, but to prevent Taoist Qingfeng from catching up, Liao-chen even took away his clothes. Without his clothes, Taoist Qingfeng could only sit in the water and wait. When night fell, not a single disciple passed by. That was not strange. Taoist Qingfeng was relieved to change and bathe because he knew there would not be any disciples or villagers here. Taoist Qingfeng could not stay in the water like a fish for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to go up the mountain in a relaxed manner. His lightness skill was good. As long as he flew fast enough, no one could see him. The Taoist temple had strict rules. They rose at 5:00 and rested at 7:00. To be safe, he entered the Taoist temple after 7:00. Everything went smoothly. There was no one in the courtyard or on the path. However, Taoist Qingfeng forgot that it was his birthday that day. In fact, no one in the Taoist temple slept. They knew that senior brother Qingfeng was coming back today, so they all went to Qingfeng's yard and decided to give him a surprise when he came back. They wanted him to feel the warmth and care of his fellow disciples. So, when Taoist Qingfeng passed all the checkpoints and finally flew back to his courtyard, the disciples who had been waiting for a long time lit up the fireworks in the open space. With a loud bang, the fiery trees and silver flowers danced in the nightless sky in the cool breeze. The disciples in the Taoist temple all witnessed the celestial light reward. Taoist Qingfeng turned around and left. No one saw his handsome face covered by his long hair, but everyone knew that it was embarrassing. However, although the height resembled, the figure resembled, the length of the hair, the aura, the lightness skill that flew over their heads, resembled. Everything resembled. But even if his toes were exactly the same, he could not be the purest and most flawless Taoist Qingfeng of the Baiyun Temple. It must be some shameless pervert who deliberately blasphemed their Taoist Qingfeng. They were very angry. The consequences were very serious. So, the Baiyun Temple posted a wanted poster with a high reward on the Jianghu website. The kind with a picture. Chapter 749. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at Liao-chen. I don't believe that you just stole a book. You must have done something else to make them remember you, and come all the way to kill you. Liao-chen put his palms together. Amitabha, monks don't lie. Gu Jiao looked at his empty bowl. There was not a single dumpling left with cabbage and meat fillings. Even the dumpling soup was gone. Gu Jiao thought, are you a monk? Master. Where do you live? Little Jing Kong asked. Master. Liao-chen paused and smiled. I have a place to live.
You don't have to worry about me. Oh.
Little Jing Kong said. No. I just want to ask where you live. If I want to see you, I'll go to you. Liao-chen smiled. No, I'll come to you. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. So, will you stay in Chengdu for a long time this time? I'm going to school in Chengdu, and I don't know how long it will take. At the mention of this, Xiaoheng remembered that Liao-chen asked the abbot to bring their admission documents.
Who was he?
How did he get so many admission documents from the Yen Kingdom? Was he from the Yen Kingdom? If so, why did he become a monk in the Zhao kingdom? Little Jing Kong was present, and the adults were very restrained. They didn't ask anything that they shouldn't ask, and they just silently complained in their hearts. Little Jing Kong finished his food. He picked up the small bowl and drank the soup. Not a drop was left. No way, you ate it so cleanly? Liao Chen was shocked. He looked rounder than when he was in the temple. It didn't look like he wasn't fed well. Little Jing Kong put down the bowl and said to Liao Chen seriously, "Every grain is hard work. Jiao Jiao said that we can't waste food." Liao Chen curled his lips. After all, she was 2 years older and didn't want to be a cullender anymore. In the past, when he was in the temple, he would eat all the way and spill all over the table. Little Jing Kong was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and asked, "Are you full?" Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and pointed at his little fingers. "Jiao Jiao, can I have another box of 1,000-layer pastry?"
No.
Gu Jiao refused immediately. "You'll get indigestion if you eat too much at night." This bowl of dumpling wrappers was given to him because he had exhausted his energy from playing with the young princess. Liao Chen looked at his little disciple with interest. "Little disciple, quickly recite the scriptures, quickly reason with them, quickly use your 3-inch tongue to make your opponent dizzy. Can't you talk from dawn to dusk?" Little Jing Kong nodded cutely. "Okay, Jiao Jiao. Then I'll eat it tomorrow." Liao Chen. "Why can't you be so obedient under my name?" Gu Jiao touched his round belly. She wanted to see if he could eat a small piece, but she decided against it. He was already a little watermelon. They sat at the stall for a while, then got up to walk on the street to help Little Jing Kong digest his food. Gu Jiao held Little Jing Kong's hand and walked in front. Xiao Heng and Liao Chen followed behind. Little Jing Kong was still the most clingy to Gu Jiao, but Liao Chen's arrival made him feel happy. Liao Chen suddenly said, "It's getting late. You should go back." Little Jing Kong stopped and looked back at him. "But master, you haven't asked me where I live." Liao Chen smiled gently.
Really?
"Where do you live?" Little Jing Kong said, "I live in the State Preceptor Palace now. I may go back to the academy in a few days. My classes are in the prodigy class of Lingbo Academy, and I eat and sleep in the Linglong Pavilion of Kanglin Women's Academy next door." He explained in detail, as if he was worried that his master would not be able to find him. Liao Chen smiled. "Okay, I'll remember it." Liao Chen said goodbye to the three of them, then turned and walked into the alley opposite. Xiao Heng said, "Let's go back to..." Gu Jiao nodded and looked at Little Jing Kong, who was yawning.
Can you still walk?
"Let me carry you." Little Jing Kong touched his round belly, and his eyes flashed with a little hesitation. Finally, he turned around and stretched out his little arms to Xiao Heng. "Brother-in-law, carry me." He had eaten a lot and was already a little chubby boy. He must not tire himself out, and Jiao Jiao. Xiao Heng was annoyed and amused at the same time. He carried him with one hand and held Gu Jiao's hand with the other as they walked back to the State Preceptor Palace. "You're so heavy. You should change your name to Little Steelweight." "No way. You're the one who's weak. You're blaming me for not being able to carry you. Are you an adult or not?" "If I'm an adult, then do you admit that you're a child?" "No, I'm an adult." "You're an old man. Then you should carry me." In the alley, Liao Chen did not go far. He stood quietly in the dark, looking at the backs of the three people and listening to the bickering of the father and son.
Did you see that?
Jing Kong was very happy. He had a complete family. The moon was beautiful tonight. The half-moon hung high above the Milky Way. Liao Chen left the noisy market and came to a quiet long street. In sharp contrast to the bustling streets of Sheng City, this place was particularly desolate. This was a place that even the night watchman did not want to come to. It was like a path in the underworld, full of ghosts and vengeful spirits. Liao Chen came to a sealed mansion. He stared at it for a long time, then walked up the stairs to the door. The seal had long been broken, and the iron lock was rusty. There were also bloodstains on the door. Liao Chen frowned. He looked up at the cracked plaque covered in cobwebs. His fingertips moved as if he wanted to take it down and wipe it clean, but he resisted. He went around to the side of the mansion and used his lightness skill to easily cross the weeds growing in the cracks of the courtyard wall. He landed on a piece of slippery moss. But he did not fall. He walked unhurriedly over the moss. The yard was full of weeds as tall as a person. Even the cracks in the tiles were cracked by the weeds. The corridors on 3 sides were all blocked by the weeds. The only thing that was not attacked by the weeds was a large round white marble table under Liao Chen's feet. But it was also covered with a thick layer of dust. Every step Liao Chen took left his footprints in the dust. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it made people sad. Liao Chen took a few steps and stopped in the middle of the round table. He looked straight ahead, empty and unfocused.
"Come out," he said.
A small figure jumped down from the east wall. "When did you find out?" Gu Jiao came up behind him. "I was very careful."
"Huh."
Liao Chen did not turn his head. He looked at the vast galaxy and said indifferently, "Do you have something to ask me?" Gu Jiao patted the dust off his body and spat out the weeds in his mouth. "Did you know who I was a long time ago?" he asked. Liao Chen said, "How long do you mean?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Last time on Mount Guan, you must have recognized me a long time ago. But I don't know if you purposely fell into a trap the first time in the countryside and waited for me to save you." Liao Chen said indifferently, "Falling into the trap was an accident. Pretending not to know you was intentional. You adopted my apprentice. I had to see what kind of family adopted him. I went to your village and saw your family. That's all." Gu Jiao walked to his side and turned his head to look him up and down. His mood now was not the same as before. His peach blossom eyes were no longer evil, and the indecent smile on his lips was also gone. His entire person was shrouded in an invisible aura. Gu Jiao pulled back his gaze and looked in the same direction as him, the vast expanse of the starry sky. "Fine, I'll believe you for now. But why did you pretend not to know me?"
Gu Jiao asked.
"Wasn't it because I was afraid that you would occasionally bring back little troublemakers to show your filial piety to me?" Liao Chen said seriously, "I'm not used to interacting with people. I'm more comfortable with strangers. Otherwise, I'd be annoyed if you secular people kept interacting with me." That's a barely acceptable reason. Mainly because Gu Jiao didn't think this question was very important, so Gu Jiao didn't care whether he lied or not. But Gu Jiao needed him to answer the next question honestly. Gu Jiao turned his head to look at him. "Do you know where this place is?" "The training field," Liao Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Gu Jiao wasn't asking about the empty space under their feet, but the entire mansion. Gu Jiao turned around and stared at his profile. "You even know that this is the Xian Yuan family's training field. What is your relationship with the Xian Yuan family? Don't say that you don't know. The spear technique you taught me is the 7 styles of Xian Yuan. I already know." Liao Chen looked at the half-moon and clenched his fingers.
He didn't speak.
Gu Jiao said, "It's fine if you don't want to answer this question. After all, you're not related to me. You don't have to tell me anything about yourself. Then let me change the question." Her expression became serious. She asked in a tone that brooked no refusal, "Is Jing Kong related to the Xian Yuan family?" Chapter 750. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao's question was not without reason. She had thought it through on the way here. Before Gu Yan was injured by Nangong Li, the admission papers had been sent to little Jing Kong. In other words, Liao Chen did not know that Gu Yan would be in trouble. He only hoped that they could come to the Yan Kingdom to study. Or more precisely, they accompanied little Jing Kong to study in Shengdu. Little Jing Kong was the most clingy to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was arranged to study in the Kanglin Women's Academy. This way, they would not have to be separated. Although Tianqiong Academy was in the outer city, it was the academy with the simplest background. Except for Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan, no one from the 11 aristocratic families came to study. And Mu Qingchen had not come for a long time. Their classes were separated from Mu Chuan's. This greatly reduced their chances of meeting the aristocratic families. It could be said that all the arrangements were meticulous and perfect. Was he sending little Jing Kong to study, or bringing little Jing Kong home? Liao Chen retracted his gaze and turned around. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's childish but heroic face. Before I answer your question, I also have a question to ask. Gu Jiao said, I asked first. Liao Chen said, I know, so you don't have to answer me. Gu Jiao looked at him. He said solemnly, can the current you really bear the whole truth? If you can't, then it's better for you not to know. In the latter half of the night, it was drizzling in Chengdu when Gu Jiao returned to the State Preceptor Hall. There was a thin layer of water on her clothes. Xiao Heng was waiting for her in the room. When he saw her come in, he quickly took a towel to wipe the water on her face and head. Gu Jiao said, it's fine, just a light drizzle. It stopped before it started raining. Is Jing Kong asleep? Xiao Heng looked at the little fellow behind the curtain. She fell asleep before we reached the State Preceptor Hall. How's your situation? Gu Jiao came to the bedside and looked at the little fellow. She said, he went to the Xianyuan family and is very familiar with that place. Xiao Heng said thoughtfully, is he related to the Xianyuan family? I'm pretty sure. Gu Jiao told Xiao Heng about her 2 encounters with Liao Chen. Xiao Heng fell silent. When Liao Chen was eating dumplings, he already felt that Liao Chen was very strange. He didn't expect Liao Chen's martial arts to be so strong. He didn't show any mercy when he killed people. This didn't seem like something a merciful monk would do. On top of that, he also knew the Xianyuan family's spear techniques. What about Jing Kong? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao said, I also asked Jing Kong. He said that if I can't bear the truth, it's better not to know. Of course, she didn't mean that she could bear the shock psychologically. If little Jing Kong was really related to the Xianyuan family with their current strength, it was very likely that they couldn't protect little Jing Kong. So it was better not to know and not to worry about it. On the long street, 2 figures were moving forward quickly. Master, please slow down. Where's that stinky monk? How did we lose him in the blink of an eye? Master Mingyu stopped and looked at the empty street in front of him. He said unhappily, where did you see him go just now? The guard in gray scratched his head. I think he went in this direction. We didn't go in the wrong direction. Master Mingyu said angrily, if we didn't go in the wrong direction, how could he disappear? Did he disappear into thin air? Is he a ghost? The guard in gray shrunk his neck and whispered, Master, don't talk about people in the day and ghosts at night. You'll run into ghosts, Master Mingyu said coldly. Don't talk about strange things. Meow, a wild cat's meow came from the roof beside them. The 2 of them shuddered at the same time. The guard grabbed Master Mingyu's arm in fear and said in a trembling voice, Master, this place is too eerie. It's obvious that no one has lived here for many years. It's a haunted house, and it's the kind where vengeful spirits linger. Let's go, Master Mingyu said sternly. What vengeful spirits linger? Do you think I'm afraid of that? The guard in gray lowered his voice as if he was afraid that a ghost would hear him. He said fearfully, this is the old site of the Xianyuan family. The whole street used to belong to them. I heard that on the day they were executed, this street was covered in blood. The resentment was so strong that even the crows didn't dare to come close. I also heard that those who came to this street in recent years were all possessed. Even the night watchman took a detour. Master Mingyu felt a chill down his spine. Why you? Don't listen to hearsay. He subconsciously took a step back. The gray-robed guard curled his lips and said, if young master insists on looking, then I can only sacrifice my life to accompany you. Tell me, where should we start looking? The Xianyuan family's mansion is right in front of us. If not, we'll go there. Do you think we should climb over the wall or break in? Master Mingyu's throat moved. He said seriously, the dead are the most important. What do you mean by climbing over the wall or breaking in? Let's go. After saying that, young Master Mingyu turned around and walked back with quick steps. His pace was so fast that it was as if there was a ghost chasing after him. In the rearguard commandery, Wang Su hadn't been home for a few days. The main reason was that he had to deal with one thing after another. He had just finished dealing with the dethroned princess and the young princess. Now, he had to deal with a tough nut to crack, Old Master Mu. Although Old Master Mu was a civil official, his stubbornness was even worse than a general. Wang Su couldn't really torture him. After all, he was old, and he was afraid that he would die if he was beaten. Old Master Mu couldn't deal with the state preceptor. But couldn't he deal with Wang Su? No matter how Wang Su interrogated him, he wouldn't say anything. It wasn't the Mu family. I don't know who bribed the Mu family to frame us. No matter how he asked, it was the same question. It was already dawn. Wang Su felt a headache coming on. Commandant Guan, His Highness Zhongsun is here. Outside the watchroom, a guard reported. Wang Su hurriedly stood up, tidied up his clothes, and went to the commandant of the left's mansion to greet Xiaoheng. Greetings to His Highness Zhongsun. Xiaoheng politely raised his hand. You don't have to be so polite, Lord Wang. Didn't you rest last night? Yes, I'm investigating a case. Wang Su said, His Highness Zhongsun, please come inside. He knew how to behave. Xiaoheng followed him to his watchroom and sat on the main seat. A servant served tea. Wang Su asked, May I know why His Highness Zhongsun suddenly visited the commandant of the left's mansion? Xiaoheng looked at Wang Su and said, I'm here for you. Lord Xiao is busy taking care of my mother, so I have to ask you how your injury is. Wang Su, who was suddenly cared for, was moved. He cupped his hands and saluted. I'm fine. Come to the state preceptor's palace in 3 days to remove the stitches. Xiaoheng said. Yes. Wang Su responded respectfully. Xiaoheng asked curiously, Lord Wang's brows are furrowed. Is the progress of the case not going well? Well, Wang Su couldn't casually mention the details of the case to outsiders. Xiaoheng smiled. Lord Wang has taught me martial arts for several years. Although I haven't learned a single move, this is my personal problem. It has nothing to do with Lord Wang. For the sake of our friendship, I'll give Lord Wang some advice. Wang Su pricked up his ears. Xiaoheng said faintly, His Majesty already knows the result. He only wants the details of the process. Lord Wang can fill it in. There's no need to be too serious. Wang Su frowned suspiciously. Does His Highness Zhongsun mean? Xiaoheng picked up his teacup. Does your Wang family have spies in the Mu family? Can't you just find one to testify against the Mu family? Wang Su's expression changed. Isn't this making a false testimony? So there really were spies. Xiaoheng said calmly, This isn't a false testimony. This is a reasonable exercise of power. I take the Emperor's salary and bear the Emperor's worries. I will follow His Majesty's wishes. In June, there was no shortage of conversations before and after tea in Chengdu. First, the deposed crown princess and the emperor's grandson returned to the capital one after another. Then, the Mu and Han families met with trouble one after another. Consort one being banished to the cold palace was a small matter. The Mu family's commander's seal was gone. It was said that the Mu family took the initiative to hand it over. No one knew what was wrong with the Mu family. They had worked so hard to get the commander's seal, so why did they hand it over just like that? The second master of the Mu family, Mu Hong, was involved in a bribery case. The amount of money involved was huge, causing the national treasury to suffer heavy losses. He was removed from his position and exiled. The Han family wasn't any better. Zhang Feng and the others, who were promoted by heir Han, failed to protect the young princess and caused her to be kidnapped. Zhang Feng and the others were severely punished. Heir Han was also removed from his position as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. What was worse was that it was unknown who had informed the monarch that Han Shizi's legs were crippled. The emperor sent Zhang Dequan and the imperial physician to check on him. They found that Han Ye's hamstrings had been cut off and there was no possibility of recovery. In the throne room, the emperor said sternly, since heir Han can no longer command the Black Wind Cavalry, the Black Wind Cavalry should choose a new leader. Elder Yang held the ceremonial tablet and asked, "Still choose from the Han family? Wasn't this nonsense? Since the Black Wind Cavalry was given to the Han family, it should be inherited by the Han family." However, the Han family had been in trouble one after another. The emperor was already disappointed in the Han family. The emperor thought for a moment and said seriously, "The Han family's disciples are the first choice. However, if there is someone who wins, he can also become the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry." When this news came out, the aristocratic families were excited. The Black Wind Cavalry was the strongest cavalry in the 6 countries. They were definitely going to be the new commander. Chapter 751. At night, the state preceptor's hall gradually lit up. Little Jing Kong went to play cards with Shangguan Yen. He was bored, and so was Shangguan Yen. So, he taught Shangguan Yen and 2 other disciples of the state preceptor's hall the card skills he learned from his grandaunt. The 4 of them sat at the table. In Xiaoheng's room, for people and a bird gathered. The bird was Little Nine, who was responsible for keeping watch. Although no one in the state preceptor's hall was watching them, they still had to be vigilant. Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng, Gu Chongqing, and Gu Qingfeng sat around the table. Gu Chongqing said, "Have you heard about the Mu and Han families?" The 3 of them nodded together. It was hard not to hear about it with such a big movement. What's more, Xiaoheng was now the eldest grandson of the emperor. It was easy for him to inquire about this kind of news. The Mu family handed over the commander's seal to protect old Master Mu. Xiaoheng said, "The consequences of kidnapping a commandery princess are so serious." Gu Qingfeng was a little speechless. Even when the emperor of Zhao country was hunted down, they didn't make such a big fuss. Gu Chongqing said, "It's not the same. The emperor of Zhao country was a benevolent ruler, while the emperor of Yen kingdom was a tyrant. The 2 men's styles were completely different. Moreover, the emperor of Yen kingdom did this to make an example of them. The 10 great families had been pretending to be peaceful for many years, but a small commandery princess had exposed all kinds of bad characters. If the emperor didn't suppress them with a ruthless move, these people would probably take advantage of him. Anyway, the price of making a demon was not high, so they could take turns to make a demon." Xiaoheng said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. The Mu family's commander's seal is in the hands of the emperor of Yen kingdom. He won't give it to any family in the short term. He may assign a competent commander other than the 10 great families and the Nangong family." Gu Chongqing nodded in agreement and said, "Let's put the Mu family's military power aside first. The only hope to fight for it is the Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people all looked at him. He was slightly stunned. "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Gu Qingfeng asked, "Big brother, did we say that we were going to fight for the Han clan's Black Wind Cavalry?" Gu Chongqing asked, "Shouldn't we fight for it?" "Fight for it," Gu Jiao said, her eyes filled with determination.
"Why?"
Gu Qingfeng looked at her in confusion. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and said, "No reason. I just feel that we should fight for it. Otherwise, we might regret it." This was a very strange intuition. Ever since he suspected that Jing Kong was related to the Xianyuan family, his intuition had become stronger. Fighting for it might be dangerous, but not fighting for it would only be more dangerous. Xiaoheng analyzed, other than Han Yi, the Han family also has many outstanding disciples. There are many talented people in the family, so their chances of winning are still very high. Moreover, the rules this time are clearly in favor of the Han family. To become a Black Wind Cavalry, one had to go through 3 competitions. 2 of them were related to horsemanship and war horses were the Han family's strengths. Even if the advantage was in the Han family's favor, His Majesty still wanted to win against many of the Han family's disciples. What did many mean? It meant that a narrow victory was not enough. It had to be a complete victory. A victory that everyone was convinced of. A victory that no one could say anything about. He paused and looked at Gu Chongqing. "What's the Han family's plan?" Gu Chongqing answered, The Han family has chosen 10 disciples. Some are from the main family, and some are from the collateral family. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened. So many? Isn't it said that each family can only have 2 spots? Xiao Heng said, it should have been inherited by the Han family in the first place. It's already unreasonable to have everyone compete. No matter what, we have to take care of the Han family. Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. He's a tyrant. Why would he be afraid of others talking about him? He's tyrannizing while setting himself up as a benevolent ruler. Everyone was puzzled by the ruler's actions. Gu Chongqing said, the crown prince gave me a spot to participate as a collateral descendant of the Han family. My mission is to exhaust the opponent and ensure that the Han family advances. Gu Qingfeng snorted.
Dream on.
Gu Jiao thought for a while and nodded. Yes, this is possible. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao. You're going to participate? Gu Jiao, yes. Gu Qingfeng said seriously. Then I'll go too. Gu Jiao said lightly. You'd better not. With your mediocre skills, you'll be knocked off the stage in 2 moves. Gu Qingfeng was furious. Who are you looking down on? I'll go, Gu Jiao said. Gu Chongqing glanced at his sister and wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Jiao asked strangely, what's wrong? Gu Chongqing said, have you been in the Yan kingdom for too long and forgotten that you're actually from the Zhao kingdom? The Yan kingdom only allowed its own people to participate in the cavalry selection. Gu Jiao. Oh, I really forgot. Purple bamboo forest. A disciple was sweeping the fallen leaves in the front yard of the small bamboo house. Gu Jiao walked over. She looked around the yard for a while and didn't see anything special. She called the disciple, Little Master. The disciple stopped his work and turned around. Seeing that it was Gu Jiao, he greeted politely, Young Master Xiao. You still remember me? Gu Jiao smiled. Is the state preceptor here? The disciple smiled shyly. He just went out. It was strange. It was a man smiling at him. Why was he shy? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh, when will he be back? The disciple said, it won't be long. The state preceptor didn't let us take away his chessboard. He should come back later. Gu Jiao said, thank you. Then she didn't say anything and waited silently. The disciple swept the fallen leaves and said again, Young Master Xiao, are you waiting here for the state preceptor? Gu Jiao said, yes, I have something to ask him. The disciple said, then please come in and wait. Wait in the room? Gu Jiao walked into the yard and left her shoes on the steps. Wearing white footwear, she stepped on the spotless floor and entered the central room. The disciple invited her to sit on the guest cushion and poured her a cup of herbal tea. Young Master Xiao, please have some tea. Gu Jiao took the cup. Thank you. You don't have to serve me. I'll wait by myself. You can go. Young Master Xiao, please. After that, the disciple opened the curtain and walked out. Gu Jiao touched her chin. He didn't even say anything. Why did he trust her so much? It would be strange if Gu Jiao sat here obediently. It wasn't easy to come to the state preceptor's nest. How could she not pay a deep visit? At present, there was only one disciple in the yard. He was carefully sweeping the yard. He had only swept a small part of the yard and couldn't finish it in a short time. Gu Jiao stood up quietly and walked around the central room. The central room was empty. There was nothing to provide any information. However, there was a small study on the east side. Gu Jiao quietly pushed open the door of the study, and the smell of books assailed her nostrils. The window was open and the light was good. The furnishings were simple. There was only a row of bookshelves, a bookcase, a desk, and a cabinet. Gu Jiao learned the language of the Yan kingdom well. She could read it without any difficulties. However, these were all the Analects of Confucius and the Book of Songs, which gave her a headache. Soon, she was attracted by the toys on the cabinet. Yes, they were toys. There were many wooden knives, wooden swords, small bows and arrows, small meteor hammers, small 9-section whips, and small red tasseled spears. No way. Even the exclusive small weapons she made for little Jing Kong didn't have such a complete set. Was the state preceptor so childlike? Who did he make them for? Not long after, Gu Jiao found a picture album nailed up beside the small weapons. She thought that the state preceptor collected famous paintings and calligraphy. However, when she opened it, she found that it was all children's doodles. What's this? Gu Jiao put down the small book and picked up a picture scroll in another cabinet. She took off the ribbon and spread it out. It was a picture of a baby girl. She was fair and clean. Her facial features were delicate and cute. Gu Jiao admired it for a moment. Oh, it's quite pretty. There were more than 10 picture scrolls in the cabinet. Gu Jiao looked at them all and found that they were the same person. From the baby girl to the girl, Gu Jiao seemed to see this person grow up in front of her. Why do I feel that this little girl is a little familiar? Have I seen her before? The picture ended when she was about 7 or 8 years old. Did the state preceptor have a female disciple? Gu Jiao was very confused. If she was not the state preceptor's disciple, then who is this little girl to the state preceptor? Could it be that the state preceptor secretly had a daughter with her? Otherwise, it was hard to explain why there were so many things here. In addition to the little girl's picture, Gu Jiao also found a picture in the biggest cabinet of the cabinet. It was a picture of a soldier in black armor. He was tall and valiant. He was holding a red tasseled spear in his hand. The facial features of the person in the picture were not filled in. However, Gu Jiao recognized the red tasseled spear. It was Xianyuan Li's heavenly weapon. So, this person was Xianyuan Li? There was a line of words below the picture, remembering an old friend, February 19th of the Bingxian year. The state preceptor and Xianyuan Li were old friends? In addition, Gu Jiao found another interesting thing. A courtyard made of clay. There were 3 clay figures sitting under the peach tree in the courtyard. They were drinking and drinking. The 3 of them did not make their faces. Their clothes were men's robes that could be seen everywhere on the street. Gu Jiao touched her chin. She thought, one is the state preceptor, one is Xianyuan Li, and the last one can't be the monarch, right? These 3 people were sworn brothers in the past? State preceptor. A disciple's voice suddenly came from the door. Chapter 752. Gu Jiao quickly put down the things. When the state preceptor entered the room, she had already calmly sat back on the cushion. She calmly glanced at the state preceptor while tasting the tea. You're back. Why did he say it as if this was his own home? Gu Jiao smiled. She was not embarrassed, but the others were. The state preceptor sat down opposite Gu Jiao. It was hot outside and he was sweating. Without waiting for the disciples to pour tea, he poured a cup for himself. What's the matter? He asked. I'm here to talk to you about a cooperation, Gu Jiao said. He took a sip of tea. What cooperation? Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. Does the state preceptor Hall want the Black Wind Cavalry? No, he answered without hesitation. Gu Jiao blinked. Don't be so impulsive. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao. Give me a reason not to refuse. The state preceptor Hall did not need the Black Wind Cavalry. Its unique way of survival was destined to be an irreplaceable existence. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. Black Wind Cavalry, is it cooler to ride it? The state preceptor was speechless. The state preceptor took a big sip of herbal tea. The anger in his heart was a little strong. The state preceptor Hall does not participate in the imperial court's political affairs. You're guilty and don't dare to do it, right? The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled face. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and hinted at the small study in the east. I saw it all. You, the Emperor of Yen, and Xianyuan Li were close friends. You were like brothers, and you colluded with one brother to kill the other. The state preceptor stopped drinking tea. Are you very angry? Was he admitting it in a disguised way? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, The North Star has appeared, and the Emperor has come out of Xianyuan. You and the Emperor are really daring. One dares to speak, while the other dares to believe. Xianyuan Li definitely didn't expect that he would die in the hands of his 2 most trusted brothers. The state preceptor was silent. Gu Jiao rested her chin on one hand and rested her elbow on the table. She looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. State Preceptor, if it wasn't for your face, I would have already made a move on you. Both Shangguan Yan and Xiao Heng had the blood of the Xianyuan family flowing in their veins. Little Jing Kong might also have a relationship with the Xianyuan family. The enemy of the Xianyuan family was her enemy. Most people would ask Gu Jiao what happened to my face. But the imperial tutor didn't ask. After a moment of silence, he looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Why do you want to compete for the Black Wind Cavalry?" The topic changed so quickly that Gu Jiao almost couldn't connect her emotions. Who doesn't want good things? Gu Jiao was wary of the State Preceptor, especially after discovering the 3 clay figurines. She didn't intend to confide in the State Preceptor. The State Preceptor stared at her and said, "Do you know that once you take this step, there is no turning back?" "I don't have a turning back." The State Preceptor saw that Gu Jiao didn't speak, but her attitude was very firm. He sighed and put down the cup in his hand. "I'll take you to a place." Gu Jiao thought that the State Preceptor was going to take her to visit somewhere in the State Preceptor Hall. Who would have thought that they would come to a military camp? Gu Jiao got off the carriage and stood at the entrance guarded by soldiers. The military camp was located at the foot of the mountain. The summer wind blew gently from the valley, bringing a little bit of coolness, but it couldn't get rid of the hot summer heat. From time to time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard on the training ground in the military camp. Gu Jiao suddenly had an illusion that she had been here before. Yi Qing said a few words to the soldiers guarding the gate, and the soldiers respectfully let them go. The State Preceptor took Gu Jiao inside. Yi Qing followed behind the two. What caught her eyes was a huge training ground, and the cavalry on the field was in formation. There should be a martial arts platform in the east and the horse camp in the west. Gu Jiao thought. There was a martial arts platform there, but it was demolished. The State Preceptor said, "What about the horse camp?" Gu Jiao asked subconsciously. "The horse camp is still there." The State Preceptor pointed to the west of the training ground. It was blocked by the cavalry. "I can't see it now. I'll take you there." Gu Jiao looked around as if she was in another world. "This is the cavalry camp of the Han family?" The State Preceptor said, "Yes." Gu Jiao said, "It used to be the Xianyuan family." The State Preceptor paused. "You can say that." Gu Jiao was still immersed in the sudden strange feeling, so she didn't care about the words, "You can say that." The two arrived at the horse camp. The horse camp was the place where the Black Wind Cavalry was trained. Every Black Wind Cavalry had to go through a strict physical selection and physical training. Only then could they be assigned to the cavalry and undergo further training. The Black Wind Cavalry was very hard. "Do you see it?" The State Preceptor pointed. Gu Jiao looked over and saw a horse trainer instructing 2 ponies to cross the fire bridge. They were going to cross the fire that was burning on both sides. The bridge was also the unstable type. One of the ponies was scared. It stood in the fire and didn't dare to move, letting out a pitiful cry. The State Preceptor said, "What you see is only the tip of the iceberg." The intensity of the pony's training is very low, so it's relatively safe. Gu Jiao muttered, "You call this safe?" The State Preceptor didn't say anything, but signaled for Gu Jiao to look to the other side. There was an adult Black Wind Cavalry that was also crossing the fire bridge. The fire was bigger and fiercer. Not only were the 2 sides burning, but the 2 ends of the bridge were also burning. The Black Wind Cavalry had to rush into the fire without hesitation. Not only did the Black Wind Cavalry have to overcome their fear of the fire and endure the high temperature, but they also had to hold their breath to prevent themselves from breathing in the poisonous gas. The Black Wind Cavalry had protective measures. As long as they were fast enough, they wouldn't get burned. But this was only in principle. In fact, there were often unexpected situations. The State Preceptor said again, "The first test is to cross the fire bridge." Gu Jiao took a while to realize that the test he was talking about was the test to become the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. "Are you telling me the test in advance?" The State Preceptor led Gu Jiao forward. No horse can cross the fire bridge in the State Preceptor Hall. Fear of fire was an animal's instinct. Only specially trained horses could overcome the fear in their hearts temporarily. The horses in the state preceptor hall obviously didn't have such training requirements. There was a loud bang, as if something had exploded. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the sound. It was another batch of Black Wind cavalry that was undergoing explosive training. They had to maintain a calm formation under the threat of the explosion. Some of the new horses were so scared that they ran in all directions. The scene was chaotic. The state preceptor pointed and said, "They have been trained since 3 months ago. But look, even they are so scared." Gu Jiao asked strangely, "Don't tell me the second test is about explosives?" The state preceptor didn't admit or deny it. It seemed to be the case. If the fearless horse king could come for the first 2 tests, then the third one was definitely not. Ride for 300 miles. The state preceptor said. The horse king was still a baby. Riding for 300 miles would kill it. The state preceptor stopped and looked at Gu Jiao. He said seriously, "We don't have a single horse that can reach the standard. So, do you know how difficult it is for the Black Wind cavalry? Also, let me tell you a secret. The Han family has a new Black Wind king. He is 5 years old and a male horse. He is the strongest Black Wind king I have ever seen. You have no chance of winning. Including the Nangong family, none of the 11 families have won. Do you have the ability to accept the truth now? If you don't, then it's better not to know." Gu Jiao's mind flashed with Liu Chen's words. Explosions sounded in her ears, as well as the startled cries of the horses and the angry roars of the cavalry. The flashing of swords and shining of spears made her feel like she was in a real battlefield. Liu Chen's voice and the sounds of the battlefield intertwined endlessly in her mind. Her chest swelled, as if there was some strong emotion that wanted to rush out. She clenched her fingers and said, "I want to go." The state preceptor's eyes flashed with complex emotions. "Tomorrow, I will let Yi Qing choose the best horse for you." "No need." Although the state preceptor's horse was good, it was not a war horse that could fight side by side with her. Willow Lane. Madame Nan was drying poison. She was sleepy. While drying, she was like a chicken pecking at rice. Suddenly, she pecked her head into the sieve. Madame Nan. Damn, she was poisoned again. Madame Nan looked up with blood flowing out of her 7 orifices and looked at the door. "No way, my poison can cause hallucinations?" Madame Nan. Gu Jiao walked over. Madame Nan raised her hand and pinched her face. There was warmth. It was hot. It was not a hallucination. Jiao Jiao really had returned. Madame Nan immediately forgot that she had been poisoned and said with a smile, "Why have you returned so quickly? Wasn't it said that Aheng's mother's injuries had not yet healed and that she would need to stay in the state preceptor's hall for a few more days?" What had happened in the state preceptor's hall, Gu Qingfeng had already come to tell them about it. The things that needed to be shocked had already been shocked. They were more concerned about the future situation of the 2 children. Gu Jiao said, "I came back for a few matters. Are Ah Yan and the others not here?" Madame Nan said Elder Meng went to walk his horse. Ah Yan and Xiaoshun went with their master to cut wood. I am the only one at home. They just left and will not be back so quickly. Are you hungry? I will go make something for you to eat. Madame Nan, you. Gu Jiao pointed at the poisonous blood on her face. Madame Nan was bleeding from all 7 orifices and smiled. "Do you want to eat noodles or dumplings? My cooking skills have improved greatly recently. How about I bake a cake for you?" Just as she said this, Madame Nan fell to the ground with a thump. Gu Jiao facepalmed. "You've been poisoned, Madame Nan." Gu Jiao helplessly shook her head and carried Madame Nan back into the room. She picked up the antidote on the table and gave it to her. She pulled out a bottle and placed it on the bedside table. Inside was Gu Chongqing's blood. She had left a note. She opened the drawer and counted the nutrients that she had left for the Black Wind King. There were less than 2 left. The Black Wind King still refused to eat. Was it only relying on nutrients to maintain its body? Gu Jiao arrived in the backyard. The red tasseled spear stood under the scorching sun. The Black Wind King at the side had become much thinner. It lay on the ground and had completely lost its will to fight. It was like an old horse waiting for death. It saw Gu Jiao arrive, but it was indifferent. It had lost its passion and interest in everything. Gu Jiao knelt down in front of it like a knight and patted its head. I need you. I need you to stand up. I need you to return to the battlefield. I need you to fight by my side. Not master and mount, but comrades and companions. The Black Wind King did not respond. It wanted to die for its master. It could no longer hear anything from the outside world. Gu Jiao felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart. How strange. She actually had the emotions of a normal person. She gently patted the Black Wind King's head and no longer forced it. Everyone could make their own choices. Horses were the same. Gu Jiao thought that she should send the Black Wind King away. She patted the Black Wind King's head comfortingly and unconsciously began to sing a war song. Chiuewui, together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. Chiuewui, together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. On the roof of the Xian Yuan family, Liao Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the boundless sky. He muttered, Chiuewui, together with you. Wang Yu, fix my armor and soldiers. Together with you. In the military camp, the soldiers sat on the ground eating cold steamed buns. Someone spoke first, Chiuewui, together with you. The hoarse voice was like a broken bellows. It was not pleasant to hear. But soon, someone else started to sing with him. In the tent, General Han frowned. What's going on? The deputy general said in shock. It's the Xian Yuan family's war song. The Xian Yuan family always sang the war song before going to war. They also sang the war song when sending off their comrades. But ever since the four great families took over the Xian Yuan family's forces, they never allowed the soldiers to sing the Xian Yuan family's war song. Chiuewui, together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. The entire military camp was filled with the Xian Yuan family's war song. The hoarse voice was choked with emotions. It soared into the sky and shook the vast ocean. Gu Jiao said goodbye to the Black Wind King and pulled out the red tasseled spear. Regardless of whether the Black Wind King was there or not, she had to return to her battlefield. When she walked to the door, she suddenly heard some movement behind her. Gu Jiao was stunned. She turned around and saw the Black Wind King, who had lost her will to fight, slowly stand up. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She was the only female horse in the Great Yen, the Black Wind King. She had a legendary life. Her achievements were far beyond the reach of thousands of horses. At 16 years old, she was old and should retire from the stage of history. Her time was over. But no one knew that her legend had officially begun at this moment. Chapter 753. The Han family. Old Master Han went to the family to discuss the selection of competitors with the elders. Han Yu was left in the room to recuperate. Han Yu sat in a chair with a terrible look on his face. Qi Xian pushed the door open and said to the servants, "You can leave now." The servants felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Qi Xian sat down beside him and said, "I heard that it will start tomorrow." The two of them knew what it was going to start. Han Ye's hands, which were placed on the armrest, were tightly clenched into fists. His eyes, which had not closed for the entire night, were bloodshot. Qi Xian sighed and said, "You're upset. I understand." Han Yu was furious, and his eyes were like torches. "No, Master, you don't understand. You don't know how it feels to be called a good-for-nothing. You don't know how painful it is to fall from the clouds. You don't know how humiliating it is to let the Black Wind Cavalry be taken away from me." Qi Xian opened his mouth but didn't refute him. Han Yi said coldly, "Who leaked the news?" Qi Xian said, The Han family has kept your injury a secret. It can't be from the Han family. It should be from Xiao Lulang and the Emperor's grandson. Han Yi frowned. It's so annoying. The Emperor's grandson is real. Wang Su had confirmed it himself. It couldn't be fake. The question was, how did he get involved with Xiao Lulang? Qi Xian didn't have an answer to this. But he was sure that the Emperor's grandson had caused them a lot of trouble and would continue to do so in the future. Han Yi gritted his teeth. If I lose the Black Wind Cavalry, I'll be the sinner of the Han family. Qi Xian said, It won't happen. Han Yi frowned and looked at Qi Xian. Why not? Qi Xian smiled and said, The Black Wind Cavalry won't be taken away by other families. Han Yi snorted. Master, are you so confident in the Han family? Qi Xian said, Your fifth uncle is back. Han Yi was shocked. Fifth uncle, Qi Xian nodded. He's back with a new Black Wind King. It's stronger, younger, and more agile than your previous mount. Han Yi could hardly believe it. More powerful than my Black Wind King. How is that possible? He found it hard to accept this fact. Qi Xian was much older than Han Yi, so how could he not know what Han Yi was thinking? On one hand, he sincerely hoped that the Han family could win, but on the other hand, he didn't want to see the Han family having a disciple who was more outstanding than him. In short, it was very contradictory. Qi Xian didn't expose his thoughts and simply said, You should know that the Han family has been trying to use a new method to train the Black Wind Cavalry since a long time ago. Han Yi asked suspiciously, That method worked? Qi Xian nodded and said, Yes, it was a success. So you can rest assured that no one can take away the position of commander. The Black Wind Cavalry belongs to the Han clan. Madam Nan, Master Lu, old Mr. Meng, I'm leaving. In the house, Gu Jiao said goodbye to the three of them. Master Lu looked at the dark sky and said, It's so late. Why don't you leave tomorrow morning? Gu Jiao said, Tomorrow is the day of the primary selection. If I go today, I can let the Black Wind King rest more and wait for him to be exhausted. Madam Nen glared at her husband and said, Who can bear to run all the way from here tomorrow morning and then start the competition right after? Moreover, the Black Wind King hadn't eaten well recently and had lost a lot of weight. He wasn't at his peak condition. Master Lu smiled and said, That's true. Jiao Jiao, be careful on the road. I'll send you off, Gu Yan said. Sister, I'll send you off too. Gu Xiaoshen said. All right. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Old Mr. Meng calmly stopped her and said, Wait. What's wrong? Gu Jiao looked at old Mr. Meng as she fixed the saddle for the Black Wind King. Old Mr. Meng took the token of the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms from his waist and handed it to her. Take it. After knowing that he was the real chess sage, Gu Jiao returned the token to him. Gu Jiao said, I don't need the token to enter the inner city now. The State Master Hall gave her a token of the inner city. Old Mr. Meng said with a sour face, Take it. If there's anything you can't handle, just tell him. I, old Mr. Meng, owe him a favor. Gu Jiao didn't refuse and took it. Okay, thank you, old man. Old Mr. Meng coughed and said, Call me master. Gu Jiao left. Old Mr. Meng thought, rebellious disciple. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen walked Gu Jiao all the way to the entrance of the alley. Gu Yan hooked Gu Jiao's finger and said, You have to win. If it were others, they might say that winning or losing was not important and that one should act according to one's ability. But Gu Yan could feel that in the depths of her soul, there was something more important than her life. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Xiaoshen secretly gave his sister a mechanical box. This time it's been modified, so it won't attack indiscriminately. You can use it without worry. Last time, even Gu Jiao herself was hit by it. Gu Jiao tested it once in the State Master Hall and almost turned herself and Yi Qing into sieves. Gu Jiao took the mechanical box and said, You guys go back, I'll be back as soon as I'm done with this. Gu Xiaoshen pulled Gu Yan away. Even when they were far away, he still turned around and waved at Gu Jiao. Sis, be careful on the road. Gu Jiao also waved back. And I will. Only when the two entered the courtyard, did Gu Jiao get on the horse. This was her first time riding the Black Wind King, and it was indeed different from other horses. She raised her eyebrows. Am I riding a horse? It's a Lamborghini. Too flashy. Considering the Black Wind King's condition and stamina, Gu Jiao didn't ride too fast. Halfway through, she faintly felt that she was being followed. She looked at the shadow on the ground and slightly rubbed her chin. She told the Black Wind King to stop. That shadow also stopped. She left. That shadow also followed. Her fingertips tapped on the saddle a few times, then she suddenly got off the horse and walked towards that shadow. The horse panicked and buried its head into the grass on the side of the road. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me, Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong refused to sleep. He wanted to wait for Jiao Jiao to come back. He wasn't satisfied with waiting in the Qilin Hall, so he directly ran to the State Master Hall's entrance. Xiao Heng helplessly followed. One big and one small waited in front of the State Master Hall's entrance, like a rock. Finally, Gu Jiao came, with 2 horses, the Black Wind King and the Horse King. The moment little Jing Kong saw the Horse King, his eyes lit up. Wow! Little Shi. Jiao Jiao, you brought little Shi here. The Horse King's body trembled. It was so frightened that its legs almost fell off. Ah, why is this little brat here? Is it too late to escape now? Little Jing Kong's gaze was attracted by the Black Wind King. He realized that this was not the horse from his family. The horse at home was not so tall and majestic. Little Jing Kong was like a small spore in front of the Black Wind King. He looked at a towering tree and exclaimed, "Wow." He looked at the Black Wind King in amazement. The Black Wind King also looked at him curiously. After a while, it took 2 steps towards him and sniffed his scent. It was just like how it sniffed the red-tasseled spear in the backyard. It likes you very much, Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. It doesn't have a name yet. Do you want to give it a name? The Horse King's morale was immediately boosted. I have a little brother now. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, Boss. The Horse King's face immediately fell. Xiao Heng reached out to Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao jumped off the horse. Xiao Heng looked deeply at the Black Wind King. It is, Gu Jiao nodded. It is. Little Jing Kong led the 2 horses happily into the State Preceptor Palace. Xiao Heng looked at the back of the Black Wind King and said, It has been starving for too long. It seems to be a bit weak. Is it really okay? Gu Jiao looked at the Black Wind King walking silently in the dark and said with certainty, I believe in it. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao saw Yi Qing in the Qilin Palace. Yi Qing first greeted Xiao Heng, who sent Gu Jiao here, Your Highness Zhongsun. Then he said to Gu Jiao, Master asked me to send Mr. Xiao to the primary election. I have already signed you up. This is the token. Oh, Gu Jiao replied, took it, and put it into her pocket. Yi Qing was stunned. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King out of the State Preceptor Palace. The location of the primary election was the Han family's Black Wind camp that the State Preceptor took Gu Jiao to yesterday. There were many people who came to participate. In addition to the children of the aristocratic families, there were also many children of poor families who had letters of recommendation. Most of the letters were from the academies or the government offices in Xingdu. Most people would be eliminated in the primary election, but most of them were not the children of the top 10 aristocratic families or the Nangong family. First, the background of the aristocratic families was a consideration. Second, the children selected by the aristocratic families were indeed not ordinary people. They were all the pillars of the family that spent a lot of money and resources to cultivate. In the case of talent and diligence, how could they lose to 10 years of hard work after 100 years of foundation and several generations of accumulation? If the children of poor families wanted to stand out, ordinary talent was not enough. They had to be talented, 1 in 10,000, and they had to put in unimaginable effort. Gu Jiao saw Gu Chongqing from afar. Gu Chongqing was with the Crown Prince, so it was not convenient for him to come over. He only exchanged glances with Gu Jiao for a moment, then followed the Crown Prince into the camp. The children of the Han family had privileges. Therefore, while others were waiting in line, Gu Chongqing went to familiarize himself with the venue first. Yi Qing said to Gu Jiao, "I won't go in. I will wait for Mr. Xiao outside." The people of the State Preceptor Palace did not participate in the military power. Sending Gu Jiao to the door was already the limit. If he went in to accompany Gu Jiao, he was afraid that he would be criticized. Gu Jiao nodded. After Yi Qing left, Gu Jiao rubbed the head of the Black Wind King and said, "Are you ready?" The Black Wind King impatiently took a few steps forward and let out 2 heavy breaths, as if responding to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's lips curled up. She tightened the reins and looked forward. "Let's go." The preliminary selection was on a training ground in the west of the Black Wind Camp. The selection process was not complicated. In the center of the ground, there were 6 man-made iron bridges, 5 feet wide and 2 feet long. The iron chains on both sides of the bridges were burning. At first glance, they were 6 blazing bridges of fire. The candidates needed to ride a horse across the fire bridges, walk on a small path buried with black gunpowder, and make a sharp turn onto a wooden platform about the height of a person. The last person to stay on the platform would advance. It was worth mentioning that during the whole process, the cavalry could not dismount in any way, otherwise they would be disqualified.
Gu Jiao went to draw lots.
6 people in a group. She was number 36, the group in the morning. Gu Chongqing was number 6. When Gu Jiao entered, he had just finished his competition. He rode a Black Wind mount, and his riding and martial arts skills were excellent, so he advanced without any suspense. Gu Jiao was not so lucky. She met both the Han family and Feng family in the first round. The Han family sent Han Che, who rode a fierce and vigorous Black Wind mount. The Feng family sent a branch family member, who was also a rare expert. Although his horse was not a Black Wind mount, it was still very fierce and fierce. Adding on his strong internal energy, he could use his own internal energy to stabilize his mount when necessary. The other 3 were also top experts. 2 of them even spent a lot of money to borrow the Han family's Black Wind mounts. Everyone else's preliminaries were normal, but Gu Jiao's first round was hell. Gu Jiao had a toothache. Han Che stood on the first track and arrogantly said, "Is there one more person who's not coming? How long do we have to wait? I don't think he's scared and wants to forfeit. I advise you guys to forfeit as well. How confident are you to compete with the Han family for the Black Wind mount?" "No. How big of a misunderstanding is there?" The Feng family expert coldly said, "Humph, stop talking nonsense. We'll see later." Han Che snorted, "You overestimate yourself." The Black Wind mount he chose was the fiercest horse other than the new Black Wind King. This challenge was not as difficult as the usual training. He was definitely going to win. As soon as he thought about it, he felt his mount move a few times without him giving any orders. The Feng family expert's horse also moved a few steps. The other 2 Black Wind mounts also moved uneasily. "Don't scare my horse," the Feng family expert said to Han Che. Han Che unhappily said, "If you're afraid of being scared, then stay away from me. I even suspected that you used your internal energy to scare my horse." The restlessness of the horses began to increase. Not only were the horses like this, but Han Che also noticed that the horses waiting or resting were also restless, as if they felt some kind of suppression from their bloodline. Han Che frowned. In the next second, a strong murderous aura enveloped him from behind. Almost at the same time, he heard someone exclaim, "Black Wind King? The Han family's Black Wind King is here." Black Wind King? His 5th uncle was here? Han Che quickly turned around. However, he did not see his 5th uncle, but a young man that he would recognize even if he turned into ashes. The young man was riding the Han family's previous Black Wind King. Like a returning king, his eyes were piercingly cold as he walked towards them step by step. Chapter 754. The rest of the people present didn't know that Black Wind King had retired, but Han Yi knew very well. This horse was old and couldn't fight anymore. Plus, it went crazy looking for its previous owner and was judged to have no military value by the Han family. The Han family announced that it was retired. In reality, they didn't want it anymore and left it to fend for itself. According to Chunan, when it found out that its previous owner was never coming back, it wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice itself. After so many days, it was starving to death. Why was it standing in front of him all of a sudden? No, it wasn't all of a sudden. It had lost a lot of weight. Han Che had always envied his elder brother's mount and dreamed of riding it himself. He went to see it every few days, so he was very familiar with its appearance. He suddenly understood that Xiao Luleng must have picked up the horse. Xiao Luleng was a doctor who knew what method he used to prolong Black Wind King's life. Unfortunately, Black Wind King had lost its will to fight. So what if its life was prolonged? He was nothing more than a walking corpse. Han Che, who figured it all out, didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. Instead, it was replaced by endless ridicule and disdain. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Xiao Luleng. He rode on his Black Wind mount and looked at Gu Jiao's handsome face with the red birthmark. He said sarcastically, "You don't have money to buy a horse, so you stole our Han family's old Black Wind King?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? Stole? His Black Wind King was stolen? I was wondering, it's obviously Heir Han's mount. How did it end up in this kid's hands? The cavalry contestants began to whisper among themselves. A horse to a cavalry was like a weapon to an expert. Everyone wanted to have the best. However, they often couldn't obtain the best things, and they definitely didn't want their opponents to obtain them. If it belonged to someone that everyone could only look up to, then everyone's hearts would still be balanced. However, once it was snatched away by an ordinary person, this balance would be instantly broken. So it was stolen. The realization made them feel a little better. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao's existence was not to satisfy some people's self-consolation. She was here to shatter their fantasies. Gu Jiao said calmly, "The Black Wind King of your Han family? Why don't you try calling it and see if it responds?" Han Che choked. He stared at the horse on Gu Jiao's back and said seriously, "Black Wind King, come here." The Black Wind King didn't move. "Black Wind King," Han Che ordered again. The Black Wind King remained as still as a mountain. Han Che frowned. Strangely, this horse was not usually so indifferent to him. It did not allow him to ride it, but at least it gave him some response. Han Che racked his brain and suddenly had an idea. Horseshoe. The horseshoe on its feet belongs to our Han family. Gu Jiao patted the Black Wind King and said, "Come on, boss. Raise your horseshoe and let this blind man see it." Han Che was furious. "Who are you calling blind?" The Black Wind King raised its own hoof. It no longer had the horseshoe on its feet. It was a new one from the State Preceptor Hall. If he had the guts, he would go and argue with the State Preceptor Hall and see if it was the State Preceptor Hall that stole their horse. Han Che gritted his teeth and changed the direction of his attack. "Xiao Luleng, you don't have the right to participate." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "I'm qualified to be here. Speaking of which, didn't your Han family also hire someone to pretend to be a collateral descendant?" "You?" Han Che choked with guilt. On the other side, his father's lieutenant shook his head slightly, indicating that he should not be led by the nose by Xiao Luleng. The more he said, the more it would prove that the Black Wind King belonged to Xiao Luleng. Xiao Luleng's every move seemed to be an answer to Han Che's doubts, but in reality, Han Che had fallen into his trap. Han Che took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He snorted disdainfully. "What are you so proud of? It's just an old horse abandoned by our Han family. We already have a new Black Wind King. You can have this old piece of trash if you wanna." "So it's an old horse. I heard that the Black Wind King was retired. Isn't it a little too cruel to throw it away after it's retired? I heard that it ran away on its own. It was obviously stolen by this brat. That's enough. That's not important. Is this brat crazy to bring an old horse to participate in the competition?" A 16-year-old horse was already useless. If it was in the Han family, an excellent trainer might have been able to prolong its service life. However, in the hands of an ordinary brat, it was no different from a piece of trash. Perhaps the horse sensed the crowd's emotions, or perhaps it had sensed the Black-Winged King's age. So what if it was a king? It was old after all. Young and strong horses were the true victors of the battlefield. The battlefield belonged to them. Get ready. Following the examiner's shout, everyone stood in front of their own fire bridge. In a sense, the cavalry on both sides had a slight advantage. They were only affected by one side. The cavalry in the middle was like a pincer attack, which affected the horses the most. Gu Jiao was on the third fire bridge. On her left was an expert from the Feng family, and on her right was another expert riding a Black Wind Rider. The fire bridges were the same length as the explosion zone, but they were not necessarily in the same position. For example, some people's fire bridges started at 30 steps and ended at 70 steps. Others' fire bridges started at 10 steps and ended at 50 steps. The explosion zone was the same. This would cause a lot of disturbance to the horses. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and gently stroked the Black Wind King's neck. The Black Wind King was very calm. In comparison, the other horses were eager to try. They were more eager to charge than the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King looked really old. It was indifferent to the dangers around it. Will it be burned to death because it can't cross it later? It won't be burned to death, but it might be burned. It seems to be very tired. Is it so old that it can't move? The crowd was criticizing. No one was optimistic about the 16-year-old Black Wind King. The expert from the Feng family said to Han Che, "It seems that the winner of this round will be between you and me." Han Che said arrogantly, "You're wrong. There's no chance for you." The expert from the Feng family said coldly, "Let's wait and see." The gong sounded, and the competition began. The horses tensed up their muscles and leaped forward, galloping forward. This was the round with the highest overall quality of the horses. 4 of the 6 horses were Black Wind Riders, and the other 2 were also strong war horses. They were fast and vigorous. They were invincible. However, Gu Jiao's horse did not move. Everyone was speechless. Was it scared? Or did it really have dementia? Look! Han Che's horse rushed out of the fire bridge. Han Che took the lead and crossed the burning bridge of fire. His bridge was the closest, so it was not strange for him to be the first to cross. However, his vigorous posture and skillful equestrian skills were still a feast for the eyes. Someone praised, as expected of the younger brother of Crown Prince Han. This is the ability of the Black Wind King. The other 4 horses also stepped onto their respective fire bridges one after another. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King became the laughingstock of the crowd. Were these 2 guys here to be funny? The competition was over. Halfway through their laughter, a black shadow flashed in front of them. It was so fast that it was hard to see. Everyone was stunned. What just passed? No, I didn't see. That kid is gone. The man and the horse that were originally standing there disappeared. Look! Go, go, go. Before he could finish his sentence, the Black Wind King had already rushed down the fire bridge with Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King caught up with the first opponent and left him far behind. The Black Wind King caught up with the second opponent. The third, the fourth. All the horses suddenly seemed to be moving in slow motion. In fact, it was not that they were slow, but the Black Wind King was too fast, saying that it was old. Saying that it could not run anymore? Then I'll let you bastards have half the time. The Black Wind King's terrifying explosive power stunned everyone. Its muscles were taut, and they could clearly see the movement of its muscles as it ran. That was a sign of full strength. Han Che took the lead and was about to reach the explosion zone. He had already glanced at the second place. He had left the second place far behind. He would definitely be the first, bang. Han Che's heart skipped a beat when he heard a loud noise. The Black Wind King was not startled. After all, they were trained. However, Han Che was not mentally prepared and almost fell off his horse. Who the hell? Han Che turned his head to look. Whoosh! Before Han Che could see it clearly, the Black Wind King had already rushed into the explosion zone of the third track. The sound of explosions intertwined, smoke billowed, and dust flew. The Black Wind King was too fast, so the frequency of the explosions was also high. It was as if a whip had been lit, and a series of crackling sounds were heard. The rhythm of the entire arena was messed up. The two horses were in a mess. One ran off the track, and the other caused the rider to fall off. Both of them were eliminated. The Foam family's expert used his internal energy to stabilize the frightened horses, but it did not take long before they entered the explosion zone. Han Che also entered the explosion zone at the same time. There was another round of crackling sounds. Another horse scampered out of the race in fright. The Black Wind King was not affected in the slightest. It ran as fast as lightning, leaving Han Che and the Foam experts far behind. Even if they were injected with chicken blood, they would not be able to catch up. Gu Jiao's legs tightened around the horse's abdomen. Her strength and the Black Wind King's strength seemed to have merged into one. It was their first battle, but they seemed to have cooperated thousands of times. It was as if they were born with a tacit understanding. They were about to reach the platform. From afar, Gu Jiao felt that the platform was about the same height as her. When she got closer, she realized that the platform was even taller than Gu Chongqing. It was at least 2-3 meters tall. Prepare to accelerate. Gu Jiao stood up from the saddle with the stirrups. She leaned over and grabbed the reins. Charge. The Black Wind King's speed was already unbelievably fast, but no one expected it to be able to accelerate. The platform was 7 feet high. It rose from the ground and jumped. The surroundings seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. Everyone held their breaths, and the sound of explosions could not be heard. Everyone could not help but feel nervous for the Black Wind King. The platform was too high. Could it even reach it? The Black Wind Rider stepped up easily and landed firmly on the high platform. It used its strength to prove that it could handle the situation with ease. What useless old horse! The Han family is blind. Sir, the height of the platform is wrong. It's 1 foot too high. Then hurry up and lower it. The cavalry has already gone up. Where are the Han family and the Foam family? They haven't gone up yet. Then lower it. There was a mechanism under the platform. It could be raised and lowered freely. Gu Jiao felt the platform slowly move down. Oh, they wanted to lower the height? How could they cheat in public like this? In the crowd, some of the nobles were dissatisfied. Isn't this too much? Why didn't they lower it earlier or later? It's not fair. Gu Jiao rode on the Black Wind King and faced the direction where Han Che and the Foam family came from. She licked her lips and said amusedly, "It's useless." Han Che was happy to see the platform lower. He knew it. The platform was not that high during yesterday's training. Now it was foolproof. The corners of his lips curled up as he spurred his horse forward. The Black Wind King suddenly rushed over, raised its hooves, and kicked him and his horse down. Han Che was caught off guard. This action was very dangerous because the platform was too high. If he was not careful, he could fall down due to inertia. Ordinary cavalry would not let their mounts do this. However, Gu Jiao was not an ordinary person, and the Black Wind King was not an ordinary horse. If you dare to come, I will dare to kick you. The Black Wind King showed everyone its severely underestimated combat power. It was as if it had returned from nirvana. Even its strength was reborn. Han Che was directly kicked out of the competition. The Foam family's master was cunning. He took advantage of the time when Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King were dealing with Han Che to jump up from the other side of the platform. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind King rushed over and knocked the Foam family's master's mount down. The Foam family's master, I'll go. A man and a horse fell from the high platform. The Foam family's master had to abandon his horse in order to not be crushed into meat paste. The Foam family's master was eliminated. Advance to the next round, Xiao Luleng. Chapter 755. Gu Jiao's victory was beyond everyone's expectations. Before the results were announced, Xiao Luling didn't know about this person at all. Although Xiao Luling was already famous in the archer circle, the distance between them was like a mountain. The military circle had never heard of this person. There were more than 200 people participating in the preliminaries. 6 people in a round, 44 rounds in total. Not every cavalryman who advanced would receive attention. Obviously, Han Che, who was Han Ye's younger brother, contributed a lot of attention to Gu Jiao. Coupled with the Black Wind King and the Feng family's experts, Gu Jiao suddenly became the hottest topic. Many people wanted to talk to her, but they were too scared by the Black Wind King beside her to go forward. The Black Wind King's aura was too strong, automatically creating a spacious space around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao enjoyed the feeling of not being squeezed around by others. She stood at the side of the training ground, quietly watching the other people's selections. Gu Chongqing walked towards Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King moved. Gu Jiao gently touched its neck. The Black Wind King was no longer wary of Gu Chongqing. Outsiders naturally couldn't understand the communication between the man and the horse. They only thought that the young man was too bold, daring to approach the Black Wind King. Wasn't he afraid that the Black Wind King would kick him away? One had to know that Han Che and the Feng family's experts were kicked away like this. Not far away, there were several Han family's disciples standing. Gu Chongqing turned around and exchanged glances with them. They made a gesture, and Gu Chongqing nodded knowingly. Then he came in front of Gu Jiao. There were explosions and all kinds of screams, so no one could hear what they were talking about. But looking at Gu Chongqing's expression, it seemed like he was denouncing Gu Jiao. Frown a little. Yeah, that's it, Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiao frowned exaggeratedly. Gu Chongqing, I want you to frown, not punch your face. Gu Chongqing said, you did well just now. The horse has lost some weight. Gu Jiao nodded. She stroked the Black Wind King's mane and said, I haven't eaten properly for a few days. I've lost weight from hunger, but I'll try to eat more in the future. Gu Chongqing had already heard about the Black Wind King's departure from the Han family. Han Yi could have gotten the horse back, but he didn't. He had no faith in the Black Wind King. He had never truly regarded the Black Wind King as his mount. He only saw it as a valuable item. Once the value of the item was gone, there was no need to keep it. Fortunately, I ran into you, Gu Chongqing said sincerely. If it was someone else, the Black Wind King might not be able to recover. I didn't run into it, Gu Jiao said. It was the Horse King that brought the Black Wind King back. It was also on the way to find the Horse King that it brought the Black Wind King back. Gu Chongqing didn't know what to say. His sister liked to pick people, and the horse she raised also liked to pick other horses. You're being targeted. Gu Chongqing didn't forget about the important matter. If it wasn't to remind her, he wouldn't have told the Han family's disciples that he was coming over to beat this kid up.
Oh.
Gu Jiao wasn't surprised. Someone from the Feng family? The Feng family's third brother was killed by her in the forest. Not only that, but also the Dong family, Du family, Chen family, and Yang family.
Oh.
Gu Jiao was even more surprised. These 4 people were all injured by her in the forest. Among them, Master Du and Master Chen were the most seriously injured, while Master Yang and Master Dong were slightly better. After coming out of the forest, she wondered if these people would report her to the emperor, but they didn't. She and Xiaoheng carefully analyzed this problem and came to the conclusion that they didn't dare to. They rudely snatched the young princess, causing her to fall and injure her. The young princess still remembered it. The emperor was worried about who those people were. How could they have the courage to mention what happened in the forest? However, because it couldn't be made public, they all hated Gu Jiao. Gu Chongqing said softly, be careful. I will tell the Han family that I'm trying to win you over. Okay. Gu Jiao responded. In order to not arouse suspicion, Gu Chongqing couldn't stay for too long. The Han family has been watching this place. I'm going over. Gu Chongqing said, I won't go to the State Preceptor Hall for the next few days. If there's anything, I'll contact you. Gu Jiao nodded. Thinking of something, Gu Changqing asked again, "By the way, what identity are you using?" "I haven't seen it yet," Gu Jiao said and opened the pouch. Just as she was about to take out the token, she heard a shout in front of her. "Xiao Luling, come and get your number." Gu Changqing looked at the deputy examiner and said to Gu Jiao, "It's the drawing of lots to determine the order of the next round. I've already drawn the lot. It's Heavenly Stems 1. Go quickly." The order of appearance was according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The first of the heavenly stems was the number 1, so it was also called Heavenly Stems 1. After drawing the number, it wouldn't be announced to the public. Thus, Gu Changqing didn't know who would draw the other Heavenly Stems 1. Gu Changqing said, "As long as you don't draw the Heavenly Stems 1, it's fine." It wasn't worth it for them to fight so early. He still wanted to exhaust a few more opponents for her. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "You can't raise a flag. You'll fall."
Huh?
Gu Changqing was confused.
Gu Jiao said, "Nothing.
"I'll tell you in detail next time. I'm going."
Go,"
Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao led Black Wind King to the east side of the camp. Another round of selection was going on. One of the participants was Priest Qingfeng. Gu Jiao was surprised. He was here too. Yes, he was the elder brother of the Feng family. The Feng family had 2 spots. The one just now was obviously not enough. If he didn't go up personally, the Feng family had no chance of winning. Priest Qingfeng was riding a beautiful white horse. He looked like a celestial being. Even when he was riding, he looked like a celestial being. He rushed out of the fire. His eyes were cold and determined. His face was stained with ashes, which made him look beautiful. He rode his horse up the platform ahead of the other 5 people. Gu Jiao could see that he was deliberately going easy on them. It was the first round. They just needed to advance. They didn't need to fight too hard.
Who didn't go easy on them?
Right, boss? Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King and no longer paid attention to the situation on the platform. Priest Qingfeng didn't lose in riding, so he wouldn't lose in martial arts. When she came to the gate of the camp, she met another acquaintance. Compared to Priest Qingfeng, the person in front of her didn't seem so surprised. Mu Qingchen. She greeted him. Mu Qingchen looked a little tired. She didn't know if he was affected by what happened in the Mu family. Mu Qingchen didn't look too surprised. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to come. It was just that he saw Gu Jiao during the selection. He didn't ask why Gu Jiao was here. His intuition told him that Gu Jiao wouldn't answer. He looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression and said, "I'll do my best."
Gu Jiao said, "Me too."
At this moment, a soldier came over and took Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen's horses to the stable to feed them. Mu Qingchen gave the horse to the soldier. Gu Jiao said, "My horse doesn't need to be fed." The soldier said, "It's hot. The horse has consumed a lot of energy. If you don't replenish it with water and food, it will be dehydrated."
Gu Jiao still said, "I know.
It's not necessary." The soldier opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Mu Qingchen said, "Take the horse away."
Ah, yes.
The soldier took Mu Qingchen's horse away. When the soldier took the horse to the stable, 2 men in brocade clothes came over. One of them had a white face and no beard, and the other had a goatee. The white man said, "Why didn't you bring it here?" The soldier reported, "Master Dong, the boy said his horse didn't need to be fed." "Oh, what did I say?" Master Dong sneered and looked at the man with the goatee. "Old Yang, do you believe me now? That boy is not a reckless man. He is scheming and vigilant. It's not easy to deal with him." Master Yang frowned and said, "Who on earth is that boy?" Master Dong said with a smile, "He is a student of the Tianqiong Academy from the Zhao Kingdom. He is Mu Qingchen's classmate. I suspect the masked man in white we took away that day is Mu Qingchen." Master Yang said suspiciously, "Why did Mu Qingchen do that? Isn't he the grandson of Master Mu? Why didn't he help the Mu family?" Master Dong said with a faint smile, "Maybe the Su family has their own ideas. Who knows?" Master Yang said thoughtfully, Since he is not from the Yen Kingdom, he must be a collateral disciple to participate in this election. Is his purpose to help Mu Qingchen exhaust his opponent? Master Dong agreed, it's very possible. On the other side, Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen had finished drawing lots. They didn't exchange any information in the tent. After coming out, Mu Qingchen hesitated for a moment and called out to her, I'm from the Earth Branch. Gu Jiao said, what a coincidence. I'm also from the Earth Branch. Mu Qingchen held his breath slightly. Shenju? Gu Jiao said, 8 limbs. I'm 1 round ahead of you. Mu Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Somehow, he didn't want to fight with Gu Jiao. Even if it was only a matter of time, he still hoped that the battle between them could be delayed a little bit. While they were drawing lots, the cavalries of the 10 great families came out one after another. 9 of them from the Han family, except for Han Che, who was eliminated by Gu Jiao. All the other 8 advanced. Everyone was amazed by the strength of the Black Wind cavalries of the Han family. However, Gu Jiao didn't think that the Han family was that powerful. The Black Wind cavalries were taken from the Xianyuan family, and the method of taming them was also passed down by the Xianyuan family. The Han family was just eating the blood of the Xianyuan family. Gu Jiao was not interested in watching anymore. She planned to go back and feed the Black Wind King. I'm leaving now. See you in the next round. Just as she bid farewell to Mu Qingchen, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if a terrifying murderous aura had swept over from the other side of the battlefield. It was unstoppable and instantly filled the entire battlefield. The horses on the field began to become restless. Even the horses who were concentrating on the game shook their bodies. What a powerful aura! The only horse that wasn't affected was the Black Wind King. Ah! A horse that was trying to get onto the stage paused in midair. It didn't manage to get onto the stage and fell down with the cavalryman. The cavalryman let out a cry of surprise. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen looked at the powerful aura at the same time. They saw a silver-haired man riding a chestnut-colored horse over. He was walking elegantly and calmly, but he had the domineering aura of a king. The silver-haired man was very young. He looked to be in his late 20s. As for the horse, Gu Jiao couldn't tell its exact age, but she could tell that it was a young and vigorous horse. Mu Qingchen's expression became serious. It's the Han family's new Black Wind King. He's 6 years old this year. The one riding on the horse is 5th Master Han, the son of old Master Han. He has been studying how to tame the Han family's Black Wind cavalries. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen. Your Black Wind cavalries? Mu Qingchen looked at her and said, 5th Master Han once said that the Black Wind cavalries tamed by the Xianyuan family weren't the most powerful horses in the world. He would use his own methods to tame even more powerful Black Wind cavalries. His new Black Wind King is the result of his taming.
Oh.
Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and carefully observed the man and horse not far away. Mu Qingchen said earnestly, I know that your Black Wind King is very powerful, but I'm afraid it's no match for that horse. 5th Master Han's new Black Wind King was not only younger, but also more agile. Its explosive power, endurance, speed, and strength were all impeccable. Mu Qingchen paused and said, also it has a name. Gu Jiao asked, what's its name? Mu Qingchen opened his mouth and said, Black Demon Horse. The Black Demon Horse entered the field. It was in the middle of the track, but the horses on both sides of the track were already too scared to move before the gongs and drums had even sounded. Although the other 2 horses could force themselves to charge forward, they frequently made mistakes and were eliminated before they could even cross the flaming bridge. 5th Master Han advanced, without any suspense. Mu Qingchen looked at the invincible Black Demon Horse on the high platform and frowned slightly. Your Black Wind King took a total of 17 breaths to reach the high platform, but 5th Han's Black Demon Horse only took 12 breaths. At such a short distance, the Black Demon Horse was 5 breaths faster than the Black Wind King. This was like a 110m hurdle, where the first runner was 5 seconds ahead of the second runner. Mu Qingchen said, I know your Black Wind King isn't using its full strength, and neither is 5th Master Han's Black Demon Horse. 5th Master Han's martial arts are very powerful. You have no chance of winning. If you meet them next time, I hope you can choose. Fight, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen frowned. Didn't she say the opposite? Gu Jiao mounted her horse and gripped the reins tightly. She looked at 5th Master Han, who was riding his black demon horse from afar. 5th Master Han's eyes were full of contempt. Gu Jiao felt the provocation from the black demon horse, and she also felt the powerful battle intent from the Black Wind King. She straightened her back, and her eyes were resolute. I want to fight. Black Wind King. I also want to fight. For more exciting content. Chapter 756. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. There can't be two kings in a country. There can only be one Black Wind King. The same goes for the commander. This is their joint battle. There is no way out. Gu Jiao refreshed Mu Qingchen's understanding again and again, making him feel as if he saw a new life. There were many brave people in the world, but there had never been such a person who was fearless enough to fight against the heavens, against fate, and against all the impossibilities in the world. He had never thought of running away. He always faced the difficulties head-on, even if he had to die. Mu Qingchen looked at the young man beside him. His chest was filled with a long-lost emotion. It was as if he was suddenly pulled back to his young and frivolous age. His blood was boiling rapidly. Everything around him didn't change. But when Mu Qingchen looked at the fierce competition on the battlefield again, he suddenly felt that everything was different. The confrontation between Gu Jiao and 5th Master Han ended with 5th Master Han being announced as the winner. Gu Jiao could stay here until the sky turned dark. If he had the ability, he could always occupy the high platform and not let anyone else choose. The young man looked at him frivolously. 5th Master Han looked away disdainfully and jumped off the high platform on his new Black Wind King. The Su family came to call Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao said goodbye. Mu Qingchen still had something to deal with, so he went to another part of the camp. Gu Jiao rode Black Wind King out slowly. Wherever she went, the horses retreated. No one dared to approach. But when she passed by the training ground of the cavalry matrix, Gu Jiao was stopped by several people. They were also riding their own horses. Gu Jiao glanced at them. The goateed Master Yang, the white-faced Master Dong, and the other 3 young people she had only seen in pictures. They were the children of the Feng family, the Du family, and the Chen family. You are the one who killed my father. A bad-tempered young man looked at Gu Jiao coldly. He was about to explode. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. This was the Feng family's brat. He was ranked 4th in the Feng family and was known as 4th Young Master Feng. He looked quite similar to Feng Laosan. Even his violent temper was exactly the same. His stupidity when being used by others was also exactly the same. Did they tell you? Gu Jiao pointed at Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang. It was obvious that these 2 old things were not easy to deal with. Back in the forest, one of them had only made a feint, while the other had waited until his companion was about to die before making a move. Fourth Young Master Feng gritted his teeth. You don't need to know who said it. Let me ask you, did you kill my father?
No.
Gu Jiao denied it without hesitation and pointed at Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang. They were the ones who killed him. Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang were stunned. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. Could this brat's ability to invert right and wrong be any stronger? The Dong family's patriarch was furious. Don't slander me. It was obviously you who killed him. Lord Chen, Lord Du, and sure you were present. Little nephew Feng, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Gu Jiao spread her hands. I was just defending myself, but the people who really killed him were you. You urged him to make a move, but you didn't help him. He and I are enemies, so it's understandable for us to fight. You are friends, but one of you hid and didn't make a move, while the other only made a feint. Didn't you want to borrow my hand to get rid of Foam Lao-san? Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang choked at the same time. Fourth young Master Feng's expression changed. He tightened the reins in his hand and looked at the two patriarchs beside him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is that so? Uncle Dong, Uncle Yang?" "Of course not. Who does your father think he is that we need to scheme against him? We didn't make a move, because we wanted to let your father consume this brat's strength first. What's going on?" Gu Jiao looked at them calmly. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Patriarch Yang clenched his fists. "You brat?" Fourth young Master Feng said coldly, "Uncle Yang, let's talk about this clearly." Patriarch Yang and Patriarch Dong were furious. They came here to incite fourth young Master Feng to deal with Xiao Luling. Why was fourth young Master Feng being incited by Xiao Luling? He was really brainless, just like his father. Young Master Chen urged his horse to stop Gu Jiao. "Did we say that we'll let you go? You still haven't settled the score with our Chen and Du families." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Wind King raised his front hooves and stomped on their horses. The two horses were scared out of their wits, and Patriarch Chen and Patriarch Du both fell from their horses. They stabilized themselves with their lightness skills, but their horses were nowhere to be seen. Black Wind King took a step forward, and the two of them stepped aside. Gu Jiao looked down at the two of them. "Thanks for letting me win." With that, one person and one horse valiantly left. Only the five of them were left behind. Gu Jiao left the barracks, and Yi Qing was not there. Where is he?" "Over here." In a carriage not far away, someone waved at her. "Second Master Jing?" Gu Jiao tilted her head strangely and urged her horse over. "Why are you here?" "The House of Duke didn't participate in the selection this time." Second Master Jing said, "I'm here to pick you up. Are you looking for Yi Qing?" "I told him to go back first, and I'll send you back to the Master's Hall later." Gu Jiao said, "I don't need you to send me back. I can go back myself." "But why are you here to pick me up?" Second Master Jing snorted. "Isn't it because of my eldest brother? He wanted to come himself, but it'll be bad if he gets hurt here, so I said I'll come for him." Gu Jiao asked, "Is there something you need from me, Duke?" "You?" Second Master Jing was confused by Gu Jiao's reaction. He crossed his arms and looked at her from the window. Shouldn't you go and see my eldest brother?"
Huh.
This time it was Gu Jiao's turn to be confused. Second Master Jing said, "You used my eldest brother's identity to participate in the selection. What do you think?" "The House of Duke. Young Master?" Gu Jiao opened her pouch and took out the token. She flipped it over to take a look, and there really was a Jing character engraved on it. Second Master Jing took in Gu Jiao's confused face, and he asked, "You don't tell me you only found out now?"
"Yes."
Gu Jiao nodded in a daze. Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao kept the token and asked Second Master Jing, "Why did the State Preceptor look for the House of Duke Ongwer? Isn't your relationship not good?" Second Master Jing sighed. "It's not good. So my eldest brother wanted to reject him at first, but when he heard that it was you, he agreed. I don't know what's so good about you that my eldest brother likes you so much." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I'm very good." Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao used the identity of the House of Duke, so it was natural for her to meet the State Preceptor. However, she really didn't expect that the State Preceptor would choose the House of Duke. Second Master Jing looked at the majestic Black Wind King and asked doubtfully, "Isn't this the horse that was badly injured in the Xian Yuan family? It's quite energetic." Gu Jiao said, "It'll be more energetic in the future." Second Master Jing brought Gu Jiao to the courtyard where they were last time. Duke Ongwa sat in a wheelchair under the corridor, quietly looking at the direction of the main door, as if he had been waiting for Gu Jiao to appear. His complexion was more rosy than last time, and he no longer looked sickly. He heard Second Master Jing say that his eldest brother's limbs were more agile, and he could write more words. Seeing Gu Jiao enter the courtyard, Duke Ongwa's eyes brightened, and the hand on the wheelchair's armrest started to tremble slightly. "Eldest brother, I've brought her." Second Master Jing walked in from Gu Jiao's side, blocking in front of Gu Jiao. Duke Ongwa's face darkened. Get out of the way. Gu Jiao also brought Black Wind King in. Black Wind King stopped being aggressive outside and let the servants lead him to the stable to rest. Second Master Jing went to feed the horse. Gu Jiao came to the corridor, and there was already a chair in front of Duke Ongwa. He used his eyes to signal Gu Jiao to sit down. Duke Ongwa, your complexion is good recently. Gu Jiao sat down and looked at him. Every time Duke Ongwa saw Gu Jiao, he would be able to recover better. This was really a miraculous thing. Duke Ongwa dipped his fingertips in water and rode on the wheelchair's armrest. How did I choose? Gu Jiao curved her lips. I was promoted. Duken wrote proudly, just.
Like what?
I think. Gu Jiao observed the strength of his fingers, and he did recover well. Gu Jiao looked at this very amiable face and asked, why did you promise, State Preceptor? I have a lot of enemies. Duke Ongwa wrote, I will protect you. A vegetable in a wheelchair actually threatened to protect a killer. A strange emotion flashed through Gu Jiao's heart. She didn't know what it was. It seemed to be a little hot, a little bitter, and a little painful. This kind of pain was not the same as the pain of being injured, so Gu Jiao didn't quite understand it. Duke Ongwa continued to write, I have something to give you.
Push me in.
Gu Jiao pushed him into the study. In fact, he didn't say the study. But Gu Jiao's intuition told her that he was referring there. After entering the study, Duke Ongwa stared straight at a blue and white porcelain vase on the bookshelf. Gu Jiao walked over, raised her hand, and put it on the vase. She turned it gently, and a secret door opened. Gu Jiao pushed Duke Ongwa to the door. Duken wrote on the armrest, East, West, just inside. You go get it.
Oh.
Gu Jiao agreed, and stepped into the secret room. What greeted her eyes was a set of red battle clothes and black armor. The materials of the battle clothes and armor were special, invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. Gu Jiao stared blankly at the red battle clothes and black armor in front of her, and didn't speak for a long time. Duke Ongwa raised his slightly trembling finger and wrote with difficulty, This is the battle armor that Yinin's grandfather prepared for Yinin. Unfortunately, Yinin didn't have a chance to wear it, so I'm giving it to you now. The battle clothes and armor didn't discriminate between men and women, and could be worn as long as the size was suitable. Gu Jiao's fingertips lightly touched the ice-cold armor. Duke Ongwa's strength was almost used up, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He continued to write, Do you like it? I like it, Gu Jiao said. When Second Master Jing finished feeding the horses and came over, Gu Jiao had already changed into the battle clothes and armor and was hugging a cold and austere helmet in her hands. Second Master Jing immediately stopped in his tracks. Of course, he knew that his eldest brother wanted to give her the armor, and he was against it at first. After all, it belonged to Yinin, and he didn't approve of giving it away. If his eldest brother really wanted to give it away, he could just go out and buy a set of armor. But when he really saw Gu Jiao in the red battle clothes and armor, standing valiantly in front of him, Second Master Jing suddenly had an illusion. It was as if these things originally belonged to her. After being covered in dust for so many years, they finally had their owner, and she had also taken back her battle clothes and armor. Chapter 757. Gu Jiao stayed for lunch with Duke and had a good appetite. Other than eating a little porridge like he usually did, he also ate a few mouthfuls of the food that Gu Jiao gave him. Gu Jiao gave him food to test his ability to chew. He had a hard time chewing. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao, he wouldn't have eaten it. You have to eat like this for every meal in the future, Gu Jiao said. He couldn't just eat porridge. He had to train his mouth muscles. My older brother won't. Before Second Master Jing could finish, he saw Duke N's fingertip right up good on the armrest. Second Master Jing. After lunch, Duke N took Gu Jiao to visit the armory in the small courtyard. There were all kinds of weapons. Some of them belonged to his wife, Xian Yuanzi, and some were given to Jing Yinin by Xian Yuanli. Every time Duke En received a weapon from his father-in-law, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yinin was a girl. Why did he give her these knives and guns?
You don't understand.
If this child follows me, she will definitely be a great general in the future. But Yinin is only 1 year old. Father-in-law, even if you want to train her, shouldn't you wait until she's older? Even Zi started practicing martial arts when she was 4. Xian Yuanzi, Duke En's wife, was Xian Yuanli's daughter. Every time this happened, Xian Yuanli would hold the confused Yinin in his arms, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch her away. He snorted. How can Zi compare to Yinin? Yinin is most like grandfather. Yinin wants to practice martial arts. Xian Yuanli would come to steal the child every few days. Only when Duken woke up would Yinin not be in bed. Xian Yuanli must have sneaked in and taken her away in the middle of the night. Older brother, older brother. Second Master Jing waved his finger in front of Duke En's eyes. Duken came back to his senses and glanced at Gu Jiao with an embarrassment. Gu Jiao happened to be looking at him with a puzzled expression. A trace of apology flashed through his eyes. He dipped his finger in the water and wrote on the armrest, I thought of something from the past. Second Master Jing said, Xiao Luling wants to ask you, can he choose any weapon here? Duken wrote boldly, I'll give it all to you. Second Master Jing felt wronged. He had coveted his sister-in-law's bow for many years, but his eldest brother had never said anything about giving it to him. Gu Jiao took the weapons to the yard and tested them one by one. Duken sat in a wheelchair in the corridor and looked at her without blinking, like a parent watching his child play with toys. His eyes were full of smiles. Second Master Jing came over and glanced at Gu Jiao, who was drawing her bow in the courtyard. He whispered, Eldest brother, it's dangerous for her to go for the selection. Do you want to persuade her? It's not easy for you to find someone you like. If something goes wrong, you won't have anyone to accompany you in the future. Second Master Jing was not stupid. His eldest brother looked at Xiao Lulang as if he was looking at his own child. His eldest brother really wanted to be a father to this child. It was enough for him to experience the pain of losing a child once. Duken knew what he was going to face and what he would have to bear in the future from the moment the imperial tutor came to find him. He liked this child very much. Of course, he hoped that she could always be by his side. But he couldn't cut off her wings just for his own peace of mind. If she wanted to fly, he would hold her and lift her above his head. He would let her fly further and wider into the sky. He would be frightened, but he would never stop her. Gu Jiao stayed in the yard until evening before she went home. She picked a bow, which was the one that Second Master Jing had coveted for many years. On the way back to the Imperial Tutor Hall, Second Master Jing looked at her like a resentful wife. Gu Jiao could enter the Imperial Tutor Hall just by showing her face. She led Black Wind King to the Qilin Hall. Halfway there, Yuhi seemed to be looking for her. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. Young Master Xiao. He strode towards Gu Jiao. When he reached her, he suddenly remembered the indescribable scene that he saw in the Qilin Hall. He felt awkward and said with a fake smile, Young Master Xiao, you're back. Gu Jiao was very magnanimous. Instead, it made Yuhi look like the one who was caught doing something bad. You're looking for me?
Gu Jiao asked.
Yuhi braced himself to talk about business. It's my master. He said that your horse is in the recovery stage and you need to pay more attention to feeding it. He asked people to get some fine feed and asked if you want to take a look. Gu Jiao didn't have much experience in raising horses. She should ask the imperial tutor for advice. Yuhi took Gu Jiao to the purple bamboo forest. Yuhi couldn't face Gu Jiao. He couldn't help but think of the appearance of Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng in the room. How could the imperial grandson like a fairy, like a jade, like a man? Cough, cough. He couldn't think about it anymore. Perhaps to resolve the awkwardness, Yuhi tried to find something to talk about. I think you're very good at raising horses. Little Shi is very good. The Horse King had only been here for a day, but Yuhi already knew that it was called Little Shi.
Yuhi asked, how do you usually feed it? Gu Jiao said, just feed it casually? Yuhi smiled. What do you feed it? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Grass? Sometimes I give it some carrots. Yuhi's mouth twitched. Are you sure you're raising a horse and not a donkey? Yuhi continued to find something to talk about. By the way, I heard from Big Brother that you advanced. I haven't congratulated you yet. Gu Jiao said, yes. The conversation died. Yuhi couldn't find anything to talk about. He endured the great awkwardness alone and took Gu Jiao to the state preceptor's small courtyard. The state preceptor went to pick some purple bamboo. Yuhi let Gu Jiao sit in the central room for a while. The Black Wind King strolled in the forest. Yuhi took out the special wine of the state preceptor's palace to entertain Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a sip. It's so sweet. Yuhi smiled. This is osmanthus, wine made by Master himself. There's only 1 jar a year. Ordinary people can't drink it. At this time, Gu Jiao had finished her cup. She was slightly startled. It's wine. Yuhi nodded. Yes, but it's not bitter at all, right? The wine made by my master is… Bang. Gu Jiao's head hit the table. She was drunk. Yuhi. Young Master Shao, young Master Shao, young Master Shao. Yuhi called for a long time, but Gu Jiao still didn't respond. Yuhi was confused. How can you be so good at drinking? Your martial arts are so good. Shouldn't you not be drunk after 1,000 cups and 10,000 cups? How can you be drunk after just 1 cup? It's over. How am I going to explain to Master when he comes back? The state preceptor chopped 2 bamboo sticks and came back. He saw Gu Jiao lying on the table, drunk and unconscious. Yuhi was like a child who had made a mistake. He stood up, lowered his head, and said in a panic, I'm sorry, Master. I gave young Master Shao some osmanthus wine. The state preceptor frowned. You gave her wine? Yuhi opened his mouth. The state preceptor had always been expressionless when talking to people, but now he was a little unhappy. She can't drink. Yuhi lowered his head even more. Yes, I know I was wrong. The osmanthus wine was placed on the table. He thought that his master was going to use it to entertain Shao Luling. The state preceptor gently put the bamboo sticks on the ground and came behind Gu Jiao. He bent down and picked up Gu Jiao and carried her to the inner room. Yuhi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His master didn't even carry his eldest senior brother, but he actually carried Shao Luling. And even brought her into the inner room? The state preceptor put her on the bamboo bed and let the disciples of the purple bamboo forest boil some hangover soup. Yuhi had never seen the state preceptor like this before. At his master's level, he didn't show his emotions and wasn't disturbed by the mortal world. But just now, he saw emotions in his master's eyes. You can leave, the state preceptor said to Yuhi. Yes. Yuhi cupped his hands and left without looking sideways. Even after he left the courtyard, he was still puzzled. What was the relationship between this Shao Luling and his master? Why did his master repeatedly make exceptions for him? Gu Jiao's aftereffects were too strong. At first, Gu Jiao was just drunk and sleeping, but later on, she began to have wild dreams. She first dreamed that when she was 8 years old, she was brought back to the organization by a youth wearing military boots. The youth was 16 years old and was the organization's youngest godfather, as well as the most cold-blooded assassin. She was the first child he brought back, but he was the coldest and most unreasonable to her. He would always punish her. In the middle of the night, she would often be the only one running laps on the training field. He was like a cheetah hiding in the darkness, making her not dare to be lazy. She would always be exhausted and then be carried back by him like a sack. For the most dangerous mission, he would never call anyone else. Shadow, you come with me? She once suspected that he wanted to use the mission to kill her. She and her companions were taken hostage, but he didn't even look at her as he saved her companions and left. However, it was also at that time that the companions he cared about were killed and she,
who didn't even get a glance from him, survived. At that moment, she seemed to understand something. Wake up. Drink some hangover soup before you sleep. The voice seemed to come from the water and entered Gu Jiao's mind. The scene in the dream was shattered. She opened her eyes in a daze and looked around. Before she could react, she closed her eyes and fell asleep again. She continued to dream. But it wasn't the dream just now. The weather was good, and she came to a small courtyard full of lilies. There was a cluster of green bamboo in the corner of the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew, and the bamboo leaves and lilies danced together. She recognized that this was the courtyard she had been to in the afternoon. Why did she come back? Where was the Duke? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw the door to the upper room open and someone walk out. But it wasn't the Duke, but a pregnant woman. She was wearing a purple battle suit and silver armor. She held a longbow in her hand as if she was about to go to war. The young Dukin walked out and looked at her deeply. His eyes were slightly red. She smiled and said, "Take care of Enine. I'll be back soon." "But you didn't come back." This sentence suddenly flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She looked at the woman's back as she walked out of the courtyard. "Don't go. You will die on the battlefield." Gu Jiao wanted to stop her, but she couldn't make a sound from her throat. She tried a few times. Suddenly, the little girl in the room stumbled out. Her tender voice cut through the air. "Mother." Gu Jiao's body shook and she opened her eyes. There was some sound in her ears. She didn't know if it came from herself or from the dream. "You're awake." The state preceptor sat on the chair in front of the bed and looked at her indifferently. "Do you want some hangover soup? Or not?" Gu Jiao looked around and found that this was an unfamiliar room. But when she looked out the door and saw the familiar central room, she knew that she was still in the small bamboo house in the purple bamboo forest. "No need, I'm awake." Gu Jiao sat up. Her head still hurt a bit. "What kind of wine did you make? It has such a strong aftertaste." "It's because your alcohol tolerance is too low," the state preceptor said. "Yi Qing can drink a jar and still be fine." Gu Jiao was clear about her alcohol tolerance. It was rare that she was silent and didn't refute. "Did you just have a dream?" the state preceptor asked. Mentioning this, Gu Jiao slightly frowned. These days, she had a lot of dreams and forgot when she woke up. But this time, she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol, but she remembered the second half. And she didn't deny it. The state preceptor put the hangover soup on the bedside table. "What did you dream of that made you have such a big reaction?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "My reaction? Big?" The state preceptor looked at her. "If you don't remember, then forget it." Gu Jiao suddenly said, "I dreamed of the young Ongwa Duke, as well as his wife and child." She had seen Xian Yuanzi's portrait in the library, so it wasn't surprising that she would dream of her. As for the content of the dream, maybe she had heard too much about the Xian Yuan family and imagined a separation. But that child, wait, there was no portrait of the Jing family's child in the library. That was the child in the portrait she saw in the state preceptor's study. Was that child really Jing Yinin, or did she just put the appearance of a random child on the Jing Yinin in the dream? The state preceptor felt Gu Jiao looking at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Jiao asked, "Is the girl in the portrait in your study Jing Yinin?" The state preceptor didn't seem too surprised. "You saw it all? Did he admit it?" The state preceptor nodded and sighed. "Yes, she is Jing Yinin." Gu Jiao asked seriously, "What's your relationship with Jing Yinin?" The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Do you really want to know?"
Gu Jiao, yes.
The state preceptor paused, and then said to Gu Jiao, "Well, when you win the selection and become the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, I will tell you everything." Chapter 758. Gu Jiao slept for 4 hours after getting drunk, and the sky was already dark. The Qilin Hall was brightly lit. Xiaoheng had been reading books in the library for the whole day. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep. Only now did he feel hungry. He didn't have a good appetite, so the kitchen made him delicious egg soup, a few special snacks from the State Preceptor Hall, and a plate of fresh fruits to appease his appetite. Xiaoheng sat down and was ready to eat. Little Jing Kong was taking a bath in the house. Because he was too active in the past 2 days, it was determined that he didn't have any PTSD, so he had to bathe himself again. Although Xiaoheng would still bathe him again, the strength was different. It was impossible to let little Jing Kong take a bath quietly. He used to be the little monk who was the best at chanting scriptures in the temple. Although he didn't chant scriptures anymore, he had an interest that made him more intoxicated. He tied strange strips of cloth around his body, struck strange poses, and began to sing. Hawthorn of pear of cherry ol pear. Bring them all to wash, bring them all to wash. If you don't wash them all, I'll have diarrhea. Xiaoheng, who had just picked up a hawthorn, was speechless. Xiaoheng put down the hawthorn decisively and didn't touch the rest of the fruits. He looked at the snacks on the plate. The snacks were fried, and he didn't know what the ingredients were. In short, they looked crispy and golden, and there was even sauce. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and took a small bite.
Ka.
Just the sound alone was enough to whet one's appetite. Xiaoheng thought, "Oh, what is this made of? It's so crispy." Little Jing Kong finished singing Hawthorn and Pear and started to sing the next song affectionately. Dreams are so precious. Chicken dung is crispy. Xiaoheng was speechless. Little Jing Kong changed his tune in a second. Hot pot and barbecue in the toilet. Once I wake up, I'll lick it. Fuck heartless. Xiaoheng, who had just licked a mouthful of sauce. A quarter of an hour later, the Qilin Hall was filled with the angry voices of little Jing Kong.
Ah.
Bad brother-in-law is here. He's coming with a feather duster. Run quickly. It was another chaotic night. The solemn Grand Preceptor Hall seemed to have become a scene of fireworks in the mortal world because of the quarrel between the adult and the child. 3 days later, on the first day of the 7th lunar month, today's competition was the true first round of the selection. The location was still the Han family's Black Wind camp. A total of 44 cavalrymen had advanced to the next round. In the preliminary round, 6 would advance to the next round, and 2 would advance to the next round. Outsiders were not allowed to watch this kind of selection in the military camp. Only the soldiers of the military camp or those who were related to the selection could appear at the scene. Xiaoheng took the carriage and sent Gu Jiao to the entrance of the barracks. He watched as Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King into the barracks before letting the carriage leave. However, he didn't go far. He found an inconspicuous shade and waited. Not far away, another carriage was parked. Duke En and Second Master Jing sat in the carriage. The weather is so hot. I told you not to come, but you just had to come. Second Master Jing muttered. Duke En didn't say anything. The main thing was that he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. He quietly waited here, waiting for Gu Jiao to come out, regardless of whether she succeeded or not. Gu Jiao didn't come early. Everyone else had arrived. A soldier came to her to take the number plate and hang it on the bulletin board. Can I go and take a look? Gu Jiao asked a soldier passing by. The soldier said, yes. Gu Jiao walked over. The number plates were almost full. It seemed that everyone had arrived. The first number plate belonged to Gu Chongqing. He used the name of Han Ziyu, a collateral descendant of the Han family. The other number plate belonged to Yang Wu, the younger brother of Yang family head. Yang family head was a true master. She just didn't know how strong his younger brother was. Daoist Qingfeng was Heavenly Stem third brother. His opponent was the son of the Dong family. Gu Jiao looked at her and Mu Qingchen's numbers. The two of them were really lucky. Her opponent was from the Han family. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? And Mu Qingchen was going to fight someone from the Wang family. They were fighting their own people. They had really exhausted their strength too early. There were still 7 or 8 number plates that hadn't been hung up. Gu Jiao didn't see 5th Master Han's name. He probably hadn't come yet. He's Heavenly Stem's 7th brother. Gu Chongqing walked over. There was some distance between the two. At first glance, It seemed that they didn't have any interactions. Earth Stem's sixth brother. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the Earth Stem's sixth brother's position. There was already a number plate there.
Su Chen?
Gu Chongqing pretended to look at the number plate and said in a low voice, Su Yuan's younger brother, Mu Qingchen's uncle.
Is he powerful?
Gu Jiao asked. It's said that he's a master. Fifth Master Han was originally planning on swapping numbers with someone else, Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiao murmured. Was he afraid that he couldn't beat Su Chen? Gu Chongqing said, No. He wanted to beat you and eliminate you. Strictly speaking, it wasn't possible to casually swap numbers in this kind of selection. However, this was the Han clan's home ground, and Gu Jiao had coincidentally drawn a member of the Han clan.
Gu Jiao had the same idea.
She wanted to eliminate Fifth Master Han. She asked regretfully, then why didn't he swap numbers? Someone walked over. Gu Chongqing waited for that person to pass before saying, because he discovered that your opponent was Han Xiaoyu. This person is a member of the Han clan's side branch. He didn't come from a good background, so he didn't join the main clan. However, he is extremely powerful. He fought his way out of the underground arena and is ranked in the top 20. So that's how it was. Fifth Master Han was planning on taking care of Su Chen himself and having Han Xiaoyu take care of Gu Jiao. That's pretty good, Gu Jiao said. That's pretty good, Gu Chongqing said as well. The two of them exchanged knowing glances. Your new armor is pretty good, Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiao nodded. On the battlefield, the sound of a gong rang out. Gu Chongqing wielded a long sword and urged his horse to charge at his opponent, Yang Wu. No one expected that the first group of opponents would be so powerful. Gu Chongqing's swordsmanship had reached perfection, and Yang Wu's large blade was not to be outdone. Blade light and sword shadows flashed as killing intent filled the air. In an instant, they had exchanged tens of blows. Yang Wu's martial arts were slightly inferior to his older brother, the Yang clan head. However, in front of the younger generation, he still had an advantage. His inner strength was abundant, and his blade techniques were exquisite. The only thing that he was inferior to Gu Chongqing in was his mount. However, he used his boundless inner strength to make up for this shortcoming. Yang Wu arrogantly said, Brat, you are not my opponent. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die without a complete corpse. Today's fight had a life and death agreement. In other words, they could kill. The Yang clan had coveted the Han clan's military power for a long time. They had always killed the Han clan's disciples. He chopped down with his blade, and Gu Chongqing blocked it with his sword. What a powerful inner strength. Sand and stones flew all around, and dust rose. Gu Chongqing's mount could not withstand Yang Wu's inner strength. Once the mount was injured, the rest of the fight would be dangerous. Gu Chongqing suddenly leaned back, grabbed Yang Wu's large blade, and stabbed at Yang Wu's waist. Yang Wu could not pull out his large blade, so he could only use his other hand to deflect Gu Chongqing's blade. Now was the time. Gu Chongqing swept his long leg and kicked Yang Wu's head. The huge force kicked him down from the horse's back. Yang Wu fell to the ground and was eliminated. The first fight had been so exciting that the second fight seemed ordinary. The third fight was between Taoist Qingfeng and the son of the Dong clan. Seeing Taoist Qingfeng fight, the audience was interested again. However, Taoist Qingfeng was not interested in being watched. He knocked the son of the Dong clan off his horse with one move. Everyone was speechless. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. No wonder he was able to tie with Liao Chen. He is really strong. Luck played a part in this fight. If they had been matched with an opponent like Taoist Qingfeng, they would have been defeated. The son of the Dong clan was not very good at martial arts, but he was not the weakest either. At least in the next 3 fights, no one was better than him. When it was close to noon, it was Gu Jiao and Black Wind King's turn to fight. Yesterday, this man and his horse had left a very deep impression on everyone. Therefore, everyone had high hopes for them from the beginning. That was until they saw Han Xiaoyu riding his black-winged cavalry. It's Han Xiaoyu. It's really him. Who is Han Xiaoyu? You don't even know Han Xiaoyu? He's the only collateral descendant who lives in the Han clan's main house. He's a lieutenant in the Black Wind camp and is in charge of the cavalry's training. He looks very young. He's not even 24 years old. He's the youngest and most promising person after the son of the Han clan. He doesn't come from a high family, so he must be very talented to have achieved what he has today. Then Xiao Lulang is done for. Yeah, he was unlucky. Of all the people he could have met, he just had to meet Han Xiaoyu. Everyone felt sorry for Gu Jiao. Even with the Black Wind King, the gap between this young man and the genius Han Xiaoyu was not something a horse could make up for. Moreover, Han Xiaoyu had participated in the Black Wind King's training, so he knew the Black Wind King very well. Han Xiaoyu rode his horse toward Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King. Although the Black Wind King had a powerful aura, Han Xiaoyu knew how to suppress the Black Wind King's aura because he had trained him before. His Black Wind horse did not show any fear or retreat. He stopped 10 meters away, holding his silver spear, and coldly looked at the young man in red. You're Xiao Lulang? I've heard of you. There are many rumors about you. Gu Jiao said, Oh, I've never heard of you.
I'm sorry.
Han Xiaoyu said coldly, The son of the Han clan is injured because of you. I'll settle this with you today. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. I'll kill you. Gu Jiao had a red tasseled spear wrapped in cloth on her back. She was not in a hurry to take out her weapon. Instead, she looked at Han Xiaoyu and said, Then let's kill. Take out your weapon. You're not worthy. The gong sounded. Han Xiaoyu spurred his horse and thrust out his spear. A normal horse would have turned around and dodged when faced with such a strong killing intent. However, the Black Wind King did not dodge. Gu Jiao pulled the reins and clamped her legs on the horse's belly, urging the Black Wind King to accelerate at full speed. The surrounding cavalrymen were in an uproar. Is he crazy? Is he sending the Black Wind King to its death? Han Xiaoyu is most proficient with the spear. With this spear, the Black Wind King's head will be pierced. Does he even know how to fight? This is a taboo. The Black Wind King had also been trained to evade in the past, but this time, it tried its best to restrain its muscle memory. It trusted Gu Jiao wholeheartedly. Gu Jiao told it to charge, so it charged forward bravely. It raised its speed to the extreme, so fast that it could only be seen as a blur. Han Xiaoyu frowned. Xiao Lulang purposely let the Black Wind King die in exchange for a chance to attack me at close range to win this round? Xiao Lulang wants to kill me. Han Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched. He immediately switched from offense to defense. Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Boss, jump. She pulled the reins and the Black Wind King jumped high into the air. What kind of move was this? Han Xiaoyu was already prepared to defend, but the Black Wind King jumped over his head. Han Xiaoyu immediately changed his move. He raised his spear and thrust it at the Black Wind King's exposed belly. This spear had to pierce the Black Wind King's intestines. But to Han Xiaoyu's surprise, the young man on the horse suddenly fell down. His soft waist bent at an incredible angle, and he hung upside down from the saddle, using his chest to block the spear for the Black Wind King. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Xiaoyu also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was not because of Gu Jiao's difficult move, but because his spear did not pierce the opponent's armor.
How could this be?
Gu Jiao had already tested it in the State Teacher Palace. Jing Yanin's armor could not even be pierced by Yi Qing's sword and qi. Gu Jiao enjoyed the shock in his eyes. In terms of martial arts, she, who had only recovered 40% of her strength, was not as good as Han Xiaoyu. But her equipment was strong. Come on, let's compete. Han Xiaoyu knew something was wrong and hurriedly pulled back, but it was already too late. Gu Jiao grabbed his spear, lowered her body, and pressed down on Han Xiaoyu's saddle to pry up the spear. I don't need to pry up the earth, but prying you is enough. Han Xiaoyu was directly sent flying. He simply did not understand how he flew out. He whistled in the air, and his mount dashed over to catch him, only to be kicked away by the Black Wind King in a domineering manner. Han Xiaoyu finally landed on the ground in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao let out a long sigh of relief and sat back down on the broad back of the Black Wind King's horse. Advance to the next round, Xiao Luleng. Chapter 759. Gu Jiao's match was after Taoist Qingfeng's. It was another match that left everyone dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Han Xiaoyu fly out? Did you see it clearly? Cavalry A asked Cavalry B. I didn't. Did you see it clearly? Cavalry B asked Cavalry C. Cavalry C. I didn't see it either. On a high platform behind the crowd, Han Lei and fifth grandfather Han silently looked at Xiao Luleng, who rode his horse to the edge of the battlefield. Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, no wonder Year was defeated by this kid so many times. He does have some tricks up his sleeve." Han Lei's expression was serious. What happened to Han Xiaoyu just now? I didn't feel any fluctuation of internal energy from that kid. How did he send Han Xiaoyu flying? Which sex martial art did he use that move from? Fifth grandfather Han's silver hair shone under the hot sun. His expression was as cold as his hair color. His gaze fell on the youth who was riding his horse. There were many disciples of aristocratic families on the battlefield. He looked ordinary, but he could be easily spotted in the crowd. "It's not martial arts. It's just a small trick," he said. Han Lei frowned. He didn't understand. A small trick? Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, do you still remember the catapult?" Han Lei put his hands behind his back and nodded. "I remember. It's one of the war chariots used to attack cities. It's very destructive and can be used to attack city gates and walls. It can also be used to attack the soldiers guarding the city." Could it be that he just... Fifth grandfather Han nodded. "That's right. He used Han Xiaoyu as a rock and pried him out. He understands the logic, but very few people can create such an environment and opportunity in close combat. From the moment he entered the battlefield, he started calculating the attack distance, the height of his jump, the angle of his waist, and even the speed of Han Xiaoyu's spear. He has a clear picture in his mind." Han Lei said, "I still don't understand." Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, you don't need to understand. Big brother, you just need to know that this kid is a genius." Han Lei turned to look at fifth grandfather Han and smiled ambiguously. "You even know how to praise people?" Fifth grandfather Han continued, "But geniuses also need a bit of luck. If it wasn't for the armor he was wearing, he would have died under Han Xiaoyu's spear." Han Lei's gaze once again fell on the young man. The young man was dressed in red and was clad in bright clothes. His aura was as high as the heavens, and even the children of aristocratic families could not compare to him. Han Lei frowned. "I noticed it too." "What kind of armor is that? How can it be so hard?" Fifth Master Han asked, "Big brother, do you still remember Xianyuan Li's armor? I'm talking about his best suit." Han Lei was reminded of a certain memory and frowned slightly before saying, "I remember. Back then, he relied on that armor to infiltrate the Jin nation's enemy camp alone and rescued the captured monarch. But after he was defeated and died, we didn't find that armor. He was wearing ordinary armor. You can't be thinking that Xiao Liulong's armor is the same as Xianyuan Li's, right? It doesn't look like it." Fifth Master Han said, "Maybe it was made of the same material, or maybe it was made by melting down Xianyuan Li's armor." Han Lei sighed. 15 years ago, if Xianyuan Li didn't change out of that armor, he might not have died so quickly. Fifth Master Han said calmly, "His life and death alone can't change the overall situation. The Xianyuan family's defeat is destined." Han Lei did not refute this point. "That's true. With the appearance of the Emperor Star, How could the monarch keep the Xianyuan family alive? It's a pity that the armor didn't fall into the hands of our Han family. Let's talk about the selection this time. Xiao Lulang is a tough one. You didn't meet him in the first round, but it might not be the case in the next round. Gu Jiao had already ridden to the spectator area. The Black Wind King's aura prevented people from entering, leaving him a comfortable space. Fifth Master Han looked at Gu Jiao and said, "He's not my match." Han Lei turned around and patted Fifth Master Han's shoulder with a smile. "Don't underestimate him, fifth brother." Han Lei looked at Gu Jiao and said seriously, "Don't worry, big brother. I won't underestimate him. If I meet Xiao Lulang, even if I know he's not my match, I'll still do my best." Gu Jiao's next match was Mu Qingchen. His opponent was Wang Su's younger brother, Wang Yi. According to seniority, he had to call him uncle. Wang Yi smiled. "Don't be afraid of me just because I'm your elder." Mu Qingchen held his sword and cupped his hands. "I'll do my best. Please advise me, Uncle Wang." Wang Yi retracted his smile and pulled out his scimitar. He said majestically, "Then let me see if your martial arts have improved in the past few years." With the sound of the gong, the two of them charged at each other on their horses. Mu Qingchen's weapon was a sword, while Wang Yi's was a scimitar. It was said that the sword countered the scimitar and the scimitar countered the spear, but that was not the case. Every weapon in a fight had its own advantages and disadvantages. It all depended on how the weapon was used. Wang Yi used a domineering scimitar, which could suppress his opponent in an instant. Mu Qingchen's swordsmanship focused on swiftness and lightness. Mu Qingchen's sword could be easily blocked by Wang Yi's scimitar. However, if Wang Yi's scimitar came down, Mu Qingchen might not be able to block it. In order to avoid being hit by Wang Yi's attacks, Mu Qingchen attacked Wang Yi as soon as he entered the arena. He didn't use any of his power-type moves, such as slashing, and stabbing. All of his moves were quick and tricky moves that were impossible to guard against. Wang Yi was dazzled. He couldn't use his strength. In the end, Mu Qingchen stepped on the pedal and jumped up. He flipped in the air and cut the leather of Wang Yi's saddle. Mu Qingchen then slashed the back of the horse with his sword. The horse was startled. It raised its front hooves and rushed forward. Wang Yi's body tilted, and he slid down from the horse's back along with the saddle. In the next second, Mu Qingchen landed on his horse and grabbed his arm. "Uncle Wang Si." Wang Yi steadied himself and looked at Mu Qingchen with amusement. He patted Mu Qingchen's horse and said while panting, "I lost. I admit defeat." Mu Qingchen got off the horse and put away his sword. He cupped his hands and bowed like a junior. "Uncle Wang Si, you let me win?" Wang Yi waved his hand. Okay. I didn't want to come. But since you defeated me, you can't lose to anyone else. You have to prove to me that I didn't lose to you." Mu Qingchen narrowed his eyes with a complicated expression. Yes. There were 3 more groups. However, one of the cavalrymen of Heavenly Stem Gung 7 was in trouble and couldn't come to the arena in time. Generally speaking, this kind of situation could be dealt with as forfeit. However, Fifth Master Han was generous and said that he was willing to wait for his opponent. And now he was waiting.
He's coming.
Who's coming? Fifth Master Han's opponent. It's him. Gu Jiao rode on Black Wind King's back and listened to their conversation. Who is it? Why are you reacting so strongly? It's Nangong Jing, the first daughter of the Nangong family. Hearing this, Gu Jiao grunted and looked over with interest. Sure enough, she saw a woman in armor riding a horse towards the battlefield. Nangong Jing, the first daughter of the 3rd branch of the Nangong family. She was 17 this year and had good martial arts skills. Wait, I don't remember her being in the cavalrymen yesterday. Nangong Jing rode his horse to the platform where 5th Grandfather Han and Han Lei were. He looked up at the two and said, "My father has something to do and can't come. Can I fight in his place?" She couldn't fight according to the rules. Otherwise, what if everyone asked for help? 5th Grandfather Han looked at her condescendingly and said, "Okay." Nangong Jing said, "Please." Fifth Master Han walked down the stage at a moderate pace. Gu Jiao touched her chin. She had always wondered why Fifth Master Han's hair turned white at such a young age. Fifth Master Han didn't ride his own black demon horse. Instead, he rode an ordinary black wind rider. Nangong Jing frowned and asked, Fifth Master Han, why didn't you use your own horse? Are you looking down on me? Fifth Master Han said, Miss Nangong, you're overthinking. I thought that no one from the Nangong family would come today, so I asked someone to bring my horse back to my residence. If I went back to get it, I'm afraid I'll have to make you wait. The content of his words was polite, but his expression and tone were completely different. Nangong Jing was furious. She said coldly, Why aren't you hitting the gongs? The examiner coughed and hit the gong. Nangong Jing's weapons were dual swords, while Fifth Master Han was barehanded. When Nangong Jing galloped toward Fifth Master Han didn't move at all. Nangong Jing's martial arts weren't on the same level as Fifth Master Han's, so she couldn't hurt him. Before her swords could touch Fifth Master Han's hair, Fifth Master Han used his internal energy to knock her off her horse. Her horse seemed to be greatly frightened. It raised its front hooves and was about to step on her. Fifth Master Han casually grabbed Nangong Jing and pulled her up from the ground. Nangong Jing's face turned pale. She hugged his arm tightly and jumped into his embrace. Everyone's expression changed. It can't be, right? In public, the Nangong family's daughter and Fifth Master Han. This in a place where no one could see. Nangong Jing's eyes turned cold. She hugged Fifth Master Han and fell down. She was planning to perish together with Fifth Master Han and get him out of the game. In order to eliminate Fifth Master Han, she even sacrificed her reputation as a girl. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Yes. A kid from the Nangong family advanced. Everyone despised this behavior. This vicious woman. She used a dirty trick. It's over. They fell down. Ouch. The two of them fell off their horses. Nangong Jing held onto Fifth Master Han tightly and sneered. Let's go to hell together, Master Han. Fifth Master Han's expression was calm. His thin lips moved slightly. You're happy too early? Nangong Jing's expression froze. Fifth Master Han pried open one of her hands and slapped her. Under the reaction of the force, Fifth Master Han successfully returned to the saddle. Nangong Jing fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Fifth Master Han fiercely. You knew that I was going to scheme against you? Fifth Master Han said coldly, Yes. Nangong Jing frowned. Then why did you? Fifth Master Han sneered. If you want to scheme against me, you have to pay a price, right? After today, Nangong Jing's reputation would be completely ruined. If she could eliminate the biggest competitor for the Nangong family's disciples, her sacrifice would be worth it. But now, her sacrifice was in vain. Gu Jiao had a new understanding of Fifth Master Han. He was truly a ruthless man. He didn't even care about a beauty like Nangong Jing. The next 3 rounds weren't that amazing, and the next round didn't have a number plate. After watching, Gu Jiao went to the stable to feed Black Wind King. There was still a one-on-one duel in the afternoon. They couldn't leave the camp until everyone finished. At this moment, everyone thought of eating by themselves. They left the horses to their servants. When Gu Jiao came with Black Wind King, there weren't many people in the stable. Gu Chongqing also walked over with his Black Wind King. He pretended to feed the horse and said to Gu Jiao calmly, There's a sand table simulation in the afternoon. You can draw lots after entering the arena. Gu Jiao first checked the feed in the stable. After making sure there was nothing wrong with it, she fed Black Wind King. There are 11 people. What about the lone one? Gu Chongqing said, There's a direct promotion. It depends on who gets it. Can it be decided internally? Gu Jiao asked. If it could be decided internally, it would definitely be a member of the Han family. Gu Chongqing shook his head.
No.
It's a sand table simulation. Everyone's there. There's no chance to tamper with it. Gu Jiao nodded.
Oh.
Gu Chongqing said, after the sand table simulation, there's only one round left. It's a 300-mile ride. The one in the afternoon is very important. This was the only round that didn't use mounts. There was no need to use force. It was a battle of strategy. Just because someone was good at martial arts didn't mean they were good at leading troops. Gu Jiao had fought before, but her commander was Tang Yueshan. She didn't have much of an advantage in this aspect. As far as Gu Chongqing knew, all the contestants who advanced were good at military strategy. Even Priest Qingfeng had read military books before becoming a monk. Why don't I try it with you? Gu Chongqing said.
Okay.
Gu Jiao agreed. Gu Chongqing broke off 2 branches and gave one to Gu Jiao. He drew a sketch on the ground. This is a well-fortified city. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. It has 20,000 soldiers, but the provisions in the city can only last for 3 days. The enemy has 80,000 soldiers. The enemy's counselor suggested that the enemy's commander should attack the city's granary at night and burn their provisions. This battle will collapse. Will you be the attacker or the defender? Wasn't this the Battle of Guandu? Yuan Shao led 80,000 soldiers to attack Cao Cao, who only had 20,000 soldiers. Siyu suggested burning Cao Cao's provisions. However, Yuan Shao didn't listen and locked Siyu up. After that, Siyu joined Cao Cao and helped Cao Cao defeat Yuan Shao's 80,000 soldiers with 20,000 soldiers. I'll be the defender,
Gu Jiao said.
She was familiar with this part. Gu Chongqing nodded. Okay. My counselor suggested that I burn your provisions. I took his suggestion and led 500 soldiers to burn your granary.
Gu Jiao.
Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, this doesn't count. Let's do it again. I'll be the attacker. I'll take the suggestion of burning your provisions. Gu Chongqing said, I've already set up a trap for your 500 elite soldiers. I'll pretend to be your soldiers and head to your camp at night to burn down your supply route. Gu Jiao. Somewhere in the camp, Han Lei and 5th grandfather Han sat on the ground. There were sumptuous dishes on the table in front of them. 5th grandfather Han didn't eat meat, so the table looked sumptuous but was actually full of vegetables. Han Lei said, military strategy is your strength. There shouldn't be any problems with the sand table deduction in the afternoon, right? 5th grandfather Han slowly picked up 2 grains of rice with his chopsticks. Which level is the problem? Han Lei laughed. That's right. My 5th brother is smarter than anyone else. He's good at both civil and military matters. Which one can stop him? Your Majesty wants to use this method to make us hand over the Black Wind Cavalry. You're underestimating us too much. 5th grandfather Han ate quietly, without saying anything. Han Lei sighed. 5th brother, if you weren't poisoned, the family head position would have been yours. 5th grandfather Han picked up a piece of vegetable and said, Big brother is the eldest son. Han Lei looked at him and said, Father wanted you to be the family head back then. 5th grandfather Han said calmly, I'm not interested in the family head position. Han Lei smiled. That's true. You have your own interests. As he spoke, he thought of something and frowned. That Xiao Lulang is full of tricks. We can't let him enter the final round. 5th grandfather Han looked at Han Lei coldly. Big brother, are you worried that my black demon horse won't be able to outrun the old Black Wind King? Han Lei smiled. That's not what I meant.
Eat.
5th grandfather Han ate half a mouthful of vegetable. If I face Xiao Lulang in the afternoon, I'll eliminate him. 2 hours passed. In the stable, Gu Jiao ate dried meat and snacks while listening to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing was forced to teach Gu Jiao a lot of military strategy. He talked until his throat was smoking. Have you memorized everything? Gu Jiao's cheeks puffed up. Yes. Gu Chongqing wiped the sweat on his forehead. If you really remember, as long as you don't face Taoist priest Qingfeng and 5th grandfather Han, You should be able to handle it. Gu Jiao burped.
Oh.
Gu Chongqing said, All right, it's time. Let's go. Gu Jiao stood up. Gu Chongqing seized the time to test her learning. If there's a foggy day again, how should we fight? Gu Jiao asked, the empty fort strategy? Gu Chongqing's mouth twitched. The sand table deduction was held in a spacious tent, and the drawing of lots was also held here. From 1 to 5, there were 2 numbers. Only number 6 was single. Number 6, number 6, number 6, number 6. The young master of the Nangong family said number 6 100 times in his mind and drew a number. Number 1. He sighed in disappointment. Who's number 1? Oh, it's me, Taoist priest Qingfeng said politely. The young master of the Nangong family rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Gu Chongqing and the son of the Dong family drew number 3. Mu Qingchen and the cousin of the Mu family drew number 4 at the same time. Mu Qingchen was simply going against the tide when he went out. He either fought against the Wang family or the Mu family. They were all on his side. 5th grandfather, Han, drew number 1. Only Gu Jiao and the son of the Feng family hadn't drawn a number yet. The remaining 2 numbers in the box were number 1 and number 6. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 of them. One of them would be extremely unlucky, and the other would be extremely lucky. The cavalrymen on the side didn't know whether to be glad that they drew the number in advance and didn't have to fight against 5th grandfather Han, or angry that they didn't wait patiently until the end. Maybe they could directly advance. The son of the Feng family suddenly became a little nervous. You first or me first? Whatever. I'm fine with either, Gu Jiao said. The son of the Feng family gritted his teeth. Then, I'll go first.
Okay.
Gu Jiao raised her hand and motioned for him to go first. The son of the Feng family reached out his hand to the box, but he suddenly retracted his hand when he approached the hole.
Wait.
Let's wait. Huh? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. The son of the Feng family took a deep breath. You first. Okay. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. The son of the Feng family glared.
Wait.
I'll go first. Gu Jiao was a little annoyed. She punched him in the head and slammed him on the table. Are you going to draw or not? The son of the Feng family, who couldn't fight back, reached out his hand in grievance. He went into the hole in the box and took out a small wooden plate with a number engraved on it. There was only 1 wooden plate left in the box. Gu Jiao didn't need to take it. She directly asked the son of the Feng family, What's your number? Everyone's eyes fell on the small wooden plate that the son of the Feng family was holding tightly. The son of the Feng family closed his eyes. I don't dare to look. Give it to me, Gu Jiao said. The son of the Feng family, you're not allowed to change, Gu Jiao, then you see for yourself. The son of the Feng family, you see for me. I'll see for you. 5th grandfather Han casually walked over and pinched the son of the Feng family's wooden plate with his slender fingertips. The son of the Feng family nervously opened his eyes and looked at him. 5th grandfather Han gave him a look that told him to let go.
He was so scared that he let go.
5th grandfather Han held the wooden plate in his hand and looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. Xiao Luleng, what do you think of your luck? Gu Chongqing's eyes turned cold. Please don't be number 1. My name is poisonous. My luck has always been bad. I choke when drinking water, I can't hide from the rain, and I fall when walking on the road. There are only unlucky things that you can't think of, but there is no unlucky thing that I can't do. Gu Jiao finished honestly. She took out the small wooden plate from the box, looked at it, and sighed. Sure enough.
Ha!
5th grandfather Han couldn't help but laugh arrogantly and playfully.
Gu Jiao also laughed.
God can't stand it, let my luck change. 5th grandfather Han's smile froze. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved and revealed the wooden plate. Number 6.
Xiao Luleng, advance.
Chapter 760. Fifth grandfather Han clenched his fists, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He actually didn't care if Xiao Luling advanced or not. Even if he advanced, Xiao Luling wouldn't be able to pass the last round. However, it didn't feel good to be fooled. This kid called Xiao Luling was a very infuriating person. Outside the tent, Han Lei shook his head slightly at fifth grandfather Han and used his eyes to tell him not to be impulsive. This wasn't a place to fight. It wouldn't be good if he was disqualified. Fifth grandfather Han closed his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He calmed himself down and said to Gu Jiao, "It's just a futile effort." Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's just a futile effort. Hurry up and admit defeat. Let little brother Feng compete with me in the next round." Feng Ling was so scared that he shuddered. In addition to the 11 selected candidates, there were also examiners from the imperial court and some cavalrymen who were disqualified but allowed to watch the competition. Everyone's eyes fell on Gu Jiao. This kid's face was damaged and he wasn't old, but he dared to use such an arrogant tone in front of fifth grandfather Han. Was he not afraid of death? Compared to the showy heir Han, this low-key fifth grandfather Han was the real killing god of the Han family. Old Master Han thought highly of him. If he hadn't been poisoned, even the position of the head of the family would have been his. Fifth grandfather Han wasn't easily angered. What happened just now was an accident. There wouldn't be a second time. He looked deeply at Gu Jiao. "See you in the next round." Gu Jiao shrugged. "Who knows? After all, I've advanced and you haven't." Of all people, this was a sore spot. Fifth grandfather Han clenched his fists. Outside the tent, Han Lei gave one of the examiners a look. The examiner immediately coughed. "Ahem. All right, let's begin. Xiao Luling, you've already advanced. You can stay and watch the battle, or you can leave first." Everyone looked at her enviously. Why couldn't this kind of luck fall on their heads? Gu Jiao said helplessly, "Since the examiner wants me to stay, then I will reluctantly take a look." The examiner was speechless. The tent was spacious, and in the middle of it was a sand table. The examiners sat on the main seats, facing the entrance of the tent. The spectators stood in designated areas on both sides, guarded by 10 guards. The tent was very quiet. The first group was between the Feng family's legitimate son, Feng Ling, and Fifth Han. Those who could advance to this round were all capable. Feng Ling's strength was not weak, and he often studied the art of war at home. However, he was not on the same level as Fifth Master Han. Fifth grandfather Han won effortlessly. Feng Ling walked to the spectator area dejectedly. The scion beside him comforted him. "All right, it's not like you lost to Fifth Master Han. You can even brag about it later." Feng Ling sighed. That's true. However, he had let his family down. Next was Taoist Qing Feng, and the legitimate son of the Nangong family, who was Nangong Jing's biological brother. How much confidence did Nangong Jing have at her brother to think that the Nangong family could advance to the next round as long as Fifth Master Han was eliminated? See, the sand table deduction was hammered to death. "Thank you for letting me win." Taoist Qing Feng cupped his hands. The legitimate son of the Nangong family was ashen as he was carried away by the guards in defeat. Gu Chongqing frowned slightly. In this round, he wanted to fight Fifth Master Han and Taoist Qing Feng the most. These two were too powerful. He wanted to have a chance to eliminate a strong opponent for his sister. Unfortunately, his opponent was the legitimate son of the Dong family. Third round, Han Ziyu. The examiner announced the result. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands at the legitimate son of the Dong family. "Thank you for letting me win." The legitimate son of the Dong family returned the gesture and accepted his defeat with dignity. In the fourth group, Mu Qingchen fought against his cousin. Mu Qingchen won. There was not much suspense in the first few groups, but the last group was a little surprising. One of them was a member of the Han family, and the other was a member of the humble class named Jun Xiuhan. In the first 2 rounds, most people paid attention to the members of the top 10 aristocratic families. Jun Xiuhan was so quiet that people ignored him. But in the end, he won again. At the very least, Gu Jiao was using the identity of Duke An's adopted son. Jun Xiuhan, on the other hand, was a descendant of a humble family. He was one of the few students who relied on the prize money to study at Jia Nan Academy. It was also at this moment that people truly recognized this member of the humble class. This guy is so lucky. The aristocratic family members beside Gu Jiao whispered. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Why do you say so? The aristocratic family member said it's not easy for him to reach this stage. He just defeated the Han family members. Just wait and see. The aristocratic families will definitely try to win him over. Gu Jiao said, oh. The next round was a 300-mile raid. It was said that the king would personally set the topic. The specific location and rules would only be announced on the day of the selection. After coming out of the tent, Gu Jiao went to the stable to find the Black Wind King. Gu Chongqing followed her. The last round is in 3 days. Let the Black Wind King recover in these 3 days. I will. Gu Jiao agreed. Gu Chongqing said, the next round won't be in the military camp. You have to be careful. If the Han family has any plans, I will find a way to inform you. Gu Jiao nodded. You have to be careful too. Qi Xian and Han Yi have seen you. Don't run into them. Gu Chongqing, who was cared for by his sister, was very happy. He nodded. Okay. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Black Wind King's stable. Gu Jiao had specially chosen the most remote stable. Normally, no one would pass by. In the end, when the two of them arrived at the scene, they found 2 unconscious guards lying in the stable. The guards were wearing the Han family's cavalry armor. One of them had a crooked nose and a slanted mouth, while the other had a swollen face. The Black Wind King stood proudly in place. Gu Jiao checked the Black Wind King's food trough. There's poison. These two are here to poison the Black Wind King. However, they didn't expect the Black Wind King to be so powerful. Not only did they fail to poison the guards, but they were also knocked out by the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao patted the Black Wind King's head with gratification. Boss is mighty. Boss is amazing. Gu Chongqing also looked at the Black Wind King with emotion. What a good horse. Gu Chongqing couldn't stay for long. After a few words, he went to meet up with the Han family members. Gu Jiao held the Black Wind King's hand and left the military camp. Xiaoheng's carriage was parked at a fork in the road not far away. Thinking that he had been cooped up in the carriage for the whole day, Gu Jiao quickened her pace. However, when Gu Jiao arrived at the fork in the road, something troublesome happened. There were 2 carriages parked on both sides. One belonged to Xiaoheng and the other belonged to the Duke's estate. The curtains of the 2 carriages were lifted at the same time. Xiaoheng and Duke An's faces were revealed. The 2 of them looked at Gu Jiao expectantly. They were waiting for Gu Jiao to get on the carriage. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao braced herself and walked over. She stood in front of the 2 carriages. Second Master Jing stuck his head out of the window. Hey, Luling, why don't you get on the carriage? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and quickly introduced. This is Duke An. This is Second Master Jing. This is my friend. 4 pairs of eyes looked at each other at the same time. Duke An's head couldn't turn. Second Master Jing widened his eyes with his fingers. He wanted to see his eldest brother's share as well. Gu Jiao calmly lifted her foot in the direction of Xiaoheng. A murderous aura burst out from Duke, and Gu Jiao blinked and lifted her foot in the direction of Duke, and Xiaoheng's murderous aura also spread out in an instant. Gu Jiao's little Geo. It had nowhere to put it, so it could only stand on one leg. Second Master Jing got off the carriage and came to Xiaoheng's window. He looked at him carefully for a long time. Suddenly, he slapped his head.
Brat.
It's really you. What are you doing? Didn't you recognize the Duke's carriage? Didn't you know to come over and say hello? I was wondering who had been standing here all day. Xiaoheng, who was stunned by the slap, was speechless. Empress Xianyuan was Xianyuan Li's younger sister, while the crown princess and Xianyuan Zi were cousins. According to seniority, Xianyuan Zi was the eldest grandson's aunt, while Duke An was the eldest grandson's uncle. Every time Shangguan Qing returned to the capital, he would stay in the small courtyard for a few days. After Duke An became a vegetable, he also secretly went to visit him. Outsiders didn't know that Shangguan Qing had private dealings with the Duke's mansion, but Second Master Jing knew. From the slap that Second Master Jing gave, Shangguan Qing, his uncle, and Second Master Jing were very close. Second Master Jing saw that Xiaoheng didn't make a sound and said in disbelief, "What? It's only been a year. Don't you recognize me?" He couldn't ruin his image. Xiaoheng smiled. "I recognize you," Second Master Jing said unhappily. "Then why didn't you greet me? How would I know what Shangguan Qing called you? Duke An is his uncle, you aren't." Second Master Jing said, "I thought you didn't even recognize your little uncles? Wait, shouldn't I politely call you Uncle Jing? How did you become my little uncle? How could you be so close?" Second Master Jing, who could even make Xianyuan Cheng his brother-in-law, felt that making him his little uncle wasn't a problem at all. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Thinking of something, Second Master Jing looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at Xiaoheng. He asked, "Oh right, just now Luleng said you were his friend. Do you know Luleng?" "Yes, we know each other. My mother was seriously injured, and it was Luleng who treated her. Now Luleng is staying in the Qilin Hall, so it's convenient for him to continue treating my mother." "I see." Second Master Jing suddenly understood and didn't question the truth of the matter. Firstly, he had heard about the crown princess's injury. Secondly, he had seen Xiao Liulong's medical skills with his own eyes. "How's your mother's condition?" Second Master Jing asked. "The operation was very successful. She's out of danger. She's currently recuperating in the State Preceptor Hall," Xiaoheng said. Second Master Jing secretly sighed. That's good. Although the government announced that Shangguan Yan was out of danger, but when it was confirmed by Xiaoheng's mouth, his heart was completely at ease. "Your voice changed a little," Second Master Jing said. "It's better than before. Like I said, once a boy's voice changes, he won't have a goose voice anymore." Xiaoheng broke out in a cold sweat because of him. Xiaoheng smiled. "Little uncle is right. Let's go. Let's talk in the carriage. Your uncle is also here." Second Master Jing pulled Xiaoheng into Duke Fu's carriage. Gu Jiao was also brought into the carriage. Xiaoheng secretly glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced at Duke Fu and winked at him. Duke Fu's gaze fell on Xiaoheng's handsome face. Xiaoheng subconsciously touched the mole under his right eye. He smiled and greeted, "Uncle." Duke Fu's eyes moved. He dipped his fingertips in water and wrote on the armrest. "I want to eat fruit. You two go and pick some." "We too." Second Master Jing counted in the carriage. His eldest brother was in a wheelchair and Xiao Luleng was sick. No matter how he looked at it, these two referred to him and Xiao Luleng. It was rare for him to have a tacit understanding with his eldest brother. He said to Gu Jiao, "Luleng, I'll go over there to pick fruit."
"Oh."
Gu Jiao got up and glanced at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng nodded slightly at her. Gu Jiao and Second Master Jing got out of the carriage. The High Duke had a panoramic view of the two of them. After the footsteps went away, Duke Fu wrote on the armrest. "You are not Shangguan Qing." Xiaoheng pinched his fingertips. Duke Fu continued to write. "Who are you to her?" It was she, not he. Xiaoheng didn't think that the #1 scholar of Xingdu, who was full of wisdom, would make a mistake. There was only one possibility. He knew that Gu Jiao was a girl. How did he know? Did he find out himself? Or did Gu Jiao tell him? Gu Jiao used the identity of Duke Fu's adopted son to participate in the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. It was the state preceptor who showed up, so Xiaoheng did not think much of it. But now it seemed that Duke Fu's understanding and concern for Gu Jiao was a little more than he had imagined. Duke Fu wrote again. "Who are you to her?" The second she. Xiao Heng was completely sure that Gu Jiao's identity as a girl had been exposed to Duke Fu. After Duke Fu recognized that he was not Xiao Qing, he did not ask who are you or why did you pretend to be Xiao Qing, but who are you to her. From this, it could be seen how important Gu Jiao was in Duke Fu's mind. Why did Duke Fu care so much about Gu Jiao? Was it because Gu Jiao had treated Duke Fu's illness once or twice? Many doubts flashed through Xiao Heng's mind, but one thing he was sure of was that Duke Fu would not hurt Gu Jiao. I am her husband. Xiao Heng told him the truth. Duke Fu's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 761. Gu Jiao and Second Master Jing came back after picking the fruits. Second Master Jing lifted the curtain and walked in, but he retreated after one step. What a strong murderous aura. He hugged the fruits and said solemnly beside Gu Jiao. Whose murderous aura?
Gu Jiao asked.
My big brother's. Second Master Jing said, I've known my big brother for so many years, but this is the first time I felt such a strong murderous aura. That's too exaggerated. However, Duken clearly had something to say to Xiao Heng alone when he sent her and Second Master Jing away. Could it be that Duken had publicly acknowledged that Xiao Heng wasn't Shangguan Qing? Gu Jiao hurriedly got into the carriage. Xiao Heng turned his head to look at her, intending to complain to Gu Jiao with his eyes. What was frustrating was that Duken's murderous aura disappeared as soon as he put on of your godfather bullied me look. Duken's gentle gaze fell on Xiao Heng's face. If it weren't for the fact that his facial muscles were still stiff, he would have started to smile. The kind that was incomparably benevolent. The disciple of the tea master, the old chancellor, met his match for the first time. Isn't this good?
Gu Jiao said.
Second Master Jing, who followed Gu Jiao, had a face of disbelief. Good. It seems to be good. Duken rode on the armrest. We had a good chat. Xiao Heng, is that so? Why did I feel that you wanted to kill me just now? Duken continued to write. He's a good young man. I like him very much. Gu Jiao nodded. I like him too. Duken, you have good taste. Gu Jiao's impression of Duken increased. Xiao Heng was not to be outdone. He hurriedly said, Dukongwa is knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. You are truly a genius. I will learn more from Dukongwa in the future. Luling, when you come to visit Duken in the future, bring me along. Gu Jiao nodded. She was happy to see Duken with her husband. Duken was so angry that he couldn't see clearly. Second Master Jing, who was in a state of shock, asked, Why are you calling him Duken? Call me uncle. Xiao Heng looked at Duken and smiled from ear to ear. Uncle. Duken turned his face away in his heart. Humph. Last night, Gu Jiao promised little Jing Kong that she would pick him up from school today. After sitting in Duken's carriage for a while, she left with Xiao Heng. Eldest brother, let's go back to? Second Master Jing said. Duken suddenly wrote on the armrest. I want
to train.
Second Master Jing's eyes widened. He thought he had seen wrongly. Eldest brother, what's wrong with you? The doctor told you to train so many times, but you refused. Why did you change your mind? Duken, I want to stand up and beat that guy up. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng sent Black Wind King back to the State Preceptor Hall first. Then, they took the carriage to Lingbo Academy. Xiao Heng said, Duken knows that I'm not Shangguan Qing. It's okay. He won't say it out loud. Gu Jiao said. When there were no outsiders, Gu Jiao spoke in a female voice. Xiao Heng looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. You trust him that much?
Yes.
Gu Jiao admitted without hesitation. She trusted Duken. She had this feeling from the first time she saw him. Otherwise, she wouldn't crawl into a stranger's bed. Xiao Heng opened his mouth and said, He also knows that you're a girl. Gu Jiao touched her chin. He really knows. Xiao Heng was stunned. You know that he knows? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I just guessed. When I first came to Xingdu, I accidentally entered the Duke's mansion. At that time, Duke and was unconscious. I thought he was unconscious, so I used my original voice when I spoke. Later, he was assassinated and injured. When I treated his wounds, I found that he seemed to be conscious. Anyway, he couldn't open his eyes, so I didn't bother to disguise myself as a teenager. He treats you so well because you saved him. Xiaoheng seemed to have found a reason for Duke N's favoritism to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Later, I went to the Duke's mansion openly several times. My voice was different. I thought that he didn't recognize me, but now it seems that he always knew it was me. She didn't know how he recognized her. It was like, as long as you were close to me, I would be happy and know that it was you. The carriage arrived at Lingbo Academy. The two little kids just came out of the prodigy class and stood at the door cutely. Zhang Dequan also came to take the young commandery princess back to the palace. His Majesty had been thinking about her for a whole day. He was very worried that the young commandery princess would be uncomfortable to go back to the academy so soon. His eyes lit up, and he walked toward the young commandery princess. Unexpectedly, the young commandery princess and little Jing Kong directly got into the carriage of the state preceptor hall. Hello, teacher. Hello, little nephew. Goodbye, eunuch Zhang. Zhang Dequan was speechless. In the small bamboo house in the purple bamboo forest, the state preceptor and the monarch sat opposite each other and drank tea. The monarch's legs were sore from sitting, so he stood up and walked around the house. The monarch was originally reading the memorials in the imperial study. He came to the state preceptor hall on the spur of the moment. The young commandery princess didn't know that he was here, and Zhang Dequan didn't know either. It didn't matter. The monarch came to the state preceptor's study. Jing Yinin's things in the study had been put away by the state preceptor. There were only some books and paintings left. The monarch wouldn't turn over the state preceptor's paintings. He just came to the treasure cabinet and looked at the 3 clay figurines sitting in the small courtyard. There was a long, low table between the 3 of them. One of them sat on one side, and the other 2 sat on the other side. You still keep them, the monarch said. The state preceptor stopped beside the monarch and stared at the 3 clay figurines in the clay figurines. He said, Yes, I've been keeping them. I don't want to throw them away after so many years. The monarch said, You two always sit together, which makes me seem very unsociable. The state preceptor said, Your Majesty is the monarch. We don't dare to offend you. The monarch didn't continue this topic. He touched the little peach tree on the clay figurines and said, The results of the selection are out. There are 6 people in the final selection. Guess who they are? The state preceptor said, Han Xiai, Feng Wuming, Mu Qingchen, Xiao Lulang, and Jun Xiuhan. The monarch took back his hand and said, Yes, these 5 are correct. There's 1 left. The state preceptor said, Although I don't know who the last one is, he should be from the Han family. The monarch said, Did you do a divination? The state preceptor said, No, I just analyzed their strength. The monarch said, Then, who do you think will pass the last test? The state preceptor said, It's hard to say. The monarch looked at him strangely and asked, Why? The state preceptor said, They all have their own advantages. I don't know the rules of the last round, so I can't make a conclusion. The monarch came to the window and looked at the endless purple bamboo forest. He said faintly, Feng Wuming and Jun Xiuhan are from the Canaan Academy. Although Feng Wuming is a monk, he learned the art of war before he became a monk. The Canaan Academy pays a lot of attention to the art of war. The state preceptor's expression didn't change at all. He said, The Canaan Academy has produced 6 scholars and 4 scholars. The Canaan Academy has not only cultivated many excellent generals for the Yan Kingdom, but also sent more scholars to the imperial court. The monarch smiled and said, I didn't say it was bad. How did Xiao Lulang become the adopted son of the Ongwa family? I heard that you were the one who pulled the strings. What's the meaning of this, state preceptor? The state preceptor said, There's no meaning. I just feel that he is a promising talent. Why the Ongwa family? The monarch asked suspiciously. The state preceptor met the monarch's gaze and said slowly, He cured the crown princess and took the credit of saving the young princess. He has long been a thorn in the side of the aristocratic families. Other than the Ongwer family, I can't think of anyone who dares to take over this hot potato. The monarch looked away and continued to admire the purple bamboo forest. How is the Ongwer family? The state preceptor said lightly, "Not good. He can't speak and can't move his legs. He will be like this for the rest of his life. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about him." The monarch snorted coldly. It's just the Ongwer family. I don't have to worry about him." The state preceptor didn't say anything else. The room fell into silence. The monarch suddenly laughed. The state preceptor looked at him strangely. The monarch said with relief, "I know how to test the last round. Bring me a pen." The young princess had a pleasant and wonderful night in the Kylan Hall. She didn't remember that she was going back to the palace at all. When the monarch passed by the Kylan Hall, he saw Jean de Quan standing outside. He frowned. "Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to pick up the young princess?" Jean de Quan pointed at the entrance of the Kylan Hall. The two little people were squatting on the ground and piling up sand. The monarch was speechless. The monarch grabbed the young princess and put her on the carriage. "Didn't I ask you to stay in the palace? Why are you running around again?" The young princess pointed. I am here to look for Uncle, Your Majesty. If I don't come to catch you, you can play with that boy until dawn. Do you believe it?" The young princess blinked guiltily and leaned toward the monarch. She praised him against her conscience. "Uncle, you are very handsome today." The monarch snorted. The young princess continued to pester him, using her invincible cute killer move. "Uncle, I like you the most." The monarch snorted. The person who liked Uncle the most was suddenly attracted by the bamboo tubes in the monarch's hand. What is this? Even the bamboo tubes are better looking than Uncle. The monarch was speechless. The little girl's eyes were wide open. Her mouth was also wide open. She was almost drooling. She remembered the bamboo tube rice that she had eaten tonight. Her teacher had personally made it with dates and red beans. It was fragrant and sticky. It was delicious and not greasy. The monarch looked at her drooling, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "It's a test, not food." The little girl immediately distanced herself from the test. She straightened her body and said seriously, "I don't want to take the test." The monarch was angry and amused at the same time. "It is not for you. It is for your teacher and the others." 6 people, 6 test questions. Everyone's task was different. Moreover, they didn't know each other. This would lead to differences in information. They wouldn't even know how they lost. This was not a simple 300-mile ride. This was a strategic game. The one who reached the finish line first might not be the one who would advance. The key to victory was the one who grasped all the information first. Unfortunately, no one would think of this. They would only continue to rush and reach the finish line at all costs. The monarch felt that he was a genius. He actually came up with such a tricky test. Teacher's test questions? The young princess rubbed her little fingers together and rolled her eyes. She said in a cute voice, "Uncle, I want to poop." The monarch frowned.
Now.
They had already left the teacher's hall. "I can't hold it in anymore." She held her breath and said with a red face. The monarch said, "Don't be naughty. You are deliberately lying just for fun." The young princess turned into an angry chicken in a second. I didn't do it for fun. Uncle, you wronged me. I am so sad." The monarch was stunned. The little girl looked like she had been wronged. It was as if he had really wronged her. The monarch cleared his throat and said to Jean de Quan, "Let's go back to the teacher's hall first."
Yes.
Jean de Quan responded and asked the coachman to drive the carriage back to the state teacher's hall. The young princess raised her chin and said, "I want to poop in the Chelan Hall." The monarch said with a dark face, "You still say you don't want to play." The young princess argued, "There is a small toilet in the Chelan Hall." The monarch was speechless. You are really asking for a lot. The monarch stopped the carriage outside the Qilin Hall. I want to poop for a long time. Just tell me if you want to play. I don't. The monarch said. Zhang Dequan. The young princess said, I want uncle to go with me. The monarch put a few small bamboo tubes in the secret compartment of the carriage and led the young princess out of the carriage. I forgot something. I will take it myself. She climbed into the carriage and quietly opened the secret compartment. Then, she hid the small bamboo tubes in her bag. The monarch said, Why did you bring a bag to the toilet? The young princess said, I have something to give to Jing Kong. You just want to play. The monarch led her into the Qilin Hall. Do you think I can't see through you? The toilet in the Qilin Hall was clean and tidy. It was not an ordinary toilet. The young princess came to the door and reached out a small hand to the monarch, gesturing for him to stop. Okay, I will go in myself. Uncle, wait for me here. The monarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The young princess entered the toilet and locked the door. Then, she stepped on a small stool and climbed onto the windowsill. She called out softly, Xiao Jiu, Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu flapped her wings and flew over. The young princess poured out the 6 questions on the table. Aya, there are so many. Which one is the teacher's? I can't read. I can take them all. Chapter 762. The king waited outside for a while and was worried about the little princess. Light Shui, he let out a cry. The little princess stood on the windowsill and looked anxiously at the bamboo tube in little Nine's mouth. I'm still pooping. Don't come in. The king sighed helplessly and continued to wait in the corridor. He hesitated for a while and was still worried. He went to the door and said, Don't fall in. The little princess said, I won't. She didn't really go pooping. How could she fall into the toilet? The king paced outside for a while. Are you still not coming out? It's almost done. The king was finally impatient. He felt that there was something wrong with the little girl inside. I'm coming in, the king said. The king pushed the door open. The little girl even locked the door. Ghost, there must be a ghost. Zhang Dequan, the king called in a deep voice. Zhang Dequan understood. He took the hairpin from his hair and used it to pry open the door. He opened the door, and the king walked in with a serious face. I knew you were up to no good. The king looked seriously at the little girl who was lying on the windowsill. The little girl was pinching a big bird with both hands. Perhaps the king was too loud. Her little body trembled. When she turned around, she couldn't hide her guilty conscience. When he saw that the big bird in her hands was an eagle, the king felt terrible.
Guards.
As soon as he gave the order, Zhang Dequan rushed in with the imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards rushed towards the eagle that had attacked the young commandery princess. The little princess was so scared that she let go. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew away. The young princess pursed her lips and cried, Wah wah. It was not easy for me to catch Xiao Jiu. You scared Xiao Jiu away. I want Xiao Jiu. I want Xiao Jiu. She could still call out the name. The monarch walked over and carried the little fellow into his arms. He checked her up and down to make sure she wasn't injured before asking, What, Little Nine? It's that bird just now. It's called Little Nine. So you're not here to poop. You're here to catch a bird? The young princess let out 2 dry howls and lowered her head to check her fingers. In the king's eyes, this meant that he had guessed right. The little guy was here to catch birds. The king was furious. That's an eagle. It can hurt people. Aren't you afraid of being bitten by it? The Canton princess said in a low voice, Little Nine doesn't bite. Look at her mouth. Ever since she started school, she had become more eloquent.
Whose bird?
The monarch asked. The young princess pursed her lips and said, He's from Jing Kong. Uncle, why does he have a bird, and I don't? I'm so sad. You'll only be sad if you have a bird. You're a little girl. The king face-bombed. What the hell is going on? The monarch was so angry that he was confused. He took a deep breath and felt that he was going to explode at any time. Go back to the palace. If she didn't go back to the palace, he was afraid that he would spank her little butt. The young princess drooped her little head.
Oh.
The young princess was taken away by the king. When she returned to the carriage, she suddenly said, "Uncle, I want to hide inside. You can look for me." Children were really fickle. No. The king mercilessly refused. The young princess hugged the king's thigh and acted like a spoiled child. I want. Uncle is looking for light shui. Find, please. It's useless to beg. I only need a dozen times. The king gritted his teeth. Uncle is the best. Light shui loves you. The young royal princess quietly climbed into the carriage, closed the curtain, and put the small bamboo tubes back into the hidden compartment. Qilin Hall. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao went to the purple bamboo forest to chop bamboo. When Little Nine came back with the bamboo tubes, only Shangguan Yen and Little Jing Kong were left in the room. Shangguan Yen knew that the bamboo tubes belonged to the king when she saw them. She couldn't move by herself, so she asked Little Jing Kong to ask what was going on. It's the teacher's test, the young princess said. Is the teacher here? Show it to the teacher. Don't let my uncle find out. Gu Jiao was not here, so she couldn't read it. But Little Jing Kong had a good memory and quickly memorized the content of the test. Little Jing Kong was a strict child. Not only did he write down each note from memory, but he also asked he for 6 bamboo tubes to put the notes in. Then he restored the details to perfection. The difference was that the monarch's bamboo tube was the smallest one, while the one he found for him was the largest one. So, when Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng came back from chopping bamboo, they saw 6 extra large bamboo tubes on the table. It was quite exaggerated. What's the matter? Xiao Heng asked. Light Shui said that it was Jiao Jiao's test. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. I memorized it. I wrote it down. The two exchanged a look. Test? Was it what they thought? The two took the test to the room next door. Xiao Heng closed the door and sat down at the table with Gu Jiao. 6 bamboo tubes, 6 people who advanced. Open them. He looked at the bamboo tubes on the table and said, Okay. Gu Jiao picked up a bamboo tube, poured out the note inside and read, Enter the Songshan mountain range, raid the enemy's camp near the Bua Spring, seize the secret letter, and send it to the first fire beacon camp. Hand it to the left deputy general of the garrison. It sounds like your final selection mission. Xiao Heng paused, but why are there 6 bamboo tubes? Gu Jiao opened the second tube. You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the first fire beacon camp and hand it to the right deputy general of the rebel army. What do you mean? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng said, the secret letter that was plundered from the enemy's camp was a fake one. If he didn't see this bamboo tube, he probably wouldn't know that he took a fake secret letter. In that case, even if he reached the end, the mission would be a failure. Gu Jiao frowned. What a thief. In that case, this mission of escorting the real secret letter is more advantageous. We don't have to fight the enemy, and we don't have to worry about taking a fake secret letter. Xiao Heng felt that things weren't that simple. Let's take a look at the third one first. Gu Jiao opened the third tube. This time, the situation changed. Enter the Pine Mountain Range and ambush the enemy's camp near Huangshipo. Steal the secret letter and deliver it to the second fire beacon camp. Personally hand it to the left deputy general of the rebel army. Gu Jiao opened the fourth tube. You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the second fire beacon camp and personally hand it to the right deputy general of the rebel army. Oh, is this a dungeon run with an NPC at a different location?
What?
Xiao Heng didn't understand the last 2 words. Gu Jiao explained, it's just that the location and characters are different. The format of the mission is the same as the first group. One person will go to the enemy's camp to steal the fake one, and the other will escort the real one.
Let's take a look at the last two too, Xiao Heng said. He guessed that it was a different story. As expected, the last two targets were the third fire beacon camp. The ambush location was the Purple Grass Lake in the Pine Mountain Range. Gu Jiao concluded there are a total of 3 groups in this competition. Each group has a cavalry and a spy. But how are we going to determine the winner? For example, Gu Chongqing, 5th Master Han, the 3 of us all picked the spy and safely delivered the secret letter to the rebel army. Then, who among us will be the one to advance? Xiao Heng shook his head thoughtfully. It's impossible for us to complete the mission at the same time.
We can only fail at the same time.
Gu Jiao was surprised. What do you mean? Xiao Heng opened the note. If you look at the spy carefully, quickly bring the only secret letter. This only one is the key to the entire mission. You clearly have 3 spies, so why do you say there is only one letter? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Because the destinations are different? For example, there is only one secret letter to the first fire beacon camp. Then there is no need to emphasize this only one. Xiao Heng boldly analyzed. I think this only one refers to destroying the secret letters of the other 2 spies and turning your secret letter into the only ones. As he spoke, he opened another piece of paper that belonged to the cavalryman. And the cavalryman's mission has the word they. Since the secret letter from the enemy camp is fake, they should be referring to the 3 spies. Gu Jiao understood what he meant. So, the cavalry's mission is to snatch the 3 secret letters, and the spy's mission is to destroy the secret letter in the other people's hands. In this way, there will be a fierce battle between the 6 of them. Xiao Heng sighed, 3 to snatch and 3 to destroy.
How is it just a fierce battle?
It's a battle to the death. Gu Jiao thought of a possibility. She frowned and asked, what if they all fail? For example, the secret letters are all destroyed. Xiao Heng's expression became serious. Then the winner will be the king. The king didn't want anyone to win from the beginning. He first used the power of the 10 aristocratic families to get everyone to agree to the proposal of selecting the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Then, he used the rules of the selection to eliminate all the cavalry. In this way, he could say in a dignified manner, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, it's that you don't have the ability. Then, I can only temporarily take back the Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao said, just like how he took back the military power of the Mu family. The king of the Yan kingdom's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Xiao Heng said, this time, it's not only a battle with the aristocratic families, but also a battle with the king of the Yan kingdom. Fortunately, we know the exam question and have a big advantage. Gu Jiao said seriously, I won't let him have his way. She would not let the aristocratic families have their way either. She must take back the Black Wind Cavalry of the Xianyuan family. The 3-day deadline arrived as promised. Gu Jiao and the other 5 went to the cavalry camp of the Han family early in the morning. This round, the Ministry of War, Ministry of Rights, Honglu Temple, and Rearguard Commandery worked together to invigilate the exam. The invigilator from the Rearguard Commandery was Wang Su. No one from the Wang family advanced this time, so Wang Su had placed his hopes on Mu Qingchen. However, when he saw Gu Jiao, he suddenly felt that it would not be bad if Gu Jiao advanced. The two did not communicate at all and pretended not to know each other even if they saw each other. After the group gathered, they went to the entrance of the Mount Song mountain range. The Minister of War announced the rules of this round of the exam. Generally speaking, the sparring was to stop at a certain point and not harm one's life. Those who violated the rules would have their results revoked and would be punished according to the law. Then, they entered the small bamboo hut one by one to draw lots. On the surface, they were drawing lots, but in fact, they were drawing lots for the exam. Wang Su and the minister of Honglu Temple sat in the small bamboo hut. It was a relatively closed space, so no one except the cavalry and the 2 invigilators knew about the task on the paper. Gu Jiao was the last to enter the small bamboo hut. After she came out,
the Minister of War sounded the gong. The 5 of them rode into the mountain range and soon separated from each other. Gu Jiao was the only one who walked at a leisurely pace. It looked more like she was riding a donkey than a horse. The invigilators were anxious for her. "Why don't you go? Are you reluctant to part with us, or what?" It wasn't that Gu Jiao was reluctant to part with them. Gu Jiao waited until the others were far enough away before spurring her horse to chase after Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing had been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing her come over, he urged his horse over and said, "They've all left. It's very safe here." "What did you draw?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing handed his paper to her. Gu Jiao looked at it and said, "Oh, you drew the cavalry from the 1st Fire Beacon Battalion. I'm a spy from the 1st Fire Beacon Battalion." Gu Chongqing smiled. "It's nice that we're from the same battalion. It was fate that brought him and his sister together." Gu Jiao. "Oh, as long as you're happy." Gu Chongqing didn't care that he was a cavalry and his sister was a spy. Anyway, he could betray them at any time for his sister. Gu Chongqing said in a good mood, "I saw that everyone was going in different directions, so I guess that their destinations might be different. But I didn't expect that even their identities would be different." Gu Jiao told Gu Chongqing the analysis of the 6 bamboo tubes. Gu Chongqing seemed to wake up from a dream. "I thought that we could get the secret letter by raiding the enemy's camp." Gu Jiao waved her hand. "That's a fake secret letter. It's useless even if we get it. The real secret letter is in the hands of the 3 of us spies. They're still in the dark. Let's rob them." Gu Chongqing looked at his sister dotingly. "Okay." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did the 4 of them go?" Gu Chongqing said, "Taoist Qingfeng and Mu Qingchen went to the east. 5th Master Han and Jun Xiuhan went to the southeast. Who should we chase first?" Chapter 763. Gu Jiao took out a map. Ever since he learned of the king's intentions, Xiaoheng had specially drawn up a detailed map of the Mount Song mountain range for Gu Jiao. On it were the locations of the 3 enemy camps to be attacked and the various paths to the 3 fire beacon camps. Gu Jiao pointed at the map and said, "Our current position is closer to the southeast. Let's chase after 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan first." Gu Chongqing was puzzled. "Tell me, who do you think is the spy?" "The one who goes to the enemy camp must be the cavalry, and the one who goes around is the spy." Gu Jiao pointed at the path marked with cinnabar on the map. "If we don't go to the enemy camp, the spy should be at this position by now. We'll go around from the east and block him." She even planned the path. It seemed that his sister came prepared. The Black Wind cavalry instinctively followed the Black Wind King. With the Black Wind King leading the way, the Black Wind cavalry ran very fast. Gu Chongqing even felt that it was faster than his usual speed. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. They didn't catch up with 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan. Instead, they ran into Mu Qingchen, who was running from the other direction. Gu Jiao tightened the reins. Gu Chongqing also stopped. The 2 silently looked at Mu Qingchen not far away. They didn't understand what had happened. "He went east just now," Gu Chongqing murmured. The east was to the 2nd Fire Beacon Camp, and the southeast was to the 3rd Fire Beacon Camp. This wasn't a shortcut. He kept looking back. "It seems that someone is chasing him," Gu Jiao said. "Could it be that he's the spy? Taoist Qingfeng has discovered the real mission, so he's starting to steal his secret letter?" Gu Chongqing said, "I'm going to grab the secret letter. Wait for me here. Don't show yourself." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded and stroked the Black Wind King's mane. The Black Wind King understood and lowered his oar a bit. Hiding behind a towering tree, Gu Chongqing dashed towards Mu Qingchen at top speed. Mu Qingchen was caught off guard. He instinctively drew his sword and slashed. The sword chi he slashed out carried a biting cold wind, sweeping up all the fallen leaves in the forest, forming a huge whirlpool, which swallowed Gu Chongqing from head to toe. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Mu Qingchen to have such a trump card. Back then, when he was fighting against the direct descendants of the 5 great clans in the forest, he had held back. When he fought against the Wang family, he did not use his full strength. Gu Chongqing was a veteran of the battlefield, so he naturally would not underestimate his opponent. The moment Mu Qingchen attacked, he had already drawn the sword at his waist and slashed out a terrifying sword chi to meet Mu Qingchen's attack. The whirlpool of fallen leaves was forcefully split open by Gu Chongqing's sword chi. The fallen leaves were like knives, biting back at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen hurriedly drew his sword to block. It was during this gap in defense that Gu Chongqing suddenly stepped on the ground, flew up, and knocked Mu Qingchen off his horse with a palm strike. This was because Mu Qingchen had helped Gu Jiao before, so he did not use his sword to wound him. He only used his left palm to knock him off his horse. Mu Qingchen was about to get up, but Gu Chongqing landed firmly on the ground and pressed his sword against his neck. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Chongqing strangely. Han Ziyu, hand over the bamboo tube. Gu Chongqing looked down at him and said. Mu Qingchen frowned coldly. He took out the bamboo tube and threw it to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing caught it with a backhand. Mu Qingchen said coldly, "Is the Han family so unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals?" Gu Chongqing asked back, "Is this the first time you've met the Han family?" Mu Qingchen did not suspect that he had snatched the bamboo tube. After all, this was also a method to make the cavalry fail their mission. Gu Chongqing was worried that Mu Qingchen would give him a fake secret letter, so he opened the bamboo tube to take a look. Fortunately, he had seen it. This was because Mu Qingchen was not a spy at all. He was a cavalry member of the 3rd Fire Beacon Battalion. Gu Chongqing was confused. Why did a cavalry member like him come here instead of attacking the enemy camp? Gu Chongqing asked calmly, "Didn't you go east? Why did you come here?" Mu Qingchen said unhappily, "That Taoist priest kept following me. I couldn't get rid of him, so I could only take a longer route." Who could understand the fear of being followed by a big shot? Gu Jiao put her hand to her forehead. She had forgotten that the monk had told her that Taoist priest Qing Feng had no sense of direction. Taoist priest Qing Feng followed Mu Qingchen because he did not know the way. As for why he only followed Mu Qingchen among so many people, it was because he had borrowed a compass from the state preceptor the day before yesterday. The compass could give him a general direction. If he went east, Mu Qingchen would also go east. Once Mu Qingchen deviated from the direction, Taoist priest Qing Feng would not follow him. Gu Chongqing withdrew his long sword. "I won't hurt you. You're out of the game." It was impossible to return the bamboo tube to him. That would expose the hidden mission. Gu Chongqing got back on his horse. He took a long detour before returning to Gu Jiao's place. At this time, Mu Qingchen had already left on his horse. "Are we going to find Taoist priest Qing Feng next?" Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Taoist priest Qing Feng is too difficult to deal with. Let's go find 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan first and make an ally.
Okay.
Gu Chongqing agreed, without hesitation. He had never thought of himself as the leader of this selection. He respected all of his sister's decisions and was willing to pay any price. The two of them followed the shortcut on the map and arrived at the location of the 2nd Fire Beacon Camp surprise attack, Huangshipo. At this time, this place had not been conquered by the cavalry yet. The two of them directly showed up and wiped out the enemy camp. These soldiers were all NPCs in the examination room, not the real enemy. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing were careful. They did not hurt anyone and only tied them up. Then, the two of them began a long wait. "Do you think it will be Jun Xiuhan or 5th Grandfather Han?" Gu Jiao asked. "Who do you think it will be?" Gu Chongqing asked. 5th Grandfather Han, Gu Jiao said. "Speak of the devil." The sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. The person on the horse was really 5th Grandfather Han. Gu Jiao hurriedly hid with Black Wind King. After fifth grandfather Han rode his horse to the scene, he looked at the messy temporary camp and then looked at Gu Chongqing. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" Gu Chongqing said, "I was ordered by the crown prince to help fifth grandfather pass. I saw that fifth grandfather was heading southeast, so I planned to take a shortcut to meet up with fifth grandfather, who knew that I would hear fighting halfway, so I came to take a look." "What's your mission?" fifth grandfather Han asked. Gu Chongqing threw his bamboo tube to him. Fifth grandfather Han opened Gu Chongqing's bamboo tube. The contents were similar to his, but the difference was that Gu Chongqing wanted to raid Jade Moon Pool and head to the first fire beacon camp. Gu Chongqing said without changing his expression, "I'm guessing that the selection this time was to see who could reach the designated camp first." Priest Qing Feng's horse couldn't beat fifth grandfather's horse, so he could only snatch fifth grandfather's letter and prevent fifth grandfather from completing the mission. Fifth grandfather Han frowned. "You're saying that Priest Qing Feng raided this place?" Gu Chongqing lied through his teeth. "Yes, when I came, I saw him leave here with a letter in his hand." "Where did he go?" fifth grandfather Han asked in a low voice. Gu Chongqing pointed to the east. "That way." "Fifth grandfather, I'll go with you." Gu Jiao rubbed his chin.
So smooth.
It wasn't that fifth grandfather Han was stupid, but that fifth grandfather Han didn't have God's view and didn't know about the hidden mission. Gu Chongqing even gave him his bamboo tube, so what else could he suspect?
Purple grass pool should be nearby.
Why can't I find it? Priest Qing Feng circled the area 5 times with a compass. On the 6th lap, fifth grandfather Han appeared with a murderous aura. The black demon horse raised its front hooves and bit at Priest Qing Feng's white horse like a ferocious beast. Taoist Qing Feng leaped into the air and protected his horse. He then slapped the black demon horse's head with his palm. How could fifth grandfather Han let him do as he wished? Fifth grandfather Han's palm met the wind from Qing Feng's palm. Powerful internal energy collided. If fifth grandfather Han wasn't riding the black demon horse, he would have suffered internal injuries from the shockwaves. He couldn't exhaust the black demon horse too early. He still had to rely on it for the 300-mile raid later. Fifth grandfather Han got off his horse. Fifth grandfather Han's silver hair was like the moon, and his cold eyes shone. "Hand over the letter. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't walk out of here alive." Priest Qing Feng was a spy, so he did have a secret letter in his hands. He thought fifth grandfather Han wanted to steal his secret letter. He said, "Come and get it if you can." In fifth grandfather Han's ears, Priest Qing Feng was admitting that he had stolen Huang Shupo's secret letter. He attacked Priest Qing Feng with a killer move. Neither of them used any weapons, but their bare-handed fight turned the forest into a smoke-filled battlefield. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing followed behind. The two of them rode on their horses and watched the fight between Priest Qing Feng and fifth grandfather Han from afar. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The birds in the forest were so scared that they fluttered their wings and flew away. The ferocious beasts also let out fearful roars and fled in all directions. "Is Han Si's martial arts that high?" Gu Jiao sighed. She was almost on par with Priest Qing Feng. Gu Chongqing said, "I'll go help." Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay." Gu Chongqing rode his horse and stopped it near the two of them. He tried his best to prevent the innocent horses from being affected by the internal force. "Fifth grandfather, I'll help you." Gu Chongqing drew his long sword and joined the fight. Priest Qing Feng's aura suddenly surged. Gu Chongqing frowned. What a powerful internal force. Priest Qing Feng rose into the air. The aura around him flowed, as if it had formed a huge invisible 8 trigrams plate behind him. In the array, he slammed his palm down and knelt on one knee. The wind from his palm hit the ground hard. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and leaves filled the sky. Taoist Qing Feng seemed to be in a passive position in the fight just now, but he actually had absolute control. Gu Chongqing and Fifth Master Han both fell into his array. Gu Chongqing was in the east in the Li position, while 5th Grandfather Han was in the west in the Ken position. In his array, he was the king. He shouted, "Li can break." His powerful inner strength was infused with the boundless Tao will of heaven and earth. Like countless invisible blades, they attacked Gu Chongqing and 5th Master Han with the power of mountains and rivers. Both of them were sent flying. Gu Jiao frowned and galloped over. She stood in front of Taoist Master Qingfeng and said, "I hate it when the Han family bullies others. 2 of you ganging up on one person. What kind of hero are you?" "Priest. I'll help you." Priest Qingfeng's attack had used up a lot of his internal force. He needed some time to recover. It was not that Gu Jiao could not take advantage of the situation. However, if he recovered and came after her, she would be done for. Therefore, she had to be smart. 5th Grandfather Han immediately stood up after falling to the ground. He was more resilient than Han Yi. Just as 5th Grandfather Han was about to attack Gu Jiao, Gu Chongqing also stood up with a hand on his chest. "5th Grandfather, you don't have to deal with this immature brat. I'll deal with him." The brother and sister fought fiercely on the field. They looked fierce, but they did not use much strength. Gu Jiao's back was facing Priest Qingfeng. She put her hands together and blocked Gu Chongqing's long sword. Gu Chongqing gave her a look. Gu Jiao nodded slightly. "Die." Gu Chongqing hit Gu Jiao's shoulder with his palm. His powerful internal force sent her flying, and she fell toward Priest Qingfeng. Taoist Qingfeng leaped into the air and grabbed Gu Jiao's soft waist. Gu Jiao moved her fingertips and put Priest Qingfeng's small bamboo tube into her sleeve. At the same time, she put Mu Qingchen's bamboo tube back on his waist. In this way, Priest Qingfeng would discover it later, if the weight didn't change. Priest Qingfeng and 5th Grandfather Han joined the battle again. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing were fighting farther and farther away. "Xiao Luling, don't you dare run away. I'll kill you today." The brother and sister galloped on their horses until they could no longer hear Priest Qingfeng and 5th Grandfather Han's battle. Only then did they stop and let out a sigh of relief. "How was it?" Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Jiao took out Priest Qingfeng's small bamboo tube and took out the secret letter. She smiled and said, "It's the real secret letter." Gu Chongqing looked at his sister's smile, and a smile flashed across his eyes. "Including yours, we have 2 secret letters. The last secret letter was in Jun Xiuhan's hands. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.